Chapter 4487. Let's go, we need to find them as soon as possible. Lin Ling nodded and strode forward. Now he hadn't gone head-to-head with borrowing life orthodoxy. He was going to beat them at their own game, and pretend that he was still deceived by the formation. Then he would kill all of them here. That Lei Gong ran around aimlessly and returned to the valley. Hee, there's going to be a good show. They're going to kill each other. At this moment, on the peak, Luo Ming orthodoxy was staring at the formation. In his eyes, Lin Ling returned to the valley alone, but he was heavily injured. He even encountered a member of Lei Gong's Grand Hall and brutally killed him. That member of Lei Gong's Grand Hall was obviously Lei Gong's men. When Lei Gong found out that he had killed his own men, he must be in great pain. Wait patiently, then I'll send my men to ambush him. Luo Ming orthodoxy smiled sinisterly. Poor Lei Gong. To think that he would end up like this. I can only say that he's still too inexperienced. Remember, don't let him die. Beside him, Xian Wuba smiled as well. Lei Gong had annihilated his million-strong army. Now he was going to return the favor and let Lei Gong know that offending the immortal spirit nation was the biggest mistake of his life. However, the two of them did not know that they had been deceived by the formation. Lin Ling was the one who had returned an eye for an eye. In their eyes, Lin Ling was killing the members of Lei Gong's Grand Hall. However, this was just an illusion that Lin Ling was feeding them with the power of the formation. On the other hand, Lin Ling gradually found Yu and the others. Brother Ling, you're back. I can see the valley. I can see everyone. That's great. Is everyone all right? As time passed, more and more people found their way back. Everyone gathered together and was very happy. At this time, the members of the 10 orthodoxies had also entered the valley one after another. However, they were all killed. What are you all doing? More and more people from the 10 orthodoxies entered the valley. Then, they saw the people in Lei Gong's great hall. This was because everyone in Lei Gong's hall was glaring at them furiously. What do you think? The young demon lord said coldly as an evil smile appeared on his face. Ah, you can see us? The deities who had entered the valley were all startled, as if they had seen a ghost. Do you see those heads? These are the people from the 10 orthodoxies. Young Master Yao pointed into the distance. There were already dozens of human heads piled up there. All of them died with their eyes wide open. Clearly, they did not expect that their whereabouts would be discovered before they died. Run. After those people reacted, they immediately turned around and ran. However, the entrance to the valley was blocked by a few figures. They were experts like Emperor God Zhonggang. Since you're already here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? The giant ghost licked its lips and said, It's over. Those from the 10 orthodoxies turned pale at this moment. Without a doubt, dozens of human heads were piled up in the valley. As time passed, no one else entered the valley. Lin Ling, what do we do next? Are we going to take revenge? Young Qilin looked at Lin Ling and said with a cold expression. Because this formation made them kill each other, the method was too sinister. Therefore, they had to take revenge. Don't worry, they will come to us themselves. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. He ordered everyone to rest in the valley and wait for Xian Wuba and the others to arrive. However, that was the truth. The orthodoxies waited for a long time. Knowing that it was about time, they left the peak with Xian Wuba and flew towards the valley. In the eyes of the orthodoxies, most of the people in the valley were dead. Lin Ling was kneeling on the ground, crying bitterly as he looked at the human heads on the ground. At this moment, Lin Ling was at his weakest. If Lin Ling appeared now, it would be the easiest time for him to reveal the secret in his heart. Wait, I want to see his face filled with regret. Xian Wuba said casually, his face full of anticipation. The two of them landed at the entrance of the valley and walked in proudly. Lei Gong, do you know who you have offended? Now do you regret it? Before entering the valley, Xian Wuba spoke domineeringly. Look at the heads of your own subordinates. I wonder what you think. The orthodoxies of the orthodoxies had his hands behind his back. His mustache curled up slightly, making him look even more comical. However, when they entered the valley, they immediately realized that the people in Lei Gong's hall were all standing there. Not only were they unharmed, they were even smiling at their misfortune. They looked around again. On the ground, there were more than 100 human heads piled up. They were all from the orthodoxies of the orthodoxies. Look at the heads of your own subordinates. I wonder what you think. At this moment, Lin Ling's voice floated over. He returned all the words the orthodoxies of the orthodoxies of the orthodoxies. My subordinates? The orthodoxies of the orthodoxies of the orthodoxies plucked out their mustaches. They were afraid that they had seen wrongly. However, even after the beard was plucked, the result remained the same. The ground was still littered with human heads piled up like a tower. How is this possible? The orthodoxy roared. These subordinates were personally groomed by him. They were his most trusted subordinates and he had spent countless resources on them. He wanted to bring them to the top of the 10 orthodoxies, but they died before he could do anything. Lei Gongyu. Then he glared at Lin Ling with the help of the orthodoxy. This is called tit for tat. Lin Ling shrugged and smiled. Weren't you injured before? Didn't you kill the people from Lei Gong's hall? How come none of your men are dead? Xian Wuba also frowned, as if he couldn't believe the result before his eyes. Idiot, only you know how to deceive us. Do you think I don't know how to deceive you? What you saw before was just an illusion, one of the trapping arrays of the formation. Lin Ling smiled faintly. His voice sounded calm, but it caused the eyes of the orthodoxy to widen. He kept shaking his head. Impossible, how can you break my formation? This is fake, it's fake. Can't you see for yourself whether it's real or fake? Lin Ling retorted. Thud thud thud. The orthodoxy of the orthodoxy took 3 steps back, and his face turned pale instantly. Xian Wuba wasn't any better. He was also speechless for a long time. Although they didn't believe that Lin Ling could break their formation, the scene before their eyes proved everything. You, how did you break my formation? My formation is from the ancient times. How can a junior from the 9 states break my formation? The orthodoxy of the orthodoxy suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, then pointed at Lin Ling. It was no wonder that he lost his composure. After all, this formation was his famous creation. Back then, he relied on this formation to rise to fame, and countless gods feared him. Chapter 4488. The Borrow Life orthodoxy spat out blood like fresh flowers blooming in the sky. 10 jugs of wine had broken an ancient immortal design. What a joke! Moreover, Lei Gong said that he had suffered a great loss. What a loss! Damn brat die. Xian Wuba's face was red and green as he pounced on Lin Ling. How dare you trick me? How dare you trick me? The Borrow Life orthodoxy's eyes were red as he pounced on Lin Ling. In the air, the two used powerful techniques. Although they did not have the steps of the gods, their talents were strong, and their power of divinity was above 100,000. Especially Xian Wuba, who transformed into a flood dragon. This was the sunflower water mystical flood dragon, and he was the king of flood dragons. Looking at the Borrow Life orthodoxy, his spirit design techniques were powerful. Around him, crisscrossing threads appeared. And within the threads were pearls that shone with boundless light. Each pearl was like a universe. They were very powerful. Rumble. The two joined forces to crush Lin Ling. Go to hell. Weren't you very proud of yourself? Weren't you playing with us? Do you still dare to come? Try playing with us again. Xian Wuba's voice rang out. His attacks were wild and domineering. So fierce. Why is this Lei Gong like a divine beast? His attacks are suicidal. Looking at the Borrow Life orthodoxy, he was in a sorry state. He was being beaten up by Lin Ling. But thinking about how Lin Ling had played with him, he was ready to go all out. Divine World Crystal Wall. He used an even stronger technique, and then roared, Lei Gong, this is the price for playing with us. Do you still dare to come? Do you regret it? Do you know fear? Rumble. Their attacks were so powerful that it was as if heaven and earth were falling apart. Treasure God Nanwufengyu and the others had already hidden far away, watching the scene in front of them with their mouths agape. Then, they looked at Lin Ling beside them. Their mouths were wide open, and they were speechless. This was because Lin Ling was right next to them. On the other hand, Xian Wuba and Luo Ming's orthodoxy were fighting fiercely. More importantly, they were cursing each other as Lei Gong. Lin Ling, what's going on? The young demon lord pointed to the front. It's an array formation. Young demon lord, you're really stupid. My second brother is returning an eye for an eye. Think about it. This array formation made us unable to differentiate between us. So my second brother used the array formation to make them unable to differentiate between you and me, treating each other as my second brother. Sakura pondered for a moment, and suddenly laughed out loud. So that's how it is. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. Young Master Yao was taken aback. He raised his thumb and laughed heartily. Everyone laughed. They were curious. When Xian Wuba and the others found out that the lei gong in their eyes was actually one of them, what kind of expression would they have? Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom. The battle was still going on. They were evenly matched. Why is this lei gong so difficult to deal with? We've been fighting for so long and he's still not giving up. Xian Wuba was a little tired and had suffered heavy injuries. Looking at Luo Ming's orthodoxy, his foxy face was covered in blood. His teeth were all broken, and he spoke with a lisp. As expected of Lei Gong, so arrogant. But even if I have to risk my life, I'll kill him. Rumble. The two of them clashed again. Ah! A painful cry rang out. That Luo Ming's orthodoxy was sent flying. His dantian had completely collapsed, and he smashed into the ground, spitting out blood. Bang! A huge foot came at the same time, stomping him back to the ground. And the person who stomped on Luo Ming's orthodoxy was naturally Xian Wuba. You're arrogant. Show me how arrogant you are. After defeating Lei Gong, Xian Wuba was very excited. Of course, he did not expect this Lei Gong to be so strong that he had to use all his strength to defeat him. Then he did not kill Lei Gong for the time being. Instead, he kept stomping on him, lifted Lei Gong, and gave him dozens of slaps. You just destroyed my million-strong army. Do you know who their boss is? Awesome. Smack. 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 After dozens of slaps, Xian Wuba was suddenly stunned. This was because the Lei Gong in his hand had turned into a fatty. He exclaimed. You who the fuck are you? At this moment, Luo Ming's face was swollen. He slowly opened his eyes. When he saw Xian Wuba, he was stunned. I'm Luo Ming's orthodoxy. Nonsense. Luo Ming's orthodoxy's face is like a rat's, and your face is like a pig's head. You're not from Luo Ming's orthodoxy. Xian Wuba frowned, but in fact he was getting more and more uneasy, because from the way the person in his hand was dressed, he was undoubtedly from Luo Ming's orthodoxy. Lei Gong hit me. He grabbed my face and slapped me crazily. Wait, why did you grab me? Could it be? Luo Ming's orthodoxy explained, but halfway through he was stunned. Grabbing my face? It's Xian Wuba who's grabbing my face. Could it be that he was fighting with Xian Wuba? Similarly, Xian Wuba was also stunned. The two of them looked at each other, and finally confirmed what was happening. They had been fighting with their lives on the line, and it turned out that they were attacking their own people. Not bad at all. At this moment, applause rang out. In the fog, Lin Ling led Lei Gong and the people from Luo Ming's grand hall slowly. When they saw Lin Ling, Xian Wuba exploded with anger. They were vomiting blood, and their faces were swollen. When they looked at Lin Ling and the others, they were all in high spirits. They did not even lose a single hair, let alone being injured. You tricked us again. Luo Ming's orthodoxy pointed at Lin Ling and vomited another mouthful of blood. This move of using someone else to do the dirty work was a huge blow to them. Impossible, Luo Ming's orthodoxy. Weren't you the one who set up this formation? Why did he control the formation and use an illusion to deceive us? Xian Wuba thought of the key question. This was because ordinary methods would not be able to make him lose himself in it. Only this Luo Ming's fortune-seizing formation could. However, this formation was set up by Luo Ming's orthodoxy. The person who set up the formation was controlled by the person who entered the formation. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Yes, Luo Ming's orthodoxy also reacted, and his pupils trembled. The Luo Ming's fortune-seizing formation is the most powerful part. Now I'm just seizing. I'm seizing the formation from your hands to control this formation. Lin Ling's hands moved slightly, and a series of complex formations appeared. One had to know that when he first entered the formation, he could not find any formations. However, After familiarizing himself with the Luo Ming's fortune-seizing formation, he could now use the formations for his own use. However, in order to completely control the formation, he had to seize it. This was also the reason why Lin Ling had been waiting for the arrival of the borrowed orthodoxy to take control of the formation from the person who set it up. In fact, when Luo Ming's orthodoxy had just entered the valley, Lin Ling had already begun to seize the formation. Chapter 4489. This was because he knew how to seize the formation, but to seize it from him, one would need to have a very powerful boundary Dao and be very familiar with the fortune-stealing formation. How is that not possible? The world you know doesn't represent the entire era. I can only say that you are too weak. Lin Ling snorted. In terms of world spirit techniques, he was naturally inferior to the life-borrowing sage system. However, Yong Luosheng was most definitely more powerful than the life-borrowing sage system. Thus, what qualifications did the life-borrowing sage system have to speak? The 10 orthodoxies were left behind in the divinity world, from the era of the gods. The celestial spirits empire was not a great nation, and the divinity world was also left behind in the era of the gods. Although they weren't from the ancient era, they were still considered great gods. But you dared to provoke the Thunder God Palace. Lin Ling's eyes flashed with murderous intent. On the other hand, Immortal Wuba and Borrow Life were even angrier than before. If it had been at the beginning, they would not have been afraid of Lin Ling. However, they had already fought with their lives on the line for so long, and were all seriously injured. It was obviously impossible for them to fight in the Thunder God Hall again. Lei Gong, we'll meet again someday. Immortal Wuba gritted his teeth and turned into a flood dragon, rushing into the distance. Immortal Wuba, don't leave me behind. Borrow Life was out of luck. His dantian was shattered, he couldn't run even if he wanted to. After him. Seeing this, Treasure God Nanwu Fingyu and God Emperor Zhang Gang immediately rushed over. Lin Ling was still in control of the formation, and was slowly approaching Borrow Life. No, don't kill me. Luo Ming orthodoxy kept crawling backward with a pale face. He never thought that he, an existence comparable to Black Deity and the others, would one day be controlled by a junior. I'm a god, you want to kill a god? Borrow Life panicked. I'm sorry, gods are nothing to me. They're like cabbages to me, because I've already killed gods before. Lin Lin said coldly. Who else do you have in the 10 orthodoxies? What's your goal? There are 10 of us in total. Our goal is the world will host. Everyone wants to become the host so that we can become eternal and rule the universe. Borrow Life said. If you dare to kill me, the other orthodoxies won't let you go. You are all idiots. You think that by killing the world will host body, you can replace it and become immortal. But have you ever thought that the world will host body has appeared since the most ancient era? It has been destroyed time and time again, reincarnated time and time again. But have they ever died? So even if you take their body and soul, their bodies and souls, I'm afraid that at that time, you won't be you anymore. You'll still be the original host of the world's will. Lin Ling shook his head sarcastically. Also, don't think that the 10 orthodoxies are so powerful. If they want to kill our Thunder God Grand Hall, they can come at us. After saying that, Lin Ling's palm landed on the head of the Borrow Life orthodoxy, and a powerful soul force swept out. Ah! Borrow Life's host's face twisted. His body twitched as if his soul was being sucked out by Lin Ling. In the end, foam came out of his mouth, and he fainted on the ground. His soul was also shattered by Lin Ling and dissipated. However, the things hidden in his soul were refined by Lin Ling. This was especially true for spirit formation techniques. They were being absorbed by Lin Ling non-stop. Now Lin Ling's soul had reached 150,000 rank soul power. Then Lin Ling took out the treasures from Borrow Life's host. However, he didn't see any rare treasures. Instead, he found quite a lot of materials for setting up barriers. Not bad. Lin Ling nodded. After absorbing the life-stealing legacy's spirit formation technique, Lin Ling's spirit formation technique had improved by leaps and bounds. Adding on the materials he had obtained, Lin Ling was completely satisfied. This Xian Wuba can even split his body. Then, Lin Ling checked the formation and found that Xian Wuba had already escaped. This person seemed to be familiar with the formation and knew how to get out. Of course, the most important thing was that this person's flood dragon form could split a part of it to fight treasure god Nanwufingyu, leaving a small flood dragon to escape. This Xianwuba is worthy of being a god from the era of gods. His methods are not weak. Linling shook his head, feeling regretful that Xianwuba had escaped. Not long after, treasure god Nanwufingyu and the others also returned. When they saw Linling, their faces were full of regret. He escaped. Linling was the first to speak. Then he smiled and said, "It's fine. This time, he escaped like a gecko that lost its tail. After suffering such a great loss, he will definitely come looking for us soon. We only need to wait for him to come. That's for the best. That old man is already heavily injured. Letting him escape really pisses me off. I'm looking forward to his revenge next time." Treasure god Nanwufingyu and the others nodded. "Is everyone all right? Let's rest here for a day or two. It's time for us to go back." Then Linling said to everyone. Next, he walked towards the pangolin and used his soul to transmit the method of controlling the formation into the pangolin's mind. This way, the pangolin could easily control the formation and protect it and its child. "After we leave, you have to take care of yourself." After doing this, Linling returned to the group and sat down cross-legged. Thinking back, this trip was really full of twists and turns. He had thought that the trip to the Ear Ox Cave would be over quickly. Who knew that so many things would happen? Fortunately, Linling had gained a lot. Not only had his cultivation level increased, but his talent had also greatly improved. He had even obtained the ancient divine ability of Panga's Strike. Moreover, the prison was also one of the treasures. At some point, it would be comparable to the Panga's Strike. The only difference was that the Panga's Strike's potential was stronger. Of course, Linling had also seen stronger gods, especially by Shan and Burned Heart. Linling had a feeling that it would not be long before these experts from the Chaos Realm would come looking for him. After a day, Linling left the Ear Ox Cave with the Leigong Palace. After passing through the ancient canyon, they once again arrived at the broken divine realm. Everyone looked at the boundless divine realm and sighed with emotion. There were countless divine lands like the Ear Ox Cave in the broken divine realm. "Let's go." Linling retracted his gaze and left with everyone. After a long time, everyone finally returned to the void of Jiuzhou. Looking at the void of the universe of their homeland, everyone felt a sense of nostalgia. When they returned to the void where the Leigong Palace was located, a group of people immediately came from afar to welcome them. These people were the people who guarded the Leigong Palace. Experts from both sides gathered, and they were happy and harmonious. Linling also asked people to distribute the treasures for everyone to cultivate. In the following days, everyone did not leave this void. Instead, they cultivated in seclusion. After returning from the Ear Ox Cave, they knew that they were weak. Compared to the void of Jiuzhou, they were the strongest existences. However, after the appearance of the world will host, they seemed so weak. Chapter 4490. However, Linling's strength had greatly increased in the Ear Ox Cave, so it would be difficult for him to improve his cultivation and divine fetus in a short period of time. Therefore, he was more focused on honing his state of mind. Spring went and autumn came. A year passed just like that. The void left behind by the Thunder God became more and more lively. Gradually, there were many countries, sects, schools, and other things. However, no matter what kind of sect or school it was, they all knew one person. And that was the Thunder God Linling. Leigong Linling was the god of this void. Linling obviously did not know about this, and even if he knew, he would not care. In the void, Linling stood there quietly, wearing a blue and white robe. His clean face looked into the distance. Beside him were Yu and Yuer and a few other women. "It's so quiet. I really hope it can be like this forever." Yu tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and said with a smile, "Yes, ever since we left Qingzhou, we haven't had such a quiet moment in a long time. We are always fighting. And Yuer nodded. "Unfortunately, this peace will not last long. Perhaps it won't be long before a storm comes." Yu said worriedly. She obviously knew about the chaotic realm. She knew that experts from White Mountain and Heart-Burning Realm would definitely come to Linling. "It's okay. We'll deal with it when it comes. Anyway, it's not the first time we've encountered this kind of thing. At this time, Lin Ling withdrew his gaze and looked at his wives. Hearing this, Yu and the others also smiled. By the way, how's Lin Yi's cultivation? Lin Ling suddenly thought of something and asked casually. He has already created his own sect. He said he wants to surpass Lei Gong. Yu was obviously happy when she mentioned Lin Yi. This boy. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. Just as he was about to say something, he saw a few figures coming from afar. They were Treasure God Nangwu Fingyu, Emperor Zhanggang, Giant Ghost, and the others. Looking at Giant Ghost, Lin Ling remembered that he had promised Giant Ghost to bring him back to the 8 Gods' heavenly palace. Obviously, Treasure God Nangwu Fingyu and the others had come for this. Now the 7th world will host body has been destroyed. The records of the 8th world will host body are likely in the 8 Gods' heavenly palace. Although this world will host body doesn't have much to do with us, it's still better to prepare for a rainy day. Knowing it a step earlier is better than knowing it a step later. Nangwu Fingyu, Treasure God Nangwu Fingyu. Of mind. Therefore, instead of being passive, it was better to take the initiative. Lin Ling was not someone who would wait to be captured. Knowing that there would be a confrontation in the future, he would not muddle through and think he would be safe by hiding here. The map to the 8th floor of the 8 Gods' heavenly palace is only known to the Taoist of myriad treasures. That old bastard promised me that he would tell me once he found the iron box. However, I reckon that was just a smokescreen. In reality, he had already snuck into the Urok's cave and found out about the iron box. However, the host body of the will of the world is not what he needs. Now he has disappeared again. Without him, it will be very difficult for us to enter the 8th level of the 8 Gods' heavenly palace. Lin Ling fell into deep thought. Everyone frowned when they heard this. What a cunning Taoist myriad treasures. He had obviously tricked them. Of course, compared to everyone's anger, Lin Ling was indifferent. He had obtained the Pangu strike from the iron box. It was the most important treasure. Lin Ling was also thinking that Taoist myriad treasures had an ulterior motive for telling him to find the iron box. Could it be that he wanted Lin Ling to obtain the Pangu strike? Everyone wait. Let me see if there is any other way. Lin Ling put away his thoughts and also thought of the prison. He then said to everyone, "Okay, we are not in a hurry. Now we have sent people into the void of the 9 continents to investigate. As long as they find Taoist myriad treasures, they will immediately inform us." The giant ghost nodded. After they left, Lin Ling opened the door of the prison and entered. A jade slip appeared in his hand. Lin Ling checked it. The 8 Gods' heavenly palace was an extremely ancient existence. Perhaps the prisoners in this prison would know a thing or two. The 8th level of the 8 Gods' heavenly palace was probably not accessible in the current era, but it did not mean that it was not accessible in the era of the gods. The 8 Gods' heavenly palace had existed since the ancient era. Perhaps some ancient great gods had entered it. He checked the jade slip again and again. However, the jade slip recorded that there were not many people who had entered the 8 Gods' heavenly palace. Suddenly, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. In one of the jade slips, he saw the descendant of the earthly sovereign. The earthly sovereign was one of the 3 sovereigns. He was equally famous as the human sovereign, heavenly sovereign, and earthly sovereign. The 3 sovereigns were great gods from the ancient era. They were Fuxi, Shenong, and Xianyuan, the descendant of the earthly sovereign Xianyuan. Lin Ling immediately walked towards the prison. However, to his surprise, the descendant of Xianyuan was not strong. He was actually in one of the first prison cells. Not long after, Lin Ling stood in front of a prison cell, indifferently looking at the person inside. Inside the cell sat a woman in a long white dress. She looked delicate and pretty, and was also very quiet. She did not look like a vicious criminal at all. However, Lin Ling knew that this woman had committed a heinous crime because of love. She had broken the Xiantian Golden Age Great Hall, and humiliated the ancient great gods. In the end, she was imprisoned in this prison forever. Xianyuan Baoshu, do you know about the 8 Gods' heavenly palace? Lin Ling asked indifferently. Baoshu greets Lord. After seeing Lin Ling, the white-dressed woman hurriedly stood up and bowed. appearing like a young lady from a noble family. I'll ask you one more time. Do you know about the 8 gods' heavenly palace? If you know the map to the 8th level, I can fulfill one of your wishes. Moreover, don't tell me that you have never heard of the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Your ancestor, the earthly sovereign Xian Yuan, was once friends with the 8 gods. As for the Tao, it's fine if you don't know. Lin Ling said majestically. Everyone in the prison knows of Lord's majesty. Baoshu does not dare to hide anything from Lord. Baoshu also knows that it cannot be hidden. Baoshu indeed knows. The woman was not as difficult to deal with as the other prisoners. She politely said, Lord only needs to help me kill one person. Baoshu will tell you everything I know. This is Baoshu's wish. Speak. Lin Ling asked expressionlessly. Baoshu has a blood oath here. Lord will know who it is after checking it. Lord only needs to bring his head back. I'll have to trouble Lord. The woman bowed, but the moment she bowed, Lin Ling saw that her body was trembling, as if she was very excited. It could be seen that she had been waiting for this day for a very long time. If I can kill him, I will not disappoint you. Lin Ling took the drop of blood and turned to leave. Chapter 4491. After leaving the prison, Lin Ling stood in the void, and the sphere of blood oath appeared in his hand. He knew that this was a blood oath formed by a warrior's strong will and determination after discovering the blood oath. Generally speaking, this was also a warrior's oath and wish. His soul power gushed out and covered the sphere of blood oath. Gradually, a large amount of information flowed into Lin Ling's mind. Sima Ruochen. This was the person that Xianyuan Baoshu wanted to kill. This person and Xianyuan Baoshu were lovers. For Sima Ruochen, Xianyuan Baoshu stole the scabbard of the Xianyuan family and spent a lot of treasures to improve Sima Ruochen's strength. However, after Sima Ruochen became stronger, he abandoned Xianyuan Baoshu and fled. Xianyuan Baoshu was hunted down by the Xianyuan family and abandoned. He lost his mind at that time, so he committed a heresy and was locked in prison forever. There are many people who can't see through love. No wonder Xianyuan Baoshu wants to kill Sima Ruochen. The opposite of love is hatred. Lin Ling nodded. In fact, when Xianyuan Baoshu handed him the sphere of blood oath, Lin Ling had guessed it because Xianyuan Baoshu's expression was no different from that of an abandoned woman. I didn't expect that although Xianyuan Baoshu was locked in prison, she still found news about Sima Ruochen. I really don't know how she did it. This Sima Ruochen is a figure of the same generation as Xianyuan Baoshu, so he must be very strong. However, the sphere of blood oath also said that when Xianyuan Baoshu was captured by the Xianyuan family, Sima Ruochen was also crippled. In addition, Xianyuan Baoshu also left behind a method to kill him. Therefore, it shouldn't be difficult to kill him. However, this Sima Ruochen actually escaped the twilight of the gods and survived. He is now in the broken divine land, which is on the other side of the Kaiyuan River. Lin Ling put away the sphere of blood oath, then told Yu and the others to leave the void. Lin Ling was not worried about this trip. This was because the Xianyuan treasure book had left the method to kill Sima Ruochen. In addition, Sima Ruochen had been crippled back then. Even if he were to recultivate now, his strength would not be too strong. As for the other side of the Kaiyuan River, this was Lin Ling's first time going there. He had only been to the Dragon Valley the last time. He didn't expect that there would be such an ancient existence on the other side of the void of the 9 prefectures. Broken domain divine soil. This should be one of the shattered god realms. Soon Lin Ling arrived at the final world. He scanned the final world with his powerful soul force, but he didn't discover any changes. In the entire void of the 9 prefectures, perhaps most people still think that the 4 great deities are the strongest. They don't know that there are even stronger experts above the 4 great deities. Perhaps only a small number of people know about this. Lin Ling knew very well that although the void of the 9 prefectures seemed calm, it would not be long before a great storm would break out in the 9 prefectures, because the experts of the chaos realm would definitely come, and it was even very likely that they would come straight for Lin Ling. E-City. Suddenly, Lin Ling stopped in his tracks. He saw an acquaintance in E-City. It was the daughter of the governor of E-City. The governor of E-City was from the Spirit Kingdom. Now that many people knew about it, The daughter of the governor of East City had lost her backer and was no longer as carefree as before. Instead, she was now in trouble. Sigh. Lin Ling sighed softly. The daughter of the governor of East City, Yixian Nu, had expressed her feelings for Lin Ling. However, at that time, Lin Ling was not in the mood for love, so he politely rejected her. However, Lin Ling was soft-hearted and couldn't bear to see Yixian Nu sad, so he casually said that when he, Lin Ling, could rule the entire era, he would definitely come and marry Yixian Nu. Who knew that Yixian Nu actually believed him and had been waiting for Lin Ling? And this kind of waiting would be endless. One had to know that Lin Ling had come into contact with countless women in his life, such as Lu Susu, Qin Xiaolan, and so on. Some of them had followed Lin Ling, while others were still waiting for Lin Ling. However, after waiting for so long, there was still no result. Although Lin Ling had repeatedly asked them to give up, he had underestimated the power of love. Not only did they not give up, but they still believed that there would be a day when Lin Ling would come and marry them. If I had not come to this world, I would be an ordinary person in Wuxia, married and had children. Perhaps I would have been reincarnated by now. However, after I came to this world, I witnessed the wonders of the esoteric universe and the limits of the human body. I have a colorful life, and the trajectory of my life is completely different. Lin Ling shook his head and walked toward Yi City. Sometimes, when he recalled everything, it felt like a dream. However, he also felt that it was destined. It was as if there was a big hand pushing him forward, pushing him to the peak of the world. Therefore, he was very sure that in the ancient chaos realm, there must be an ancient god watching him. While Lin Ling was heading toward Yi City, at this moment, in the distant horizon, an old man sat cross-legged in the starry universe. He was like a stone statue, motionless. Clouds rolled around him like the rolling wheel of history. Master, the seventh world will host body was destroyed, and its whereabouts are unknown. Of the remaining two, one is in the 8th level of the 8 gods' heavenly palace, and the last one is still missing. There are now countless experts in the 9 states void and the broken god world. There are 4 gods in the 9 states void, Dragon Valley, Immortal Spirit Nation, 10 orthodoxies, and U Continent's divine ruler. Moreover, the seal of Ji Ox Cave has been broken. The 72 cave masters will return to the broken god world and enter the 9 states void. This list contains the names of the gods we've investigated. None of them are weak. For example, Immortal Wu Ba was once a member of the tyrannical Divine Gate during the Age of the Gods. He escaped the twilight of the gods and hid in the void of the 9 continents. A jade slip suddenly floated over. The old man opened his eyes and slowly read it. The 4 gods of the 9 states void, Kirishin, Titanic Crescent God Eugene and Lei Gong. The old man's gaze first fell on the 4 gods, then locked onto a name. This Lei Gong is Lin Ling? Master, the current thunder god is Lin Lin. This person is very powerful, and his growth speed is very fast. He has completely stepped into the strength of a deity from the strength of a deity. Under the divine mountain, he has personally killed several deities. The voice tore through the clouds, revealing a myriad of light rays rolling in the sea of clouds. Heaven, this is fate. The old man muttered to himself. No matter what, we must bring back Lin Ling. This child has extraordinary potential and has grown into a towering tree. If we don't control him, our plans will be disrupted. Yes, master. Moreover, this Lin Ling has a great reputation in the spirit nation. He is the #1 enemy. As the light shone, the voice floated again. Chapter 4492. Lin Ling, is this the person that those old guys value? I want to see who he is. The old man squinted his eyes and looked into the distance. It was as if he wanted to see through the heavens and comprehend the karma Tao of the void. However, on Lin Ling's body, there was a layer of fog that blocked his probing, making him unable to see anything. This made him realize that there was a powerful being protecting Lin Ling, preventing others from probing. At this moment, Lin Ling did not know about this. He had already arrived at Yi City. Get lost, Demoness. On one of the streets of Yi City, a large number of martial artists were angrily looking at a woman. That woman was Xianyi Fairy. Xianyi Fairy clearly knew what had happened. Although she did not know why her father had become a member of Spirit Nation, She firmly believed that her father must have his reasons for doing so. Acting so pitiful. How despicable. She must be a spy left behind by Spirit Nation. That's right. No wonder more than 10 martial artists died outside the city 3 days ago. In my opinion, she must be the one who killed them. Kill her. The surrounding martial artists were initially furious. However, as their emotions rose, they revealed their killing intent. In fact, the will of the world had left a very bad impression on them. However, in the face of everyone's killing intent, Xianyi Fairy remained calm and walked forward slowly. She clearly knew that Yi City could no longer contain her. Of course, she also knew that the final world and even the void of the 9 states could not contain her. Where should she go from here? Catch her. Suddenly someone made a move. A terrifying boundary essence turned into a palm and grabbed at Xianyi Fairy. Before the attack even reached her, the powerful aura caused Xianyi Fairy's face to turn pale. However, she stubbornly bit her lips and did not say a word. Although she had nothing to do with Spirit Nation, and did not even know where Spirit Nation was, she did not want to explain too much. This was because any explanation would be useless. Bang! However, just as the huge palm was about to grab Xianyi Fairy, a palm suddenly appeared in the void. With a gentle wave, the boundary essence that was attacking Xianyi Fairy dissipated. Pa! In mid-air, an arm was suddenly grabbed by a palm, causing the expression of the person who grabbed it to change. Back then, when the city lord of Yi City was here, all of you flattered him. Now that he has left, all of you turned your backs on him. Isn't this too shameless? The one who appeared in front of Xianyi Fairy was a man in a white robe. He looked very refined and had an extraordinary temperament. Lan Yin. Everyone's eyes flickered as they looked at the white-robed man. This person was a teacher of Yi Garden Academy. He was powerful and highly respected. He was even a divine paladin. As the saying goes, one should bear the consequences of one's actions. The city master of Yi City may be a member of the Spirit Nation, but that doesn't mean that Yi Xiannu will be one too. How are you all different from the will of the world, if you are so overbearing? The white-robed man reprimanded everyone. No one dared to speak. Lan Yun's prestige in Yi City was too great. Furthermore, he was strong. Lan Yun looked at Xianyi Xiao and said, Xianyi Xiao, I'm here and nobody can bully you. Now that your father is gone, why don't you come and live with me? He obviously liked Xianyi Fairy a long time ago. In the past, Xianyi Fairy's status was precious. He could only look at her from afar and could not profane her. Now that Xianyi Fairy had fallen, this was his chance. Moreover, he believed that after the city master of Yi City left, Xianyi Fairy would be isolated and helpless. She would definitely agree to his request. Lan Yun, thank you. However, I still plan to leave Yi City. However, Xianyi Fairy looked at Lan Yun and shook her head in rejection. Lan Yun's eyes flashed. He did not expect Xianyi Fairy to reject him at this time. He suddenly said, Where can a woman like you go? Without anyone to protect you, you might die as soon as you walk out of Yi City. Why don't I protect you? I, Lan Yun, will protect you for the rest of my life. There's no need. Actually, I know your heart. However, I have never told you that I rejected you not because you're not outstanding enough. It's because I already have someone I like. Xianyi Fairy looked at Lan Yun apologetically and said, Ding ding ding. Such a blow undoubtedly caused Lan Yun to take a few steps back. This was because he did not know that Xianyi Fairy had someone she liked. This time, he had lost his mind. Who is it? Who is worthy of you? Now that you're being bullied by a passerby, where is that person? He should be hiding. He doesn't dare to get too close to you. He's afraid of being implicated by you. That person is a coward, a piece of trash, a piece of trash. Lan Yun roared and said, Xianyi Fairy, I'm different. No matter what happens, I will stand by your side and protect you forever. Trust me. He doesn't know about me. Otherwise, he would definitely come and help me. He's not as bad as you say. I just don't want to trouble him. Xianyi Fairy smiled and shook her head. She continued to reject Lan Yun. Lan Yun's eyes turned red when he saw his sweetheart rejecting him again and again. He almost lost his mind and forcefully took Xianyi Fairy away. He wanted to show Xianyi Fairy who truly loved her. However, he still had a bit of rationality left and held himself back. Xianyi Fairy, you will understand sooner or later. Now that your father has left, if the person you love is a hero, he should not be afraid of difficulties and help you. He shouldn't be hiding. I look down on him. He's a piece of trash. However, I also understand that it's hard for me to change your mind. Only time will tell. Understand everything. Lan Yin said word by word. Is that so? However, before Xianyi Fairy could speak, a cold voice suddenly came from the street. Then the crowd parted and countless experts strode over. What if I want to catch her? Do you dare to protect her with your life? The man in the lead had an extraordinary aura. He was tall and burly and his voice was like thunder. Governor. Looking at the man, everyone quietly took a step back. The previous governor of Yi City had left. Therefore, Yi City had a new governor. The man in front of them was the governor. Although his strength was not as strong as the governor of Yi City, he was still one of the top in the final world main city. Governor, Cheninan. Lan Yin stared at the governor with an ugly expression. I said that I want to catch Xianyi Fairy. Will you protect her with your life? The governor and the experts stopped in their tracks. He looked at Lan Yin and said, I can tell you that because of her father, the Lord God is paying attention to her. The Titanic Crescent God has ordered us to take her away. Therefore, do you dare to stop us? Lan Yin, let me remind you that you are the teacher of Yi Garden and a paladin of the god. Your future is limitless. If you dare to disobey the orders of the Lord God, your future will be ruined. You better think carefully. When the voice faded away, the entire street fell silent. Chapter 4493. Since it's an order from a deity, there must be something important for Xian Xiao. I think she should go back with you. Lan Yin pondered for a moment before speaking. He was not afraid of the martial artists of Yi City, but he was wary of the governor and the deity. Between a deity and Xianyi Xiao, he had chosen the former. Moreover, if he offended a deity, his future would be ruined. Xianyi, I'm sorry. After saying this, Lan Yin looked at Yi Zuan apologetically and said, Why are you apologizing? This has nothing to do with you. However, Xianyi Xiao's reaction was calm. In her heart, Lan Yin was just an ordinary friend. If he did not help her, it would not matter at all. For some reason, Xianyi Xiao's behavior made Lan Yin very uncomfortable. It was as if she was looking at a passerby. Lan Yin knew that Xianyi Xiao didn't like him at all. She didn't like him at all. Take her away. At this time, the governor waved his hand. Immediately, an expert walked towards Xianyi Xiao to take her away. However, before this person could take her away, a figure walked out from the crowd. Her father is from the spirit nation. That's right, but I believe that this has nothing to do with her. The person who walked out was Lin Ling. He had just arrived when he saw this scene. Nothing to do with her. Everyone looked at Lin Ling with their mouths agape. This person was very bold. Now that the Titanic Crescent God had spoken, he dared to say that it had nothing to do with him. Did he think that he was a deity? It's you. Out of everyone, only Xianyi Xiao recognized Lin Ling. This was because Lin Ling had not appeared in the final world for a long time after Lei Gong's death. Other than the top experts, no ordinary person would recognize Lin Ling. Ha ha ha, who do you think you are? The governor stared at Lin Ling and suddenly laughed sarcastically. The other experts, including Lan Yin and the martial artists on the street, laughed. They all thought that Lin Ling had lost his mind. Why are you here? Yi Xiannu, on the other hand, ignored the laughter and looked at Lin Ling excitedly. I just passed by here. Lin Ling smiled and then said, I'll take you away from here. There's a very safe and quiet place suitable for you to stay there and wait for your father to come back. Thank you. Hearing this, Xianyi Envy did not hesitate. She did not reject Lin Ling's help. Because she knew that with Lin Ling's strength, she wouldn't be able to trouble Lin Ling at all. However, Lin Ling's words silenced the entire street. Then more laughter could be heard. Is this brat crazy? Now that the deities have spoken, he still dares to boast that there is a safe place. Hee hee, is there any place in the 9 continents that is not under the control of the deities? Look at how easy it is for him to say that. He's simply bragging without thinking. Humph. As far as I'm concerned, he can't even protect himself. Voices rang out one after another. However, Lanyan did not laugh. Instead, his face turned ugly because Xian Inu had agreed. She had agreed. This meant that this man was the one that Xian Inu liked. After all, Xian Inu had rejected his offer to help. He couldn't help but stare at Lin Ling. He realized that Lin Ling was very ordinary. Other than being a little handsome, there was nothing special about him. He laughed and said, "Brat, do you know what you're saying? How dare you protect Xian Inu? Do you know who wants to capture Xian Inu? That's a deity. Can you afford to offend him? Also, which academy are you from? I'm a teacher at the E-Garden. I might know your dean." The voice interrupted Lin Ling and Xian Inu's conversation. Lin Ling looked at him calmly and said, "A teacher at the academy? No wonder you're so weak. However, I'm not interested in knowing what kind of cat or dog you are. I only know that if I want to take someone away, I'm afraid that even your deities won't dare to say anything. Also, there are 4 deities in the 9 prefectures void. It's not just the Titanic Crescent God." After saying that, he didn't want to waste any more time. He felt that he had wasted a lot of saliva. "Come, I'll take you away." Lin Ling took Xian Inu's hand and led her away from the street. This brat is really arrogant. Does he think that we don't exist? No one had ever seen such an arrogant person. You want to leave? Dream on. The city lord waved his hand and said coldly, "Let me tell you, the deities have given orders. No one can defy them." With a wave of his hand, a large number of experts pounced on Lin Ling with sneers on their faces. They wanted to teach this arrogant brat a lesson. As for Lin Ling's background, they were not afraid at all. They were here under orders. In the 9 prefectures void, no one dared to offend a deity. As for Lanyan, he had a mocking look on his face. He wanted to show Xian Inu how unbearable the man she loved was. He had already decided that after Lin Ling was beaten up badly, he would show Xian Inu how unbearable the man she loved was. Bang! However, before they could get close to Lin Ling, a powerful divine aura surged out. Before they could get close to Lin Ling, all of them were sent flying. They crashed onto the ground and spat out blood. Silence. E-City was silent. Without making a move, he had sent so many experts flying with just his aura? How powerful was this person? The city lord's eyes narrowed and he pounced on Su Ke. Bang. However, the result was the same. He was sent flying by the aura and spat out blood as he crashed onto the ground. Wah. This time, everyone was terrified. That was because they knew very well how powerful the city lord was. Lan Yun's mouth was wide open. From this angle, he knew how powerful Lin Ling was. "Kid, you are courting death. How dare you touch us? You will regret it." On the ground, the city lord roared. However, he did not dare to make a move because he knew that Su Ke was much stronger than him. Therefore, a jade tablet appeared in his hand, and he transmitted his voice to the other party. Because he was ordered to capture Xian Inu, he had a jade token that could send a message directly to the Titanic Crescent God. Now he wanted to ask the Titanic Crescent God for help. "My lord, someone has taken Xian Inu away. It seems to be someone from the Spirit Nation." He added fuel to the fire. After he sent the message, the Titanic Crescent God's side was shaken. Someone from the Spirit Nation? Xian Inu's father was from the Spirit Nation. Now that he had sent someone to take his daughter away, it was possible. Therefore, the experts from the Titanic Crescent God's side arrived. When the Titanic Crescent God received the news, he decided to come personally. This was because the previous city lord of E-City held a high position in the Spirit Nation. Therefore, if someone from the Spirit Nation came to the 9 continents void, they would not be weak. "Kid, don't run if you dare. The people from the Spirit Nation are here." After receiving a reply, the city lord shouted proudly. Chapter 4494. Previously, when Lan Yun saw how strong Lin Ling was, he felt inferior. He did not expect the man that Xian Fairy liked to be so strong. He was no match for Lin Ling. Previously, he said that the man that Xian Fairy liked was a coward, trash, and trash. But now it seemed that he was more like a coward, trash, and trash. Because at least the person who came dared to take Xian Fairy away, but he did not. Fortunately, all of this was just a flash in the pan. The god is here. At this moment, E-City was in an uproar because the god had come personally. This was something that had not happened in E-City for thousands of years. Who attracted the gods here? I heard that it's a kid from the spirit nation. He's dead meat. Tsk, Xianyi Fairy's father is from the spirit nation. How dare he take her away? He's committing a heinous crime. Yeah, who dares to be so arrogant in the Jiuzhou void? Voices rang out in the streets and alleys. Everyone was looking forward to it. Governor Chen, where is the person from the spirit nation? At this moment, a voice rang out in the sky. Then a large number of people in armor appeared in the sky. They looked majestic. The person in the lead was holding a prayer bead in his hand. He looked sacred and majestic. Sir, you are? The city lord said with some trepidation. I'm one of the 8 new gods, Sanling. The person said indifferently. Beside him was a woman. She looked beautiful, but she had a powerful, majestic aura. This is an expert from Eugene. Her name is Luotian. The expert named 3 spirits also introduced. 8 new gods. The governor was shocked. Lan Yun was shocked. The entire city was shocked. Don't worry. Because of Xianyi Fairy's father, Lord Titanic Crescent God is here. Sanling added, as if he was afraid that the governor was not confident enough. Good, good, good. The governor shouted excitedly. He then pointed to the front and said, they left along this street. Sir, go and catch them. This person is very arrogant. He ignored E-City and took Xianyi Fairy away. He's trying to show us who's boss. What an arrogant guy. I'd like to see if he has 3 heads and 6 arms. Hearing this, the corners of Sanling's mouth curled into a cold smile. Ever since he had returned from the Ji-Er-Ox cave, his power had greatly increased. Therefore, he wanted to witness the power of the Spirit Kingdom's cultivators. Luotian, let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, he led Luotian forward. Behind him was a large group of deities. Let's go and take a look. The city lord and the others got up from the ground and followed. Yixian knew. Let's see how the man you like will fight against a god. Lan Yun smiled sinisterly. Because of jealousy, his temperament had become somewhat twisted. He followed the city lord and rushed forward, but not long after, he realized that something was wrong. This was because all the overbearing gods had stopped in their tracks. They stared at the man and woman walking side by side on the street, and they were actually stunned on the spot. He did not make a move. There was no killing. He didn't even say a word. What kind of situation was this? Lin Ling this. On the street, Xianyi Fairy stopped and looked at Lin Ling worriedly. Although she knew that Lin Ling was one of the 4 great gods, it didn't mean that the Titanic Crescent God would give face to Lin Ling. If she remembered correctly, when the previous Lei Gong was forced to his death, Lin Ling was also present. However, there was nothing he could do. Now that she heard that the Titanic Crescent God was coming, she was afraid that she would bring trouble to Lin Ling. It's fine. Lin Ling smiled at her, then looked at the experts of the Titanic Crescent God Legion and said, what's wrong? Do you dare to capture me? Fuck. After a moment of silence, the 3 deities suddenly roared. Oh my god, who would dare to capture you? Following that, Luotian also roared. They had been with Lin Ling in the Ji-Er-Ox cave, so they knew how strong Lin Ling was. Even if they were given 10 guts, they wouldn't dare to capture Lin Ling. However, didn't Lin Ling live in another void with Lei Gong? Why was he here all of a sudden? Who dares to take my people away? At this time, a domineering voice came from the sky. More gods arrived, led by a burly giant wearing armor. Who else could it be but the Titanic Crescent God? His appearance increased the pressure on the city. Sir, something's wrong, something's wrong. The 3 deities waved their hands at the sky, telling the Titanic Crescent God not to speak nonsense. He remembered that even the Titanic Crescent God was afraid of Lin Ling back at the foot of the godly mountain, especially the old locust tree. At that time, Lin Ling saved all of them, including Black God. 3 deities, what are you doing? I told you to capture someone. Why are you waving your hands at me? The Titanic Crescent God finally stopped and looked at the 3 deities with a dignified expression. It seemed like he was angry. However, when he looked at Lin Ling, his body trembled. Yes, it's you? You're the one who took away the daughter of the city lord of E-City? The Titanic Crescent god was dumbfounded. Lin Ling had been living in seclusion in the Great Hall of Lei Gong for many years, so he did not expect Lin Ling to suddenly appear here. What, you dare to capture me too? Do you want to die? On the ground, the corners of Lin Ling's mouth curled up as he spoke in a cold voice. With his current strength, he was not afraid of the Titanic Crescent god. If he did not know that Lei Gong was still alive, he would have already killed the Titanic Crescent god. Even so, Lin Ling did not give the Titanic Crescent god any face. What? That kid dares to threaten a god? Oh my god. On the street, the city lord and the others all had their mouths wide open. This scene had exceeded their imaginations in their entire lives. This was because no one in the entire void dared to speak to the Titanic Crescent god in such a manner. The other three gods did not dare to do so either. They were dead for sure. That was what they all thought. That guy even dares to scold a god. Lan Yun's face was pale. He was afraid that he would be implicated and face the wrath of the Titanic Crescent god. I wouldn't dare. However, the Titanic Crescent god in the sky did not dare to be angry. Instead, he smiled and walked down. That look undoubtedly gave everyone a fright. However, the Titanic Crescent god's next sentence caused everyone to fall to the ground. I saw that you were about to leave the city, so I came to protect you. The Titanic Crescent god said with a smile. Bang, bang, bang. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the city fell to the ground. A god was actually here to protect a god? Was he here to be a guard? Or a servant? Even if the other three gods were here, they would not receive such treatment. I thought you were here to cause trouble, but since you're here to protect me, that's great. If there's nothing else, get lost. Don't forget that I saved your life. Lin Ling said coldly. Yes. Of course, I will remember this kindness. The Titanic Crescent god replied with a smile. Even if I wanted to cause trouble, I wouldn't dare to cause trouble for you, Lei Gong. As soon as these words were said, the entire city exploded. Chapter 4495. Everyone's heart skipped a beat as their bodies trembled in fear. Although Lei Gong's Great Hall rarely appeared in the final world, it did not mean that Lei Gong's Great Hall had disappeared from the 9 continents. On the contrary, its prestige was still there. The Castellan also recalled Lin Ling's words that the Titanic Crescent god did not rule over the 9 continents. In the beginning, he thought that Lin Ling was just bluffing. However, he now believed that Lin Ling was qualified to say such words. This was because Lei Gong was one of the 4 great gods of the 9 continents. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Lin Ling left with Xianyi Fairy. No one dared to stop him. Even the Titanic Crescent god personally escorted them to repay Lin Ling for saving his life on the Divine Mountain. The man that Xianyi Fairy likes is actually Lei Gong, the youngest of the 4 great gods. Lan Yun sat down with a thump as he watched her leave. Only now did he know that he wasn't good enough for her, and he also knew why she didn't like him. One was a teacher from the academy. The other was a god from the 9 continents. How could they even compare? At this moment, his inferiority complex grew even stronger. Lin Ling this. Xianyi Fairy followed Lin Ling out of E-City. However, she was still shocked when she saw the countless gods and the Titanic Crescent god behind them. Although she knew that Lin Ling was one of the 4 great gods, she did not expect the Titanic Crescent god to be so polite to Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling was only one of the 4 great gods. His status was not much higher than the Titanic Crescent gods. Alright, you can all go back now. At this time, Lin Ling looked at the Titanic Crescent gods and said, Lei Gong. Meanwhile, Titanic Crescent god waved his hand to dismiss them. He walked over and said, back when we went to the Xiaox cave, we, the Eugene and the Kirishin, knew that the gods in the void of the 9 continents were much stronger than we imagined. There was the Ox Demon Chief, the Immortal Spirit Overlord Country, and so on. It's just the Spirit Nation, but it seems that the waters are deeper than we thought. Having said that, Titanic Crescent god shook his head. Clearly, the trip to the Xiaox cave was a huge blow to them. Lin Ling nodded his head. The Titanic Crescent god must have known about the primal chaos realm. That's why I want the 4 of us to be more united. We should cast aside our personal grudges and unite against the common enemy. What do you think? Titanic Crescent God lifted his head and looked at Lin Ling with sincerity. Even though you hate me and Eugene for old brother Lei Gong's death, from the bottom of my heart, I have no personal grudges against old brother Lei Gong. On the contrary, I respect him and consider him my big brother. It's just that we have different standpoints. Our goal is the will of the world, that's all. Lin Ling looked at the Titanic Crescent God. He agreed with this statement. The 4 gods of the 9 continents only had one mission, and that was to fight against the will of the world. For this mission, they were willing to put righteousness before family. I'll say it again. If the will of the world is destroyed in the future and you, Lin Ling, want to take revenge, I won't resist. Right now, I just want the 4 of us to be united against the common enemy. I've also discussed this with old brother Kirishin. You're the leader of the 4 gods. What do you think? With that, Titanic Crescent God looked at Lin Ling expectantly. Lin Ling pondered for a moment. When he thought of the incoming experts from the chaotic realm, he nodded and said, "There are too many enemies. If the 4 of us do not unite, we will be defeated one by one sooner or later." I agree. That's good. Titanic Crescent God was ecstatic. This was because the Temple of Lei Gong had countless experts. There was Nanwu Fingyu, Emperor Zhan Steel, Qilin, and even Saint Unity. With Lin Ling's strength, they wouldn't have to fear any enemy if they worked together. Moreover, Lin Ling was the leader of the 4 gods. Lin Ling had absolute power and qualifications. It could be said that after Lei Gong's death, the Temple of Lei Gong didn't decline. In fact, it was even stronger than before. This was Lin Ling's ability. Then I'll tell Eugene and the Kirishin about this. Oh right, Eugene wants me to thank you, Titanic Crescent God said with an excited expression. It's no big deal. It's nothing much. Lin Ling knew that Yushin was talking about the southern sacrificial ceremony at the foot of the Celestial Mountain. After Titanic Crescent God left, he suddenly said, "Actually, the Thunder God is not dead." Boom. Titanic Crescent God turned around and looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. I saw old brother Lei Gong at the Divine Mountain, but I wasn't sure at the time. So he really isn't dead. With that, he stomped away with heavy steps with a complicated expression. No one knew if he was happy or regretful. However, Lin Ling still saw the tears in Titanic Crescent God's eyes when he turned around. Even though Titanic Crescent God forced Lei Gong to his death, he and Lei Gong were both gods from the era of gods. After so many years, they had accumulated a lot of feelings for each other. Titanic Crescent God appeared to be fine with Lei Gong's death, but in reality, he was not feeling good about it. However, all of this was for the sake of the world's will. Let's go. Lin Ling shook his head and left with Empyrean Maiden. Empyrean Maiden was shocked after witnessing this scene. She finally understood Lin Ling's position among the 4 gods. This also made her feel incredulous. One had to know that when she first met Lin Ling, her father was still the city lord of E-City, and Lin Ling was only a student of the Academy's Shunsan Hall. After so many years, Lin Ling was already unparalleled in the 9 states and dominated the void. I'll take you to Qing province. That is my disciple's trump card, and also my Lin Ling's territory. Normal people don't dare to cause trouble there. Lin Ling turned to look at Empyrean Maiden and said, "If I have the chance to meet your father, I will tell him about you." Lin Ling, have you met him before? Empyrean Maiden immediately asked. I've met him a few times. Overall, he's doing well. Even though I don't know why he's from Spirit Nation, it doesn't stop me from being friends with him. Lin Ling nodded. After a long while, the 2 of them arrived at Qing province. Lin Ling informed the 3rd princess and asked her to take care of Empyrean Maiden before he left. Lin Ling, I'll wait for you, Empyrean Maiden said quietly as she looked at the departing figure. In the void, Lin Ling strolled forward. He didn't seem to be walking fast, but he disappeared into the distance in the blink of an eye. His goal was to reach the other side of the Yuan River. During the long journey, Lin Ling also took out treasures to cultivate. Now that he had so many treasures, he didn't lack cultivation resources. However, he lacked the foundation for a breakthrough. Chapter 4496. Whoosh. The surging river water tumbled in the void. Occasionally, a water dragon would soar into the sky. It was vast and majestic, as if there were countless ancient divine beasts trapped in the river. Before one could even get close, the deafening sound of resonance could make one's blood boil with excitement. The 7 great forbidden lands. Lin Ling took a step and appeared beside the river. He knew very well that there was actually a world under the churning river. Originally, Lin Ling also wanted to pass through the bottom of the river. However, as he stared at the Milky Way that separated the 2 voids, he suddenly had an impulse to leap over the river. If it was in the past, he would definitely not have such strength. Now he had to give it a try. As soon as he thought of it, Lin Ling shot forward. Rumble. As he neared the Kaiyuan River, the sound of the sky collapsing and the earth cracking could be heard. It made Lin Ling's body tremble. When he rushed over the Kaiyuan River, he immediately felt a terrifying gravity attack him, pulling him towards the river. Looking down at the river, the churning whirlpools were roaring. They were like giant beasts with their mouths wide open. First section. Lin Ling shouted and raised his strength. Whoosh. He glided across the river. His speed was so fast that it caused the river water to explode. The river water that was originally filled with whirlpools was now pulled into a long channel. Rumble. However, when Lin Ling rushed further away, water snakes shot up from under the river. Countless eyes were hidden in the river water, staring at Lin Ling covetously. He did not know what kind of ferocious beasts they were. However, there were many of them, and they looked very powerful. Those water snakes were as huge as mountains, constantly churning by the river. Still a little weak, Lin Ling's gaze swept across the distance. He realized that the heavenly river was vast and boundless, as if there was no end. However, this also aroused his fighting spirit. Bang! Lin Ling punched out, and water splashed everywhere. The huge water snake in front of him was blown apart by Lin Ling. Meanwhile, Lin Ling weaved through the rain of water. Rumble. However, the river water began to bulge, and then more water snakes rushed out. Looking around, it was colorful and dazzling, as if they had entered a forest of water snakes. These water snakes crisscrossed with each other and continuously attacked Lin Ling. Not only were they powerful, but they were also incomparably fast. No wonder the Kaiyuan River is so difficult to cross. It seems like it's really not that simple. With these water snakes, I'm afraid that even ordinary gods would fall here, let alone gods. Lin Ling smiled. His body did not move, but the second stage of the innate talent fusion was activated. Among them, the realm-swallowing beast and the evil ghost jellyfish had reached the level of a medium god. This greatly increased Lin Ling's power. Whoosh! Lin Ling weaved through the water snakes at an incomparably fast speed. Looking from afar, his movements were like moving clouds and flowing water, pleasing to the eye. Rumble! Countless water snakes weaved in and out, but they couldn't touch a single hair on Lin Ling's body. On the other hand, Lin Ling stepped on the water snakes that had just passed by him, and shot into the distance like a meteor. Time passed quietly. Unknowingly, Lin Ling had already left the water snake zone, and was heading deeper into the river. Under the surging river, many eyes looked at the disappearing Lin Ling in shock. For a long time, no one made a sound. Awesome! Lin Ling's speed was like lightning, and he quickly leaped across the river. Rumble! Wherever he passed, the river water exploded and shot up into the sky. However, an endless thunderstorm zone began to appear in front of him. Good timing! Lin Ling shouted. Without slowing down, he rushed forward. Tens of thousands of thunderbolts wreaked havoc on him, but it didn't affect him at all. Instead, it made his thunder-locked true body show signs of a breakthrough. Playing with thunder, Lin Ling was not afraid. Rumble! After a long time, Lin Ling rushed through the thunderstorm zone. In front of him, a huge mouth appeared as if it was swallowing the heavens and earth. After Lin Ling rushed over, it suddenly closed. Lin Ling also felt that he seemed to have entered a dark void. He immediately knew that he had been swallowed by some kind of divine beast. I am one of the 4 great divine beasts, Chaos. I have always been the one swallowing others. You want to swallow me? Dream on. Waves of energy were refining Lin Ling, trying to refine Lin Ling into dust. However, after Lin Ling was refined, he was revived on the other side. This was an immortal body. Other than the power of God and the steps of God, no other energy could affect Lin Ling. Swallow! Lin Ling's body exploded, and he turned into endless darkness. Then he began to swallow this part of the void universe. At this moment, above the billowing Kaiyuan River, a whale-like divine beast floated there. It opened its huge mouth and swallowed everything. However, at this moment, endless darkness spread out. Then, the darkness began to drown the whale. The whale was completely swallowed, and it disappeared into the darkness forever. In the 7 forbidden lands of the 9 prefectures, no one can cross the Kaiyuan River. However, this cannot stop me, Lin Ling. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ling finally saw the riverbank. This made him look back at the billowing heavenly river, and a sense of heroism rose in his heart. He had finally reached the other side of the Kaiyuan River. Who are you? You are so bold. After so many years, you are the first expert I have seen cross the Kaiyuan River. Just as he reached the other side of the Kaiyuan River, a deep voice sounded. He saw a huge green dragon floating in the distance. At this moment, the dragon opened its mouth and spoke in human language. Hee, I am Legong Lin Ling. Looking at the green dragon, Lin Ling smiled faintly. Lin Ling? Legong Lin Ling? The young man who came to our Dragon Valley years ago? The green dragon was shocked. Obviously, it knew about Lin Ling. It said in shock, Amazing, you are really amazing. I heard about you from the light golden dragon. At first, I did not believe it. Now that I have seen it with my own eyes, I know how amazing Legong Lin Ling is. I was just lucky. Lin Ling smiled faintly. He was not unfamiliar with the Dragon Valley, so he was a little polite when speaking. Mr. Legong Lin Ling, this is the second time you have come to our Dragon Valley. Are you going to meet the dragon god? At this moment, the green dragon asked again. To be honest, I came after I went to the Dragon Valley, Lin Ling said bluntly. In that case, Mr. Lin Ling, why don't you meet the dragon god? The green dragon thought for a while, and then spoke in human language. If the dragon god knew that it met Lin Ling, and did not invite him, the dragon god would definitely blame it. Lin Ling did not want to waste time. However, the dragon god had helped him in the past. Now that he was passing by the Dragon Valley and did not meet him, it would be rude. At that moment, Lin Ling nodded. Great, Your Excellency Lin Ling, please come with me. The green dragon circled in the sky and then landed in front of Lin Ling, inviting Lin Ling to ride on its body. Chapter 4497. Since the other party had said so, Lin Ling did not refuse anymore. He leaped onto the azure dragon and allowed it to carry him into the distance. The azure dragon was very fast. It flew across the sky, and Lin Ling could see the endless mountains and rivers beneath its feet. Lin Ling looked on quietly. Memories of his first visit to the dragon flooded into his mind. Not long after, an ancient valley appeared in front of him. It was majestic and holy. Wisps of dragon chi soared into the sky and swirled around. Lin Ling saw that the endless dragon chi had combined to form a chi dragon. It was as if it had stolen the fortune of the world. Lin Ling is here. Legong Lin Ling is here. Lin Ling, one of the 9 states' 4 great gods? I've heard so much about you. Go and welcome him. A series of low, thunderous voices suddenly sounded. The entire Dragon Valley seemed to tremble. Then there was a continuous rumble. A large number of dragon gods flew out and circled around in the sky. It was an extremely spectacular scene. That's Legong Lin Ling. They all stared at the man on the azure dragon with excitement in their eyes. Dragon. They were the proudest. The fact that they could worship him so much showed how high Lin Ling's position was in their hearts. Among them, the most dazzling golden dragon floated among the dragons. It laughed heartily. Lin Ling, why didn't you inform me that you're here? I could have gone and welcomed you. It was the bright golden dragon. There were a few dark green dragons beside it. They were Xiao Air and the others. At this moment, they were also excitedly greeting Lin Ling. It was as if it was their fortune to be able to meet Lin Ling. Of course, the azure dragon that Lin Ling was sitting on was also extremely excited and proud. It was laughing heartily. It's so lively. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was very surprised. He remembered the last time he came to the Dragon Valley. At that time, the dragons looked at him with a sense of superiority. It was as if they were looking at a junior. But now, the dragons were looking at him with admiration. It was as if they were looking at the dragon god. Haha, Lin Ling is here. At this moment, a loud roar rang out. Following which, an old man in a dragon robe walked over step by step in the sky. This old man had a very long beard and a square face. His expression was dignified, and he was the dragon god of the dragon clan. I haven't seen Senior Dragon God for many years. Junior greets Senior Dragon God. Lin Ling immediately bowed slightly to the old man. Back then, when he first came to the Dragon Valley, the dragon god had also helped him. Although at that time it was mostly because of Lei Gong's face, but at least he had left a good impression on Lin Ling. Haha, in front of Lord Lei Gong, I dare not call myself senior. The old man laughed loudly, and the azure dragon under Lin Ling also stopped flying. It didn't dare to be too rash, and allowed Lin Ling to walk down from its body. Haha, Senior Dragon God, you're too humble. Lin Ling immediately smiled and walked towards the old man. Lin Ling, you're really a rare guest to our Dragon Valley this time. No matter what, you must stay in the Dragon Valley for a period of time. Let me take good care of you. The old man also walked towards Lin Ling, and politely held Lin Ling's hand. It seemed that he had already treated Lin Ling as a peer. Because of the trip to the sacred mountain, Lin Ling's name had spread across all realms, whether it was the void of the 9 continents, the spirit nation, or even the chaotic realm. This also let him know that the current Lin Ling was no longer the junior of the past. Perhaps at some point in the future, the Dragon Valley would have to rely on Lin Ling. I'm very sorry, I came to the Kaiyuan River this time to go to the godly land of the Broken Realm. I received news from somewhere that I know the way to the 8th level of the 8 gods' heavenly palace. However, the premise is that I have to go to the godly land of the Broken Realm to find someone. Lin Ling did not hide anything and directly said, the 8th level of the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Hearing this, the old man's expression changed. Then, seeing that there were too many people around, he immediately led Lin Ling down the Dragon Valley and into the cave. All of you guard the surroundings. No one is allowed to come close. All the dragons received the dragon god's order. In the cave, the old man looked at Lin Ling seriously and said, Lin Ling, do you really have a way to enter the 8th level of the 8 gods' heavenly palace? He was very clear that in the void of the 9 continents, only the Taoist of many treasures knew the key to the 8th level of the 8 gods' heavenly palace. However, this person appeared and disappeared unpredictably, and was one of the hosts of the world will. It was not easy to get the key from him. As for the 8th level of the 8 gods' heavenly palace, he also knew that the next host of the world will was hidden. Generally speaking, things related to the world will were no small matter in the current era. It should be close. Therefore, I want to enter the godly land of the Broken Realm to find someone. Lin Ling nodded. As expected of Lei Gong, Lin Ling, you really have a way. After receiving Lin Ling's affirmation, the old man praised. Because there were many people who wanted to enter the 8th level of the 8 gods' heavenly palace. However, other than the Taoist of many treasures, who else could do it? However, Lin Ling could. In addition, Lin Ling's crazily increasing strength and Lei Gong's Great Hall's powerful background made the old man feel that Lin Ling was simply omnipotent. He was even more powerful than the previous generation's Lei Gong. The godly land of the Broken Realm was the gathering place of the ancient great gods. That place is like the void of the 9 continents, but it is not as big as the void of the 9 continents. However, the experts there are not weak. If it was not for a certain great god who said that they were not allowed to casually enter the void of the 9 continents, the current void of the 9 continents would not be the same. It would be the world of the 4 great gods. The old man calmly said, if you want to enter the godly land of the Broken Realm, it is a bit difficult. You must hide your identity, especially when I heard that you have enmity with the immortal spirit empire. If they know that you are here, they will definitely mobilize the entire empire to deal with you. Moreover, the 10 orthodoxies are not simple. I don't know where they got it from. According to the news, during the previous battle on the Divine Mountain, you seized the World Will's host stone tablet, so they have been eyeing you covetously. I did indeed obtain the World Will's host stone tablet, but unfortunately, it was snatched away by the great god of the spirit nation. However, he did not obtain the person recorded on the host stone tablet, because someone from the primal chaos realm interfered. It seems that they did not want the secret to be leaked and destroyed the stone tablet. Lin Ling immediately said. No way. The old man was shocked, but he knew that Lin Ling would not lie to him, so he helplessly shook his head. It seemed that no one knew the whereabouts of the Seventh World Will's host stone tablet. Hiding my identity is not a problem. I naturally have a way to hide my identity. However, where is the godly land of the broken realm? This will require Senior Dragon God's guidance. Lin Ling said again. Don't worry, I will let the light golden dragon bring you there. The old man did not hesitate and immediately decided to help Lin Ling. Alright, when the time comes and I obtain the map of the 8th level of the 8 Gods' Heavenly Palace, I will definitely call Senior Dragon God. Lin Ling was well aware and immediately promised. Haha, that's good. The old man laughed loudly. He naturally wanted to enter the 8th level of the 8 Gods' Heavenly Palace. Lin Ling, it's rare for you to come here. Why don't you try challenging the Dragon Tomb? Because Lin Ling had agreed to let the Dragon Valley enter the 8 Gods' Heavenly Palace, the old man also planned to give Lin Ling a reward. Chapter 4498. Hee, it's the place where the dragons of our dragon clan have fallen for thousands of years. As long as a dragon has fallen, they will return to their homeland and become a dragon vein. If the younger generation wants to obtain their dragon vein, they will have to break into the dragon tomb. The old man said with a smile. He led Lin Ling out of the cave and laughed. Young ones, Legong Lin Ling rarely comes here, so I've decided to make an exception and let him break into the dragon tomb. What do you think? You should know that Lin Ling has the dragon god talent. At some point, he will also have the bloodline of our dragon clan. The old man was also very smart. With a few words, he made Lin Ling one of them. Okay. The dragons in the valley let out an earth-shattering roar. Wow, Lin Ling is going to break into the dragon tomb. There will be a good show to watch. The bright golden dragon also roared, looking forward to it. This made Lin Ling feel that this so-called dragon tomb was not easy to break into. Moreover, he did not seem to have agreed to break into it. Lin Ling, you have the bloodline of the dragon. If you can obtain the dragon vein, your dragon talent will definitely improve. By the way, has your dragon talent reached the god level? The old man suddenly laughed. Hearing this, Lin Ling was slightly surprised. Then, a hint of anticipation rose in his heart. He smiled and said, My dual dragon talent is now in the low-tier divine fetus category. Hee, if you want to break into the dragon tomb, it will depend on your ability. If you are lucky, you might be able to improve your divine fetus by 2 tiers. The old man said. Hearing this, I'm even more excited. Then let's try this dragon tomb. Lin Ling immediately nodded. Then, under the guidance of the old man, he entered the cave. After passing through the cave, he came to the underground. The area here was extremely grand. On the ground, huge stone dragons sat there. They were very majestic and gave people a sense of majesty. These were the seniors of the dragon clan who had fallen in the past. Now they had all turned into stone statues. If one wanted to obtain their dragon veins, they would have to break the stone statues and allow the dragon veins to enter their bodies. Lin Ling, you may choose any dragon ancestor. Now that you possess the dragon bloodline, you are also a dragon of our dragon valley. Therefore, our ancestors will not blame you. The radiant golden dragon followed and said with a beaming smile. Looking behind him, the dragons had also transformed into their human forms. There were both men and women, and all of them were looking at Lin Ling expectantly. This dragon tomb shouldn't be easy to enter. Lin Ling smiled as he looked at the radiant golden dragon. Of course, because these dragon ancestors are also divided into generations. Last time, I defeated an ancestor of the 52nd generation. At that time, it took me 100 years. The radiant golden dragon said solemnly. He is still formidable. Like Xiao Er, he has already come here no less than 10 times. However, after spending 800 years of time, he didn't obtain a single dragon vein. He can't break through those stone sculptures at all. The old man smiled as he spoke. Back then, I used 1,200 years to break the dragon vein of my 87th ancestor. I used 30,000 years to break the one of the 66th ancestor. I used 100,000 years to break the one of the 99th ancestor. Sigh, I am the most embarrassing person in the Dragon Valley. Voices sounded at the same time, fully demonstrating the difficulty of breaking through the stone sculptures. Hearing what you all said, it seems that the dragon vein will also give back power. Otherwise, you all wouldn't have to give up halfway. However, I also want to see how powerful the dragon ancestors are. Lin Ling's eyes were burning, and his fighting spirit was also aroused. He looked at the old man and said, Senior Dragon God, if I break through those stone sculptures, the Dragon Valley will not blame me. The dragon veins and the Dragon Valley won't blame me, right? Those dragon ancestors won't blame me, right? I don't want to do something annoying. Haha, don't worry about that. Our dragon ancestors admire powerful juniors the most. If you can break the stone sculptures, the ancestors will be passed on to you. That ancestor will fight side by side with you, and he will be even more proud. Don't worry, the most afraid is that you can't break through. Hearing this, the old man laughed and said, Okay, then I'll go. After receiving the old man's affirmation, Lin Ling was no longer afraid. He walked into the endless stone sculptures in front of him. However, as soon as he entered, a powerful dragon's aura suppressed him, making it difficult for Lin Ling to breathe. Moreover, when Lin Ling approached one of the dragon ancestors, he felt as if the ancestor had come alive and was looking at him with majestic eyes, as if it wanted him to back off. It's just as I thought. Lin Ling nodded, not surprised. Then, he began to choose the dragonstone sculptures. When he was choosing, the dragons were also discussing spiritedly. Do you think Lei Gong Lin Ling can break through the dragon vein? I think it will be difficult. Of course, if Lei Gong Lin Ling is patient, it is still possible to spend a year. That's right. Lei Gong Lin Ling is stronger than the bright golden dragon, so it will definitely take a long time. However, the prerequisite is that the ancestor he chooses is not too old. Lei Gong Lin Ling is not a fool. He will probably choose an ancestor from before the 50th generation. While everyone was discussing spiritedly, Xiao Er's eyes suddenly narrowed. He pointed to the front and said, Look, he seems to have chosen the 12th ancestor. What? The 12th ancestor is the dragon of the wind god. It has been around for a long time, and is an ancestor. How can an ordinary person break through it? After being pointed at by Xiao Er, the dragons were shocked. This kid is really bold. However, one of his dual dragon talents seems to be wind type. No wonder he chose the dragon of the wind god. Of course, that ancestor is not so easy to break. The old man was also shocked. Dragon god, do you think Lin Ling can succeed? The dragons immediately looked at the old man and asked. If he has a year, it is very likely that he will succeed. After all, he is only slightly weaker than me. The old man analyzed and said, If it were me, I would probably be able to break through in 3 days. Boom. However, just as he finished speaking, a blood sword slashed out. Then, under countless gazes, the huge dragon stone statue in the distance collapsed. Endless wild winds enveloped Lin Ling, and turned into a mysterious force that disappeared into Lin Ling's body. A year? Everyone was dumbfounded, including the dragon god. The dragon god needed 3 days, but Lin Ling only needed 15 minutes. Could it be that this kid's strength is stronger than I imagined? The old man frowned. It was as if this was the first time he had seen Lin Ling. His evaluation of Lin Ling had obviously increased by another point. Oh my god, look, Lin Ling has moved. He chose the 3rd ancestor of the dragons. Before everyone could recover from their shock, the radiant golden dragon suddenly pointed to the front and said incoherently. Lin Ling, who was wrapped in wild winds, had already stepped forward and arrived under a majestic heavenly dragon. This was the heavenly dragon of the Buddha god, the 3rd ancestor of the dragons of the Dragon Valley. Chapter 4499. This guy is crazy. Everyone was stunned as they looked at Lin Ling, who was standing under the ancient stone sculpture. Although they had already given Lin Ling a high evaluation, they still felt that Lin Ling was too arrogant. The 3rd generation dragon ancestor, Lei Gong Lin Ling, wants to break it. I'm afraid it will take at least 100 years. Until now, no one in our Dragon Valley has obtained the dragon's vein from 10 generations ago. Although Lin Ling is very strong, it will be difficult to succeed in 10 years. It will be difficult for him to succeed in 100 years. It will take him at least 10,000 years. 10,000 years is considered fast. Could it be that Lin Ling is stronger than the dragon god? The sound of discussion spread throughout the dragon's tomb. The old man also had a serious face. He could not understand where Lin Ling's confidence came from. Unless Lin Ling thought that his strength was stronger than the dragon god. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling stood there quietly. His eyes were fixed on the gigantic dragon sculpture in front of him. From the dragon sculpture, he could sense an unparalleled pressure coming at him. It felt as if he had seen the Buddha god. Very strong, Lin Ling muttered to himself. Currently, his body was still surrounded by a gust of wind. This gust of wind was very ancient, as if it was a divine wind from ancient times. Even a god would find it difficult to withstand it, let alone a god. This was because the divine wind kept drilling into Lin Ling's organs, limbs, and bones as if it was going to blow everything away. However, Lin Ling's body was very strong. It was like an immortal chaos. Therefore, the divine wind could not affect him at all. Instead, it was constantly refined by his energy center. This was also the reason why Lin Ling dared to break the dragon sculpture in one move. Because he believed in his own strength and believed that he could withstand the dragon sculpture's power. However, the dragon sculpture in front of him was somewhat extraordinary. It was undoubtedly much more difficult to obtain its dragon's vein. Senior, I am Lin Ling. I want to obtain your dragon's vein. If I have offended you in any way, please forgive me. Finally, Lin Ling said calmly. Boom. The dragon sculpture seemed to have a spirit of its own. When it heard Lin Ling's voice, it abruptly responded with endless Sanskrit chants. Like the bell of the great Tao, it suppressed Lin Ling with an earth-shattering force. Bang! Lin Ling took a step back. Although the dragon eagle did not attack, Lin Ling could sense the disdain and arrogance of the dragon eagle. It was as if he was saying that Lin Ling wasn't qualified. This Buddha dragon is quite interesting. It actually warned me. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He was very clear that the dragon eagle's Sanskrit chants were to let Lin Ling evaluate himself and see if he was strong enough. Because once the attack began, there was no way out. Either Lin Ling succeeded, or Lin Ling failed and was seriously injured. Is this enough? Lin Ling bellowed, and the second talent fusion appeared. He did not attack, but instead displayed a powerful aura. Wang. An even more ancient and sonorous sound of the bell of the great Tao rang out. Then, the originally dim dragon sculpture quietly turned dark gold. The old ancestor has awakened. Seeing this magical scene, everyone in the distance cried out because these dragon ancestors had been dead for countless years. Even if they left behind a wisp of consciousness, it was very weak. And the third-generation dragon ancestor was even older, so that wisp of consciousness was naturally weaker, and was probably about to dissipate. But now the third-generation dragon ancestor was blooming with light, as if communicating with Lin Ling. What a miracle! The old man said in shock. He had been in the dragon tomb for so many years, but this was the first time he had seen such a magical scene. It seems that I still don't respect Senior enough. If that's the case, then I'll be stronger. At this moment, Lin Ling muttered to himself, and the third talent fusion appeared. Boom! His aura rose steadily, and the 7 divine embryos appeared around him, their divine essence surging. Wang. But the stronger Lin Ling's aura was, the more the dragon eagle's aura erupted. The originally dark gold dragon eagle had now become a resplendent gold, and countless Sanskrit words seemed to materialize, floating around the dragon eagle. It was very sacred. Moreover, the originally dark gold eyes also flashed at this moment, as if adding a finishing touch to a dragon's eye, and looked down at Lin Ling. Clearly, Lin Ling's powerful aura had completely awakened this dragon ancestor who had lived for countless years. And when the dragon eyes opened, Lin Ling immediately sensed an even more terrifying dragon aura suppressing him, as if he had encountered the most ancient and powerful Buddha god. The third-generation dragon ancestor must be the heavenly dragon beside the Buddha god, the true heavenly dragon protector. Is it still not enough? Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Suddenly, he sensed a mysterious power being born in his dantian, like a seed sprouting, gradually becoming stronger and stronger. It was the Wind Dragon's talent. The dragon eagle that Lin Ling had broken earlier was shrouded by the fierce wind, and now it was entering Lin Ling's body, being refined by Lin Ling. And the Wind Dragon's talent was also increasing crazily, directly reaching the mid-god talent level. 8th grade talent, 9th grade talent, 10th grade talent, 1st grade mid-god divine embryo body. Boom. Around Lin Ling's body, fierce winds suddenly surged, and if one looked carefully, those fierce winds actually turned into mysterious dragon figures, wild and unruly. At this moment, Lin Ling's physical strength was also increasing crazily, and it actually increased by a total of 1,000,000 worlds. Moreover, the Wind Dragon was good at speed, so it also increased Lin Ling's speed slightly. However, Lin Ling did not understand much from the Wind Dragon, so the increase was not very big. Mid-god divine embryo. Lin Ling's eyes lit up, and he raised his head again to look at the dragon eagle in front of him. And the dragon eagle's eyes clearly flashed. Previously, it had sensed that Lin Ling's dragon bloodline was very, very weak, and not orthodox at all, and was not qualified to obtain its dragon bloodline. But now, it sensed that Lin Ling had completely transformed into a dragon, and had the powerful dragon god bloodline. Of course, the most important thing was that the aura that was fighting against it had now reached the peak state. Mid-god divine embryo. This is the supreme bloodline of the dragon god. In the distance, the bright golden dragon also spoke in shock, because now, Lin Ling's dragon talent was not much weaker than his. Boom. And at this moment, Lin Ling displayed the other 2 mid-god talents again. In this way, the 3 mid-god talents erupted at the same time, forming a terrifying aura that suppressed the dragon eagle. Now, am I qualified enough? Lin Ling took a step forward, his aura majestic. Ka. The huge dragon eagle also swayed slightly, as if it was affected by Lin Ling's aura. 3 mid-god divine embryos. Just 1 mid-god divine embryo is already in existence with extraordinary potential in the Jiuzhou void. 3 TSK. This potential is strong beyond imagination. The old man's eyes were full of excitement, as if he saw an ancient giant beast slowly rising. Look, the 3rd generation dragon ancestor has dimmed. Suddenly, someone pointed at the dragon eagle and said, the dragon eagle, which was shining brightly before, had now become much dimmer, and even the deafening Sanskrit chants were now much weaker. Chapter 4500. After all, the 3rd generation ancestor was an incomparably ancient existence in the dragon clan. It had supreme authority, so no one could attack it as they wished. The most basic thing was to see if one was qualified to attack it. Lord Dragon God, could it be that Lin Ling has obtained the 3rd generation ancestor's dragon vein? Xiao Er immediately asked curiously. No, it's just recognition. It's hard to say if he wants to obtain the dragon vein. Lin Ling might have to use an attack that's twice as powerful as his aura to break the dragon eagle. The elder said. It's that difficult? Everyone was shocked. This is a protracted battle. 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years. Perhaps Lin Ling might be able to break the dragon eagle. However, I'm too familiar with Lin Ling. He won't waste 10,000 years here. Therefore, his plan is probably 3 years. The bright golden dragon immediately said. He was also considered one of the best in the dragon clan. The elder was speechless. However, if one were to talk about the person with the fastest growth rate, it would be Lin Ling. This was because in the entire Jiuzhou void, and even in the deity realm, no one could have Lin Ling's crazy growth rate. Therefore, he believed that Lin Ling wouldn't waste 10,000 years here, not at all. Can he succeed in 3 years? Hearing the bright golden dragon's words, everyone frowned. Even if it was 3 years, they still found it unbelievable. After all, that was the 3rd generation ancestor. There's a 70% chance of success. However, the elder looked carefully at Lin Ling and suddenly said solemnly, if it was someone else, it might be impossible, including him, the dragon god. However, if it was Lin Ling, then everything was possible. Boom. However, while they were talking, Lin Ling had already made his move. He jumped up and struck his palm fiercely. That seemingly ordinary palm carried with it the power of the ancient great Tao. It was as if it could split the universe and split the earth. Bang. Then Lin Ling landed on the ground. Everyone was silent. Lin Ling had finally made his move. He wanted to break the dragon eagle and obtain the dragon vein. However, it was obvious that the effect of this first attack was very ordinary. It didn't cause any damage to the dragon eagle. Looks like it will indeed take 3 years. Everyone knew very well that if they wanted to break the dragon eagle, 3 years was the minimum. However, at that moment Lin Ling moved. Instead of looking at the dragon eagle, he turned around and looked at everyone. What's going on? Could it be that Lin Ling had completely given up? However, everyone agreed that this was a possibility. Perhaps Lin Ling did not want to waste 3 years here. Moreover, even if he could not obtain the dragon bloodline of the third-generation ancestor, he could choose the bloodline of the other dragon ancestors. There was no need to hang himself on a tree. Rumble. However, just as this thought appeared in their minds, the gigantic dragon sculpture behind Lin Ling began to crack. Following that, under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, it collapsed with a loud bang. Then endless Sanskrit chants rolled in the dust, turning into a dragon of wind that coiled around Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling's entire body shone with a golden light. Dragon roars constantly resounded, and these dragon roars were like the chanting of countless Buddhas. The third dragon ancestor had been defeated. This. Looking at the dazzling scene in the distance, the old man's pupils trembled. One move. The dragon eagle of the third-generation ancestor had been defeated. Could it be that Lin Ling's attack was stronger than his? However, from what he had seen before, that palm strike was very ordinary. There was no divine power, no divine steps, and no display of talent. What was going on? No one knew that Lin Ling had used the Panga strike, split the heavens. This was because Lin Ling sensed that although his aura had been recognized by the dragon eagle, his attack was clearly not enough to break the dragon eagle. Even the steps of slaughter was not enough. When he had cut the wind dragon eagle in half, he had almost activated the murderous aura in his body, causing Lin Ling to transform into the killing god again. Not to mention using the steps of slaughter to kill the third dragon ancestor. Therefore, the only thing he could use was the Panga strike. Now Lin Ling's physical strength had reached 3 million worlds of power. When he used the Panga strike, it could reach a terrifying 6 million worlds of power. In addition, the Panga strike was not only powerful, but it also contained the most primitive and ancient power of creation. Therefore, it was able to break the dragon eagle. Million Buddhas greeting, heavenly dragon protector. Lin Ling's heavenly dragon talent was crazily increasing at this moment. Countless Buddhist chants appeared in his mind and intertwined with the Vajra Bodhi, forming a powerful Buddhist power. Lin Ling had long possessed the power of Buddhism. However, after the birth of the divine embryo, Lin Ling rarely cultivated this power. Now this dormant power had awakened once again, and it was increasing by leaps and bounds. As for the Vajra Bodhi, in fact, this was not a pure Buddhist power. It was a combination of Tao and Buddhism, but it could be combined with Buddhist power. This also caused Lin Ling's physical strength to increase crazily, increasing by a total of 1 million worlds of power. Moreover, this increase still did not stop. My physical defense has improved to a whole new level. Lin Ling muttered to himself, secretly rejoicing. If he did not cultivate the Panga strike, he firmly believed that he could not break the dragon eagle at all. After all, apart from the steps of wisdom and the Panga strike, Lin Ling's overall strength could not be compared to the dragon god. It was just that his potential was stronger than the dragon god. Boom! A deafening sound rang out in Lin Ling's body. Then, Lin Ling noticed that his strength had increased by 1.5 million worlds of power. In addition to the previous increase of 1 million worlds of power, this time, Lin Ling had increased by 2.5 million worlds of power. This energy merged with the initial energy, causing Lin Ling's strength to reach 5 million worlds of power. Lin Ling could feel that his internal organs, limbs, and bones were all filled with energy. It was as if each of them had grown to the peak of the universe, spreading throughout his body. A sense of heroism rose in his heart. It was as if the entire void of the 9 prefectures would tremble if he moved his feet. How was this a god? This was simply an ancient giant beast. If I use the Panga strike, Tisk Tsk, I will have the power of 10 million worlds of power. What kind of concept is this? I'm afraid that with just the strength of my physical body, I will be almost invincible among the lower gods. Lin Ling slowly opened his eyes, and there was a smile in his eyes. This time, he originally planned to go to the Broken Divine Land, but he ended up coming to the Dragon Valley as a guest. He did not expect such a pleasant surprise. Then he withdrew the energy in his body and slowly walked toward the crowd. The crowd also stared at the blue-robed man walking over, but they found that Lin Ling was very ordinary. It was impossible for them to imagine that this seemingly ordinary man could break the dragon eagle. Chapter 4501. Met Freak. After a long time, everyone spoke at the same time. They looked at Lin Ling, as if they were looking at a monster. Hee, I was just lucky. Lin Ling smiled faintly. What level have the divine fetuses reached? The old man asked curiously. The Wind Dragon's talent is at the level of a rank 1 intermediate deity, while the Sky Dragon's talent is probably at the level of a rank 3 intermediate deity. However, the Wind Dragon's talent has reached its limit, while the Sky Dragon's talent can still be improved. Lin Ling said with a smile after thinking for a while. Freak. The old man looked at Lin Ling in a daze and said after a while. Lin Ling had too many intermediate deity divine fetuses. Any one of these divine fetuses could make him a god. Not to mention that Lin Ling had so many divine fetuses. Thank you, Senior Dragon God. After Lin Ling smiled, he bowed to the old man and said, Thank you. Hee, this is your opportunity. However, I didn't expect that after so many years, the only one who obtained the 10th generation of the dragon ancestor would be you. The old man said with a sigh. Moreover, Lin Ling obtained 2 great dragon bloodlines at once. The bright golden dragon immediately said. Everyone came to their senses and looked at Lin Ling with even more reverence. Lin Ling, if you don't mind, I would like to leave a statue of you in the Dragon Valley so that the younger generation of the dragon tribe can look up to you. At this time, the old man said again. Then he saw that Lin Ling was puzzled. He smiled and said, Generally speaking, only those who have made great contributions to the dragon tribe are qualified to have a statue in the Dragon Valley. Although you are not from the Dragon Valley, you have the dragon bloodline, and are considered part of the dragon tribe. So a statue is very normal. It's okay, as long as you don't embarrass the dragon tribe. Hearing this reason, Lin Ling nodded indifferently. It's good that you agreed. Come, let's leave this place. The old man smiled happily. Lin Ling didn't know that many years later, an ancient statue would appear in the Dragon Valley. This statue was different from the others. It was not in the shape of a dragon, but of a human. However, it was the ancestor of the dragon race. All descendants of the dragon race had to look up and kneel before it. Of course, this was after the statue was erected. After Lin Ling left the dragon tomb with the old man said to Lin Ling, The Broken Domain Divine Land is very big. If there is no one to lead the way, it will take a lot of time to get there. How about I let the light golden dragon bring you there, and complete this mission with you? All right. Lin Ling nodded. The old man immediately looked at the radiant golden dragon, and exhorted it. No matter what, Lin Ling had to be the leader of this expedition. The radiant golden dragon mustn't be rash or arrogant. In fact, even without the old man's reminder, the radiant golden dragon had once roamed the world with Lin Ling. He had long been convinced of Lin Ling's strength. All right, let's set off immediately. After the radiant golden dragon agreed, he looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling nodded and said goodbye to the old man. He then left with the radiant golden dragon. The two of them walked side by side, leaping over the Dragon Valley and the mountains. After a long time, an ancient void appeared in front of them. However, this was the void on the other side of the Kaiyuan River. It was also Lin Ling's first time here. Lin Ling looked back and saw that the Dragon Valley was located on the bank of the Kaiyuan River. As there was a continent on the bank of the river, it was impossible for people to notice it. Previously, when they were in the Dragon Valley, it was on the bank of the river. Instead, it made people think that they were in a huge world. After that, Lin Ling looked ahead and saw that the void on the other side of the Kaiyuan River was very different. There were huge rocks floating everywhere. Some of the rocks were emitting flames, some of them were poisonous, and some of them were thunderous. Those rocks are floating from the broken realm of the gods. The other side of the Kaiyuan River is closer to the realm of the gods. Seeing that Lin Ling was puzzled, the radiant golden dragon explained. I heard from the dragon god that after the war of the gods, the realm of the gods was broken. Countless pieces of broken earth shot out from the void. Later on, they were blocked by the Kaiyuan River. Therefore, you can't see any broken earth from the realm of the gods in the Jiuzhou void. Rumble. As he spoke, a flaming wind came from afar. As if it had a spirit, it engulfed Lin Ling and the radiant golden dragon. Bang. However, Lin Ling and the radiant golden dragon were both very powerful. Therefore, they easily broke through the flaming wind. This is also the power formed after the realm of the gods was broken. If the Kaiyuan River didn't block this power, the Jiuzhou void wouldn't be so safe now. The radiant golden dragon said immediately after breaking through the flaming wind. Lin Ling nodded. There were also mysterious powers floating in the Jiuzhou void. However, there weren't many of them. They were all void storms and the like. However, these powers were not worth mentioning at all to god-level experts. If it was the flaming wind from before, even god-level experts wouldn't dare to take it head-on. As for martial artists below god level, they could only die if they encountered it. It seemed that the Kaiyuan River was also a natural barrier that protected the safety of the Jiuzhou void. Moreover, the Kaiyuan River existed before the realm of the gods was broken. This also showed how ancient the Kaiyuan River was. Lin Ling over here. At this moment, the radiant golden dragon sensed and immediately flew in another direction. Lin Ling also hurriedly followed. After flying for half a day, an ancient continent finally appeared in front of them. It was like a plate floating in the void. Around this huge plate, waves of terrifying power wreaked havoc, as if it was showing the realm of the gods' war in the past. Intense and surging. Those powers were also very strange. There were flames, lightning, gales, poisonous fog, and so on. This also made it difficult for ordinary people to get close to that huge continent. That is the godly land of the broken territory. Because of the tyrannical power around it, the entire godly land is well preserved. It was a part of the realm of the gods. The people on the godly land are also the descendants of the era of the gods. Their overall strength is much stronger than the Jiuzhou void. The radiant golden dragon stared ahead and said. Lin Ling saw a deep fear in his eyes. It seemed that the radiant golden dragon had wandered around the godly land of the broken territory a lot. By the way, who are you looking for? The godly land of the broken territory is too big. If you don't even know the name, I'm afraid it will be very difficult to find him. At this moment, the radiant golden dragon said again. Sima Ruochen. Hearing this, Lin Ling immediately said, an ancient figure. He is probably also a figure from the era of the gods. Sima Ruochen. The radiant golden dragon recalled Lin Ling's words and frowned. Then he said, although we know the name, it is not easy to find this person. Why don't we enter the godly land first, and then slowly investigate? Chapter 4502. As they approached the ancient continent, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Based on his understanding of the ruinous realm, the strongest experts on this continent were none other than Xian Wuba and the 10 sects. Xian Wuba's strength was comparable to the dragon god. Previously at the Ji, Urok's cave, if it weren't for Lin Ling borrowing the power of the formation, Grandpa Jewel God, and the others, Xian Wuba might not have fled. That being said, Lin Ling was confident that if he used the steps of wisdom against Pengu, he would be able to kill Xian Wuba at his peak. Besides, Xian Wuba was most likely severely injured after escaping from the formation. He had yet to recover, thus he would not be a threat to Lin Ling for the time being. Therefore, the only things that could threaten Lin Ling were the 10 orthodoxies. Lin Ling was not familiar with the 10 orthodoxies. He only knew how to use the Tao of life to unify people. However, he was sure that the 10 orthodoxies were not weak. I can't expose my identity before I find Sima Ruochen. Otherwise, it will be even harder to find Sima Ruochen if Xian Wuba and the others are attracted here. Lin Ling knew that if Xian Wuba and the others knew that he had come to the ruinous realm, they would surely mobilize their entire army and attack Lin Ling to obtain the secrets of the will of the world. Lin Ling, you. The radiant golden dragon noticed that Lin Ling had changed. Although he could still see Lin Ling's silhouette, it was completely different from the Lin Ling he knew. As for his aura, it was now the cultivation of the martial progenitor realm. The martial progenitor realm. He did not even have the right to be a god. However, the radiant golden dragon soon learned of Lin Ling's plan. Lin Ling was here to find someone, so it was better for him to keep a low profile. Following this, the radiant golden dragon also wanted to conceal his strength, but Lin Ling was rejected. If you hide your strength, others will think that we are too weak and will bully us. So, it's better for you to maintain your original appearance. Lin Ling said. The light golden dragon nodded with a smile. Actually, it wasn't the first time he'd come to the Hololand, so there was no point in hiding his strength, because some people would recognize him in the end. Moreover, his method of concealing his aura was not as impressive as Lin Ling's. He might end up making a fool of himself by trying to be clever. The two of them chatted as they flew past the void energy around the island. Finally, they landed on the mainland. Leaping down from the sky, Lin Ling saw that the entire continent was divided into two parts. There was a main road in the middle that led all the way to the end. This road was paved with purple and white gold bricks, and it was very luxurious and sacred. Snow maple trees were planted on both sides of the road, and when the wind blew, the maple flowers would flutter. It was very beautiful. As for the end of the path, there were two enormous statues there. They were respectively a woman and an old man, and they were extremely lifelike. Those two are gods who survived from the age of the gods. They were the ones who discovered the broken divine land. So they are called the primogenitors by the people here. They created the immortal spirit hegemony nation, and the 10 orthodoxies respectively. Noticing Lin Ling's gaze, the radiant golden dragon explained. Are they still alive now? Lin Ling asked curiously. That I don't know. But the broken divine land holds a memorial ceremony for the two ancestors every year, so they should have passed away. Although the lifespan of a god is endless, there are actually limits to this endless lifespan. If they cannot break through in this endless time, their lifespan will eventually run out. This is also why the gods still want to become stronger, even though they are already so strong. The longer they live, the more afraid they are of death. The radiant golden dragon sighed. He had been in the Dragon Valley for many years, and in fact, he had seen the fall of his ancestors. You're right. If the gods really like the feeling of dominating everything, they can choose some weak realms and rule over them. However, this kind of carefree life is ultimately limited. Thus, the gods all want to step into a more powerful world. Only then can they. She continued. That's right. If the gods really like the feeling of being in control of everything, they can definitely choose some weak realms. Then they can live a little longer. Lin Ling nodded, and his eyes looked at the hazy stone statues in the distance. For some reason, he had an illusion that the two stone statues were also looking at him, as if they were still alive. This made Lin Ling secretly shocked. One had to know that in the broken divine land, the 10 strongest orthodoxies and the immortal unconqueror were all gods in strength. If the progenitor was still alive, then their strength was unimaginable. The continents on both sides of the road should be the immortal spirit hegemony nation, and the 10 orthodoxies. Putting away his thoughts, Lin Ling looked at the side of the road. He could vaguely see many martial artists going in and out of the two continents, and their clothes were slightly different. They all wore loose robes, and their long hair flowed freely, giving off a feeling of floating immortality. Looking at the continents on both sides of the road, Lin Ling could also feel that the style of these continents was also floating in the air. On the street, birds were chirping and flowers were fragrant, as if it was spring every day. There were also auspicious beasts walking along the street, and they would not be startled by anyone. At the same time, dense mist floated along the street, colorful and very beautiful. This road separates the immortal spirit hegemony nation and the 10 orthodoxies. Lin Ling, where are we going first? It was not the first time the radiant golden dragon came, so he looked at Lin Ling and asked, where are the 10 orthodoxies? Let's go to the 10 orthodoxies. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and said lightly. He guessed that the so-called Sima Ruachan should be near the 10 orthodoxies, because the immortal spirit hegemony nation was more unified, and the 10 orthodoxies had 10 great orthodoxies. This way, The radiant golden dragon immediately nodded and led Lin Ling along the road. Not long after, an ancient stone door appeared at the side of the road. Beside the stone door sat a stone tablet with the words, 10 Orthodoxies written on it. Through the stone door, people came and went one after another, and their clothes were obviously different from Lin Ling and the radiant golden dragon. So, the passers-by looked at Lin Ling and the radiant golden dragon with curiosity. Follow me. The radiant golden dragon led Lin Ling through the stone door with familiarity. In front of them, a luxurious street appeared, and the passers-by walked leisurely. Both sides of the street were filled with shops, and the items sold were also different from those in the 9 states void. The radiant golden dragon led Lin Ling into a shop, and the shop was filled with beautiful clothes. Although they were not divine artifacts, they should have some. They were warm in winter and cool in summer, and had the effect of repelling insects and ants. The two of you have come at the right time. My shop has a new batch of immortal robes, and they are very beautiful. They will definitely satisfy your wishes. A fat middle-aged man with long hair walked over with a smile. Young Master Lin, these clothes are all handmade, and each of them is the only one in the city. If you like them, don't miss them. At this time, the radiant golden dragon looked at Lin Ling with a smile, and also addressed Lin Ling as young Master Li. Oh, they do look good. Lin Ling nodded lightly. He guessed the reason why the radiant golden dragon brought him here. It wanted to buy clothes in the style of the broken Holy Land, so that it would not be too conspicuous. However, he had to admit that life in the broken Holy Land was very elegant. No matter what they wore or what they did, they pursued perfection. Chapter 4503. Sir, please wait for a moment. The middle-aged man was overjoyed. He quickly entered the inner room and took out a few robes. At this moment, the light golden dragon had already chosen his white robe. However, when he saw the blue and white robes, he immediately licked his lips. That was because the blue and white robes were very beautiful. They were entirely blue and white with clouds embroidered on the chest area. One of them had a pair of golden fish embroidered on the sleeves. It looked ordinary yet luxurious, and it was very suitable for the owner's status. Sir Lin, this one. The light golden dragon immediately pointed at the blue and white robe. If not for the fact that he did not dare to choose the same robe as Lin Ling, he would have already chosen the blue and white robe. Lin Ling rubbed his chin and nodded slightly. Not bad, I'll take this one. How much is it? Thank you, sir, for only 5,000 emperor crystals. The middle-aged man rubbed his hands and said. The godly soil also used emperor crystals. Of course, it was not very effective for true experts. After all, they had already cultivated with the godly spring. It was the same for Lin Ling. He did not care about emperor crystals, and was about to take out the money. I'll do it. However, the light golden dragon was very smart. He immediately took out the money first. He knew very well that Lin Ling was now a member of the Dragon Valley, and had erected the stone statue in the Dragon Valley. From a certain point of view, he was also an ancestor of the dragon tribe. At the very least, he was a respected elder of the Dragon Valley. Therefore, he did not want to miss out on this favor. Lin Ling also allowed the light golden dragon to take out the money. He just wanted to wear the blue and white robe. Isn't this the fish-swallowing sea robe? TSK, not bad. It looks very nice. Boss, I'll take it. At this moment, a few men in immortal robes walked into the shop. One of them was holding a purple gold fan. He looked at the blue and white robe and nodded with satisfaction. It's Sir Rong. The middle-aged man obviously knew the man. He showed a respectful expression and then said awkwardly, Sir Rong, this fish-swallowing sea robe has been bought by someone. The handsome man's gaze swept across the crowd and suddenly landed on the radiant golden dragon. Out of the two people in front of him, only the radiant golden dragon's aura was somewhat extraordinary. The radiant golden dragon also looked at the man with a cold expression, not saying a word. How dare you? Seeing how fearless the radiant golden dragon was, the others frowned. Don't worry, a gentleman doesn't take what others like. Boss, bring me another one. The handsome man's eyes flashed and he smiled. Young Master Rong, you should know that our store's immortal robes are one of a kind in the entire city. Therefore, it's impossible for us to take out another one. Moreover, You should also know that the tailoring of the immortal robes is done on a whim. Even if we were to ask someone else to make it, they wouldn't be able to achieve such a taste," the middle-aged man said awkwardly. As soon as he finished speaking, the handsome man's face finally turned unsightly, because he knew that as well. After all, no one wanted to wear the same clothes as others, let alone the descendants of gods like the godly earth of the broken realm. Therefore, the immortal robes of the entire city were always unique. "Sir, how much are the 2 immortal robes in your hands?" "We'll buy them at double the price." Someone beside the handsome man sensed the latter's displeasure. He immediately looked at the radiant golden dragon and said, "If you're not satisfied with the price, we'll triple the price. After you buy them, you just have to bow and apologize to young Master Rong." His voice was arrogant, as if he was rewarding Lin Ling. Hearing that, the radiant golden dragon fell silent. This also made the handsome man and the others think that the radiant golden dragon was afraid. After all, as long as one wasn't a fool, one would know that they had an extraordinary background and shouldn't be provoked. However, they didn't know that the radiant golden dragon didn't fall silent because it was afraid. It was afraid that they would ruin Lin Ling's plans. Lin Ling looked at them indifferently. With his strength, he naturally didn't have time to waste on these small fries. "No need, I don't lack money." Shaking his head, Lin Ling picked up the blue and white robes and was about to leave. This was his first time in the city. Before he found Sima Ruochen, he didn't want to cause any trouble. 5 times. However, just as Lin Ling moved, a voice was heard. However, Lin Ling smiled disdainfully and ignored it. 10 times. At this moment, another voice was heard. It was young Master Rong. He seemed to be displeased. Then, seeing that Lin Ling had continued to move forward, he said again, 100 times. 100 times. Hearing that, the middle-aged man's heart pounded violently. 100 times 5,000 royal crystals? That's 500,000 royal crystals. However, this was just the beginning. Young Master Rong didn't stop until he shocked everyone. He said again 1,000 times, because he saw that Lin Ling had actually ignored him, and this had infuriated him. It had been a long time since he met someone who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. It was just royal crystals. He had plenty. Today he was going to get the fish-swallowing robe and make the 2 of them lower their heads. 1,000 times. This time, even the people around young Master Rong were shocked. 2 immortal robes for 5 million royal crystals? Young Master Rong was indeed domineering. He's crazy. The middle-aged man was trembling and his face was pale. He almost wanted to snatch the fish-swallowing robe from Lin Ling's hands and give it to young Master Rong with both hands. However, he was smart enough to know that if he took the fish-swallowing robe back, the meaning would be different. Young Master Rong might not want it. Young Master Rong's goal was to humiliate the 2 of them. 1,000 times? At this moment, Lin Ling finally stopped in his tracks. He turned around slowly and looked at young Master Rong calmly. Young Master Rong waved the fan in his hand slightly and looked very confident. In this world, there's nothing that can't be bought with royal crystals. I've always believed this. What he meant was that no matter how arrogant Lin Ling was, he couldn't withstand the bombardment of royal crystals and had to admit defeat. Just kowtow to me 3 times and I'll give you all the royal crystals. Then, young Master Rong said that his money wasn't that easy to take. He had to lower his head. Did you hear that? Get down on your knees and kowtow. Humph. Why are you still pretending when you don't have the money? Do you think you're better than young Master Rong? Trying to act tough in front of us? You guys are too inexperienced. That's right. I love to see people's faces when they fail to act tough in front of us. The men around young Master Rong laughed proudly. Now they were waiting for Lin Ling to kneel down and ask for the money. 1,000 times 5,000 royal crystals. This is 5 million royal crystals. At this moment Lin Ling spoke calmly. That's right. Don't worry, I won't give you any less. Young Master Rong smiled and nodded. You just need to kowtow. Chapter 4504. Those people who were talking nonstop before were all mute at this moment. 50 million royal crystals? That was an astronomical figure. Young Master Rong was stunned and his face turned pale. If you think it's too little, I can give you 500 million. Don't worry, I don't have that much money. As long as you agree to it, I can afford it. Lin Ling spoke again. His tone was calm, but it was a slap to young Master Rong's face. Playing with money? Lin Ling was full of treasures. Although he was not as good as those ancient deities, he could easily crush these arrogant people. 500 million. The shop owner trembled and fell to the ground with a thud. The young men beside young Master Rong felt their legs go weak, and their faces turn pale. What a ruthless counterattack. Young Master Rong dared not speak anymore. I don't believe it. Young Master Rong had never been so humiliated in his life. He gritted his teeth and said, "You must be bluffing. If you can take out 500 million royal crystals, I will kneel down on the spot." That's right, that's right. He must be bluffing. Hearing that, the others began to chime in one after another. The commotion in the shop had attracted the attention of many people who were watching from afar. However, they did not believe that Lin Ling could take out 500 million royal crystals. 500 million royal crystals was not a small amount. Moreover, an old man secretly checked Lin Ling's cultivation and found out that he was only at the martial ancestor realm. This was even more unbelievable. Whoosh. However, as soon as young Master Rong finished speaking, Lin Ling waved his right hand. Countless royal crystals floated out and floated around Lin Ling. "Can I kneel down now?" Lin Ling looked up and said calmly. Silence. The entire place was silent. Lin Ling really had 500 million royal crystals. Many people licked their lips excitedly and wished that they could kneel down instead of young Master Rong. 500 million royal crystals was too cheap. Only the light golden dragon smiled faintly. He knew that royal crystals were of little help to someone at Lin Ling's level. 500 million royal crystals were just a piece of cake for Lin Ling. Of course, such imperial crystals were a huge sum of money to ordinary people. Playing with money with me? I have to say, you're still too inexperienced. Kneel down and call me Grandpa. I'll give you 500 million. At this moment, Lin Ling opened his mouth again. Although his tone was calm, without a trace of excitement, it was extremely harsh to young Master Rong's ears. For a moment he didn't dare to speak. He couldn't lose face like this. Useless thing, you want to play, but you don't dare to continue. Seeing that young Master Rong didn't dare to speak, Lin Ling shook his head and left without wasting any more time. You're asking for humiliation. The radiant golden dragon sneered, and the two of them left one after the other. Do you know who he is? The two of you are not even fit to carry his shoes. However, at this moment, someone beside young Master Rong shouted coldly. You want to leave just like that? Another person also spoke up. Looking at young Master Rong again, his face was cold. Although he did not say anything, it was obvious that he would not let Lin Ling and the rest leave. Now that there were countless people watching on the street, young Master Rong could not lose face like this. Destroy your own cultivation, and we'll let you leave. Another person said sinisterly. Young Master Rong, it's young Master Rong. The people on the street were whispering to each other. Naturally, they knew about young Master Rong. They heard that he was the grandson of a great disciple of some orthodoxy, and was extremely pampered. In this city, there were only a handful of people who dared to offend him. Not even fit to carry his shoes? The radiant golden dragon continued to walk forward, but he sneered and muttered to himself. If he's not fit to carry his shoes, then I don't know who else in this world is. In my opinion, you're not even fit to wash his feet. Of course he didn't care. That was because Lin Ling was one of the 4 great deities of the 9 prefectures. In terms of qualifications, there were only a dozen people in the broken Holy Land who could be compared to him. However, seeing that Lin Ling didn't speak, he couldn't be bothered with him and followed Lin Ling forward. You're courting death. Seeing that Lin Ling and the radiant golden dragon were unscrupulous, young Master Rong couldn't stand it anymore and shouted coldly. Whoosh. Someone immediately made a move and grabbed the radiant golden dragon, wanting to cripple him. The radiant golden dragon also noticed it, but he didn't care because Lin Ling didn't say anything. He also chose to keep the peace. In his opinion, Lin Ling kept a low profile because he didn't want to cause any trouble. Naturally, he didn't dare to ruin Lin Ling's plan. You were so arrogant before, but now you don't even dare to fight back. Useless. Seeing that the radiant golden dragon chose to keep a low profile, the person who attacked sneered. However, just as the person's attack was about to reach him, Lin Ling finally stopped walking. Forget it. Tell him who's going to carry whose shoes. In the beginning, Lin Ling didn't want to cause any trouble. However, the other party was too aggressive, so Lin Ling didn't want to keep a low profile anymore. Since keeping a low profile didn't work, then he might as well keep a high profile. He would eventually find Sima Ruochen. I've been waiting for this for a long time. The radiant golden dragon also stopped in his tracks. He suddenly turned around and threw a punch. Dragon claws appeared and swept out in all directions. Whoosh! A gust of wind gathered, and a golden light flashed past. The person who attacked the radiant golden dragon had his head blown off. Dragon talent. He's from the Dragon Valley. Seeing the radiant golden dragon attack, everyone was shocked. The Dragon Valley was not far from here, so they all knew about it. Bang! The radiant golden dragon didn't stop moving. He pounced on Sir Rong, clenched his dragon claws, and slapped out violently. How dare you! Seeing that the radiant golden dragon attacked Sir Rong, the people beside Sir Rong immediately attacked. However, the radiant golden dragon's body emitted a dazzling light, and a powerful aura burst out. The people were all sent flying, and they fell to the ground, vomiting blood. Dragon Valley. Sir Rong's eyes were still trembling. He didn't expect the Dragon Valley to attack him. Although the dragon tribe was not to be trifled with, the dragon tribe was not the most terrifying existence on this side of the Kaiyuan River. The dragon tribe was no match for the Xianling hegemony and the 10 orthodoxies. This was because the Dragon Valley only had one powerhouse, and that was the dragon god. Although the other dragon gods were powerful, they were not as powerful as the Xianling hegemony. Of course, the Dragon Valley was mysterious and extraordinary. If nothing serious happened, even the godly land of destruction wouldn't dare to provoke the Dragon Valley. Bingo! The radiant golden dragon nodded coldly. I just wanted to tell you that you haven't figured out who's going to carry whose shoes. After saying that, his dragon claws reached for Sir Rong's chest. Stop! However, at this moment, an anxious shout was heard. Then the ground shook. In the distance, an old man in a white robe with long hair cascading down his back casually walked over on clouds. Judging from his aura, he was ethereal and formless. It was obvious that he was an extremely powerful expert. Radiant Golden Dragon, how dare you mess around here? Chapter 4505. However, since Lin Ling did not say anything, the light golden dragon did not let him go. It reached out and grabbed young Master Rong. You're asking for it. If anything happens to my young Master Rong, I'll see how you're going to answer to the dragon god. The elder stopped and said angrily, you should know that his grandfather is the first disciple of Maha Orthodoxy. If you dare to touch him, you won't be able to walk out of the ruinous Holy Land. Even if the dragon god of the Dragon Valley is here, he won't be able to protect you. Maha Orthodoxy. The light golden dragon frowned. This guy was related to the 10 orthodoxies. Kill him. At this moment, Lin Ling's cold voice was heard. What? The elder was shocked and looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. He did not know Lin Ling, but he did not expect him to order the light golden dragon. Roger. The light golden dragon nodded coldly. Without the dragon god's order, he would not have dared to offend the 10 orthodoxies. However, since Lin Ling had spoken, he believed that the dragon god would support him. Before he left, the dragon god had said that Lin Ling's words were equivalent to his words. You're crazy. After the old man recovered from his shock, his expression changed drastically, and he sized Lin Ling up as if he still didn't believe that Lin Ling had the right to speak. Could it be that this martial ancestor-level kid was the son of the dragon god? How dare you? Subconsciously, the old man shouted angrily. Whoosh. However, the light golden dragon's claws were already gripping young Master Rong's neck tightly. It would break his neck in the next moment. This would show young Master Rong who was carrying whose shoes. Hold on. At this critical moment, the elder had no choice but to give in. Lin Ling looked at him coldly and suddenly sent a telepathic message. Do you know that Sima Ruochen is using this person to exchange for young Master Rong's life? Sima Ruochen? The elder frowned and quickly shook his head. The ruinous Holy Land is so big. I don't know who he is based on his name. Kill him. Lin Ling didn't look at the old man anymore. Since he couldn't help at all, what was the point of coming? Hearing Lin Ling's words, the old man's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly said, "Wait, 1 day later, there will be a Breaking Realm Divine Treasure Convention here. You'll definitely be able to obtain the information you want there." Breaking Domain Divine Treasure Convention? Lin Ling frowned slightly then nodded. For him, since he had chosen to make a move in a high-profile manner, he had to find out some useful information, and the Divine Treasure Convention would be his breakthrough. Cripple him, Lin Ling said to the Radiant Golden Dragon. The other party did not say anything about Sima Ruochen, and only mentioned the Divine Treasure Convention. Thus he could escape death, but he could not avoid punishment. Got it. The Radiant Golden Dragon clenched its fist and grabbed at young Master Rong's dantian. Following that, a miserable cry was heard. Young Master Rong was thrown to the ground by the Radiant Golden Dragon. However, he was rolling on the ground in pain. His dantian was constantly emitting rumbling sounds. It seemed that he was indeed crippled. What a cruel move. The people on the street gasped. They did not expect the blue-robed man to be so decisive. He crippled young Master Rong without any hesitation. Young Master. The old man quickly rushed over and took out a pill to feed young Master Rong. Then he looked at Lin Ling with red eyes. How dare you cripple my young master? If you didn't know anything before, you wouldn't have been crippled. You would have died. So, you should be able to help me. Lin Ling looked at the old man and said calmly. Good. The old man nodded heavily. At first, he thought that Lin Ling was just an inexperienced junior. But now he realized that he was wrong. This mysterious young man was decisive and full of dignity. Moreover, he dared to attack someone from the Maha Orthodoxy, even though he knew that he was from the Maha Orthodoxy. It was obvious that his background was not simple. So he endured it. Uncle Emo, I've been crippled. Kill him. Kill him now. After young Master Rong consumed the pill, he regained some of his rationality. However, he looked at Lin Ling with murderous intent. Young Master, you can't. Not yet. The old man shook his head. Although he was not weak, he was on par with the bright golden dragon. So he did not dare to attack recklessly. Don't worry. Old Master will avenge you. Then the old man comforted young Master Rong. Hearing this, young Master Rong spat out a mouthful of blood. Previously, he was slapped in the face by Lin Ling with money. After that, he wanted to avenge himself. However, not only was his revenge futile, he was even crippled. After suffering such a huge loss, not only could he not avenge himself immediately, but he also had to wait. How could he wait any longer? You should be clear about who is carrying whose shoes. Lin Ling looked at young Master Rong indifferently. Then he strode away with the bright golden dragon. Seeing this, young Master Rong spat out another mouthful of blood. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. The commotion attracted even more onlookers. Everyone was shocked by the courage of the bright golden dragon. That bright golden dragon has the highest bloodline of the dragon tribe. He is also very powerful. How could he listen to a martial ancestor? How strange. That young man also has the aura of a dragon. I guess he must be the son of the dragon god. He must be. How can his identity be ordinary if he can command the bright golden dragon? The crowd discussed fervently. The son of the dragon god. The old man squinted his eyes and mumbled to himself. He knew very well that the current dragon god of the Dragon Valley did not have any descendants. Therefore, the blue-robed young man was not the son of the dragon god. However, he had a feeling that the blue-robed young man was an important figure in the Dragon Valley. This was because he could sense the aura of a dragon from the blue-robed young man. Don't worry. Old Master will avenge you. Then the old man looked at young Master Rong and said, If he is a dragon, I will pluck out his dragon tendons. Young Master Rong gritted his teeth and said, I don't believe that any important figure can make me carry his shoes. I will tell him that even if my grandfather carries his shoes, I will not carry his shoes. My grandfather will not let me suffer such hardships. Of course, young Master is old Master's favorite. He will not. The old man comforted him immediately. Unfortunately, they did not know that in the broken Holy Land, other than a limited number of deities, everyone else could only carry Lin Ling's shoes. At this moment, Lin Ling led the bright golden dragon forward and found an inn to stay in. He was not worried that young Master Rong's men would come looking for him. If they dared to come, Lin Ling would dare to kill them. Of course, Lin Ling planned to kill them secretly. He believed that if he really wanted to assassinate them, not many people in the broken Holy Land would know. Chapter 4506. The night of the broken divine land is like this. In the room, the light golden dragon said to Lin Ling, I heard that this is the singing of the white water pure maiden. She was one of the ancestors of the broken divine land. So noisy it's like the cries of ghosts. Lin Ling frowned and said with dissatisfaction. His words caused the light golden dragon to bitterly smile. In the broken divine land, everyone thought that singing was beautiful and could calm one's heart like the sea. But in Lin Ling's mouth, it was nothing but the cries of ghosts. After Lin Ling shook his head, his soul force quietly spread out, following the ancient path and slowly probing the two giant stone sculptures. Then Lin Ling discovered that one of the stone sculptures emitted a mysterious fluctuation. After this fluctuation spread out, it immediately turned into a song that lingered above the broken divine land. There must be some treasure inside these stone sculptures. Lin Ling's soul power sensed that a dense spiritual qi was faintly spreading. There must be a great treasure inside the stone sculpture. However, when Lin Ling wanted to explore, he discovered that there was a powerful force on the surface of the stone sculptures that blocked all probing. This force was not an enchantment, but a kind of willpower. Unless one had the willpower to resist the stone sculptures, they wouldn't be able to open them. After exploring several more times, Lin Ling couldn't find anything, so he could only helplessly withdraw. A small boat on the misty waves, the world is like a dream. An old fisherman accompanied by seagulls, sighing over the 10,000 waves, raising the sails, drifting for 1,000 miles. The heavenly river is so vast, asking where the boat will return to, sighing over what worries and worries. The sun and moon pass easily in the mountains, drunk watching the waves of the heavenly river. When Lin Ling left, the beautiful melody also floated over. But this time, Lin Ling finally experienced the beauty of this song. Heavenly River, Heavenly River. Lin Ling also heard the heavenly river twice in the song. He guessed that the white water pure maiden was also reminiscing about the heavenly river. Unfortunately, this heavenly river should have been a river of the divine world. Now that the divine world had shattered, the heavenly river had long since ceased to exist. Heavenly River? By the way, there seems to be a guy called the Sky River Water God in the square prison. Suddenly Lin Ling's eyes lit up. He had checked the jade slips in the prison a few times, so he was familiar with the people imprisoned in the prison. Among them, there was an old man called Sky River Water God. He wondered if he was related to the Sky River mentioned by White Water Pure Maiden. Since he was bored waiting, Lin Ling decided to enter the square prison to take a look. All of his soul force returned to his body. Lin Ling gave some instructions to the radiant golden dragon, then entered another room. After opening the four sides of the prison, he entered the prison. Sir, have you found Sima Ruochen? As they passed by the cell of the Xianyuan treasure book, the latter looked at Lin Ling expectantly. We've gone to his place, but we're still looking for him. After all, so many years have passed, and no one knows if Sima Ruochen has changed his name or appearance. Lin Ling said in a dignified manner. It's okay, sir. You can take your time to find him. I've waited for so many years, and I don't mind waiting a little longer. The Xianyuan treasure book immediately replied, not daring to disturb Lin Ling. In order to maintain the dignity of the prison master, Lin Ling nodded and left. At the same time, a jade slip appeared in his hand, and a lot of information about the Sky River Water God appeared on it. The Sky River Water God was a figure from the Age of the Gods. He was in charge of the heavenly river and was a powerful god. However, he was dissatisfied with the son of a god for molesting his daughter, so he cruelly killed the son of a god. In the end, he committed a grave mistake and was sent to prison. In the ancient times and the Age of the Gods, the rules were very strict, so it was difficult to escape punishment if one committed a grave mistake. If the realm of the gods had not been shattered and this prison was broken, I might not have been able to get the square prison. However, I heard from the Empyrean maiden that there are several such prisons. It would be great if I could get them all. Lin Ling thought to himself. After a while, he stopped and stood in front of a big prison. Inside sat a shirtless old man. He had a head of blue hair that was like a lion's mane. Each strand of hair stood erect, looking very domineering. Moreover, he was tall and sturdy. He sat there quietly like a door god. "Prison master, what can I do for you?" When he saw Lin Ling, he also spoke in a low voice. If it were not for the prison, Lin Ling would have been frightened by that voice. Such strength was probably the strength of a superior deity or an intermediate deity. It would be difficult for him to kill Lin Ling in an instant. "What? You won't even let me see you?" However, Lin Ling was a prison master. Even if he was afraid, he still looked dignified and cold on the surface. No, I'm just an old man. If you want to see me, you can see me." Moreover, the old man did not dare to provoke Lin Ling. Other things aside, just the fact that Lin Ling controlled the prison punishment alone was enough for the old man to give Lin Ling face. "Sky River Water God, I want to ask you if you have a daughter named Whitewater Pure Maiden." Lin Ling did not beat around the bush and asked directly. Pure Maiden, do you have news of her?" Hearing that, the originally domineering and unruly old man's expression changed instantly. He rushed toward the prison cell. A sound like the rolling sea surged over, intimidating Lin Ling so much that he quietly took half a step back. The Sky River Water God's strength was indeed strong. However, when he saw the old man's expression, Lin Ling knew that he had made the right choice. "Yes, I do. However, she might already be dead." Lin Ling said calmly. "How can that be?" "No, that's impossible. Back then, during the twilight of the gods, I clearly sent her away. Moreover, according to Pure Maiden's strength, she shouldn't have exhausted her lifespan so quickly." The old man frowned, his face full of worry. "How would I know? Anyway, I saw her statue somewhere in the broken divine realm. That's what happened." Lin Ling said coldly. "She's not dead. She's not dead yet. She cultivated the aqua sky purification technique and is now in a state of suspended animation. Prison master, please let me out. I want to see my daughter. Please." When the old man heard that, he became even more agitated. "She's really not dead." Lin Ling was secretly shocked. If that was the case, then Whitewater Pure Maiden's strength would be extremely terrifying. "Do you think the prison is your home? Do you think you can get out just because you want to?" Then Lin Ling said indifferently. Then he turned around and left. "I'm just asking casually. Since you know Whitewater Pure Maiden, then forget it. Goodbye." "Wait, prison master, please wait." Seeing that Lin Ling was about to leave, the old man was obviously anxious. This was because he suddenly remembered that Whitewater Pure Maiden's suspended animation would be endless if she did not learn the next level of the Aqua Sky Purification Technique. Chapter 4507. Back then, I left the first 3 stages of the Pure Sky Water Technique to Su Nu, which can make a god fake death for 3 million years. But now, I'm afraid that time has passed. So I'll have to trouble Lord Prison Warden to give the last 3 stages to my daughter. Only then will she be able to wake up and make a breakthrough in her cultivation. Because the Pure Sky Water Technique can avoid the acceleration of one's lifespan and increase one's cultivation level at the same time. Alas, back then, I miscalculated and thought that Su Nu could only cultivate the first 2 stages of the technique. Who would have thought that I would be imprisoned for so many years and can no longer pass the technique to her? Please help me." The old man pleaded Lin Ling, afraid that Lin Ling would turn and leave. "Do you think I'm a delivery boy?" Lin Ling frowned and pretended to be unhappy. "Delivery boy? What's that?" The old man was confused. "It means to deliver something. Why should I help you deliver something? You should solve your own problem. I'm a prison officer, not Lei Feng." Lin Ling snorted and turned to leave, but his pace was slow because he was waiting for the Sky River Water God to reward him. "Sir, don't go. Help me." The Sky River Water God knew that after Lin Ling left, it would be 100,000 years before they could meet again. If nothing happened, this prison officer might not even come back for the rest of his life. Therefore, he couldn't miss this opportunity. My lord, Su Nu has cultivated the great aqua sky technique. The stone statue that she has transformed into is filled with heavenly aqua spirit comet liquid. This kind of treasure is extremely rare and very suitable for cultivation. If you want an example, it is even more precious than the divine spring. The old man said again. Oh, is it a lot? Lin Ling squinted and still looked lazy. However, he was secretly tempted. Whether it was opening the 8th dantian or breaking through, it would require endless cultivation resources. Therefore, this pure sky water spiritual comet fluid was more precious than the holy spring. He didn't want to miss it. Although Lin Ling was now full of treasures, it was not enough for cultivation. If he used it to open the 8th dantian, even 100 times more would not be enough. This was also the reason why Lin Ling had yet to open his 8th dantian. Many. I'll leave a letter for you, asking Su Nu to help you a lot. You can put forward your conditions to her. Sky River Water God saw that Lin Ling was tempted and hurriedly said with a smile, afraid that he would miss this opportunity. Since I have nothing to do, I'll help you. However, how do I open the stone sculpture? Lin Ling asked. It doesn't matter. I'll tell you everything later. I just have a small condition. I hope that I can meet Su Nu in the future. What do you think? The Sky River Water God rubbed his hands and said. He no longer looked like the person who was in charge of the million-strong Water God army. Instead, he looked like an old man who was bargaining for advice. Let's talk about it when the time comes. That's because one thing is another. Don't think about using this opportunity to raise the price. Lin Ling reprimanded. My lord, you're right. I'll write you a letter now. I'll have to trouble you to teach Su Nu the last 3 stages of the aqua sky technique. The old man hurriedly knelt down and wrote a letter with his divine origin. Lin Ling looked indifferent on the surface, but from the corner of his eye, he saw that the old man had written in the letter, asking Su Nu to treat this lord well. She must remember not to offend him and must satisfy any of his conditions. That's more like it. Lin Ling nodded secretly. After receiving the letter, he strode away. He did not expect such a pleasant surprise. He just hoped that Su Nu would not be too poor. However, Su Nu was one of the ancestors of the godly soil of the broken territory. No matter how poor she was, she could not be that poor. After leaving the square prison, Lin Ling appeared in his room. Just as he kept the stone tablet of the square prison, there was a knock on the door. It turned out that Dawn had arrived unknowingly. Today, he would go to the so-called Broken Territory Divine Treasure Convention with the bright golden dragon. When he opened the door, he saw that the bright golden dragon was already standing there. Lin Ling greeted it, and then left the inn. The street was obviously more lively than the day before. The Broken Territory Divine Treasure Convention was a grand event of the Broken Territory Divine Realm. On this day, all the famous people of the Broken Territory Divine Realm would come to exchange treasures and things they needed. Lin Ling asked around, then followed the crowd and walked toward the venue of the Broken Territory Divine Treasure Convention. Although Sima Ruachin might not appear in the Broken Territory Divine Realm, since so many deities had gathered, he could more or less find out some information. Not long after, an island in the sky appeared in front of him. It was very beautiful. Around the island, there were thousands of rays of light and thousands of auspicious colors. Also, dragon-like stairs were connected to the island in the sky. On the stairs, a large number of deities in celestial robes rode on divine beasts or carried swords on their backs as they walked toward the island step by step. From time to time, sounds of bustling noise could be heard from the sky. Looking at the surroundings of the island, a large number of people had gathered and were talking excitedly. I asked a middle spiritual Taoist to buy the divine spring for me. TSK, the Divine Treasure Convention is finally here. If I can buy the divine spring, I will definitely be able to break through my realm. I really envy you. You actually know a middle spiritual Taoist. Sigh, I also want to buy some treasures, but I don't have the connections. Next time, I'm afraid I'll miss this year's convention. If I can become famous in the Broken Territory Divine Realm next time, and my reputation reaches the 10th grade, I can also participate in the Divine Treasure Convention. This is something that will bring honor to my ancestors. Hearing those voices, Lin Ling blinked. It turned out that the Divine Treasure Convention also required a quota. Lin Ling, should we keep a low profile or keep a high profile? The bright golden dragon looked at Lin Ling and asked. Keeping a low profile won't work anymore. Let's keep a high profile. Lin Ling thought for a while and said lightly. Then he led the bright golden dragon up one of the stairs. Hey, those two people look so familiar. Who are they? Could they be from the immortal spirit hegemony nation? It doesn't look like it, but the immortal robes they're wearing are obviously expensive. I'm afraid they have a powerful background. Some people stared at Lin Ling and the bright golden dragon, then whispered to each other. Although they didn't know who Lin Ling and the bright golden dragon were, Lin Ling's blue and white robes were too eye-catching. Therefore they didn't look down on him. Lin Ling, who was at the top of the stairs, smiled. It looked like he didn't buy the fish-swallowing sea robe wrongly. In this era where clothes make the man, at least it could save him a lot of trouble. The bright golden dragon also smiled. He was glad that he had brought Lin Ling to buy the immortal robes. Of course, this laughter didn't last long. This was because when Lin Ling and the bright golden dragon reached the end of the stairs, they were stopped by someone. Fellow cultivator, please wait. Two men in immortal robes, who were early-stage lower deities, stopped Lin Ling and the bright golden dragon with a smile. They were obviously here to guard the stairs and prevent outsiders from entering as they pleased. Chapter 4508. Look at your silly faces. This must be your first time here. You two poor fellows, get out of here. Get out. One of them raised his nose and said impatiently. Look at you, you look like pigs. You don't look like a crown prince when you're wearing a dragon robe. You're asking for a beating. Get out. The other person was even more impatient. He raised his hand and slapped Lin Ling mercilessly. His action attracted the attention of many people. Many people pointed at him and laughed at him. Every year, there are always some country bumpkins who make up the numbers. They don't know that there are records of the Divine Treasure Convention. As long as someone is not invited, the jade plates in the hands of the guards will light up. I see. Does that mean that those who are not invited will never have the chance to participate? Not necessarily. That's not necessarily true. If it's a very famous person, or someone with a big background, then it's still possible. Get out. Many people were looking forward to Lin Ling, and the other person being kicked off the island. However, the hand did not hit Lin Ling. Instead, it was caught by an arm. The arm was golden and dazzling. After it caught the hand of the person, the latter could not move at all. Then, another hand broke through the air at an extremely fast speed. It drew a dazzling golden light, and landed on the face of the person who made the move. Slap. A crisp slap sounded. Then, people saw a clear palm print on the face of the person who made the move. How dare you hit me? You're courting death. Get out. The eyes of the person who made the move narrowed, and he was about to attack. However, his eyes suddenly fixed on the arm of the person who made the move. Because the arm was full of dragon scales, dazzling and dazzling. Dragon clan. Huh. He was tongue-tied as he spoke. The dragon clan was far away from the divine land of the Broken Realm. They had a lot of contact with the Broken Realm. Although their overall strength was not as strong as the Broken Realm, they were still a big monster. At least, they were not something that a small deity like him who was guarding the island could provoke. Moreover, this person was not invited. However, with his identity as a member of the Dragon Clan, he was also one of the famous people who could participate in the Divine Treasure Convention. Well, my fellow cultivator, I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. All right. This person hurriedly smiled apologetically, but that smile was uglier than crying. The person beside him also stared at the dazzling golden dragon claw. Without saying a word, he ruthlessly slapped himself thrice. Pa pa pa. After that, he looked at the radiant golden dragon with an obsequious smile and said, "Fellow Taoist, is that enough? If not, there's more." After he finished speaking, he slapped himself a few more times. After that, he smiled apologetically. "Is it enough?" It was as if he was addicted to fighting. Me too. The other person did not want to be outdone, and also gave himself a few slaps. Pa pa pa. The two of them took turns to hit their own faces. Originally, they looked like they were floating in the air, But now their long hair was messed up and they were in a very sorry state. Get lost. Lin Ling, who was behind the radiant golden dragon, could not be bothered with them. Okay, get out of here. In order to let Lin Ling and the others vent their anger, these two people actually rolled down the stairs without saying anything, like two rubber balls. Bang. In the end, two dull sounds could be heard. The two people seemed to have rolled down the stairs and directly hit the ground. How creative. Lin Ling looked back and then strode forward. People from the Dragon Valley. The surrounding people looked deeply at the backs of Lin Ling and the radiant golden dragon and frowned. This was because the people from the Dragon Valley had not participated in the Divine Treasure Convention for many years. Look at that aura and that dazzling golden light. I'm afraid it's the supreme bloodline of the dragon tribe. Yes. However, this person was more curious about the supreme bloodline of the dragon tribe. It seemed that the supreme bloodline of the dragon tribe obeyed the words of the young man in the blue and white celestial robe. Who was that young man in the blue and white celestial robe? In fact, many people were curious about this question. At this moment, Lin Ling did not know what the crowd was thinking. He also did not know that his blue and white robe had attracted the attention of many people. He and the radiant golden dragon walked down the stairs and finally reached the island. As far as the eye could see, the island was magnificent. It was like an ancient Roman battlefield. Circles of tables and chairs were built around it. In the middle was a huge platform. There were white clouds floating around the platform. It was very ethereal. At the same time, noises could be heard constantly, and it was somewhat deafening. The rules of the Divine Treasure Convention are not auctions, but treasure transactions. One person takes out a treasure that he doesn't need, and another person takes out a treasure of the same level, and then they trade with each other. The radiant golden dragon led Lin Ling along the corridor. However, the stone chairs on the side were all filled with people. Some were sitting cross-legged, and some were whispering to each other. Lin Ling and the radiant golden dragon walked for a long time, but they did not see any seats. This made them frown. The Divine Treasure Convention was more lively than they had imagined. Moreover, they saw that at the 4 entrances, there was still an endless stream of people coming in. Finally, Lin Ling and the radiant golden dragon saw 2 empty chairs. However, an old man was lying on them. The old man had big eyes and thick eyebrows. He was wearing a loose brown robe, and he occupied 3 stone chairs by himself. Get out of my way. Lin Ling was not interested in looking for any more seats. He looked at the old man indifferently and said, the old man's strength was not bad. He was slightly stronger than the radiant golden dragon. He could be considered as having the strength of a god. In terms of strength, the broken divine land was indeed slightly stronger than the 9 states void. Fellow cultivator, you're talking to me. The old man originally squinted his eyes. After hearing Lin Ling's words, he opened his eyes, and a powerful aura spread out. This aura was like an invisible ripple. After it spread out, many people turned their heads to look. When they saw the old man, their expressions changed slightly. Dao Lord Watergourd. Someone said with a trembling voice. Dao Lord Watergourd was an extremely ancient figure. He was from the same era as the 10 orthodoxies. However, his strength was not as strong as the 10 orthodoxies. However, he was considered a person of virtue and prestige in the broken divine land. No one dared to provoke him. I asked you to get out of my way. Didn't you hear me? At this moment, Lin Ling spoke once again. Meanwhile, the radiant golden dragon's heart skipped a beat. This was the first god he and Lin Ling had encountered after coming to the broken divine land. However, he did not expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant and not be afraid of the old man. Kid, you're only a martial progenitor. The person beside you has the supreme bloodline of the dragon tribe. His strength is not bad, and he's half a step away from becoming a god. However, do you think you can reprimand me with that? Or is it because the dragon god has given you the courage? The old man's expression turned cold. An even more ancient aura spread out from his body. Chapter 4509. Smack. The light golden dragon's face turned pale, and he took a step back. This aura was too strong and he could not resist it. It was as if he had seen the dragon god. Although the old man's strength couldn't compare to the dragon god's, his knowledge, background, age, and so on weren't inferior to the dragon gods. It was precisely this aura that made the radiant golden dragon feel guilty. I said, "Scram. Otherwise I'll throw you out." However, Lin Ling was not afraid of that ancient aura at all. With his strength, crushing Dao Lord Watergord was as easy as flipping his hand. Of course, the most important thing was that Dao Lord Watergord took advantage of his seniority and thought that he could make Lin Ling feel guilty with just his aura alone. However, what he did not know was that Lin Ling had even seen people from the ancient era, let alone people from the age of Pantheon. In his square prison, there were many people who were even more ancient than Dao Lord Watergord. Compared to them, Dao Lord Watergord was like a child. What? Dao Lord Watergord's expression changed when he saw Lin Ling take a step forward. This was because he saw that the light golden dragon was stronger than Lin Ling. However, even the light golden dragon was afraid of him, but Lin Ling was not. Moreover, his aura was not something that an ordinary person could withstand. Why was this ordinary-looking kid not afraid? "You're a good-for-nothing. I'm not going to play with you anymore." Dao Lord Watergord gritted his teeth and said angrily. Then he gave up his seat and left. For some reason, he had a feeling that if he continued to show off, he would be the one to suffer. Although this feeling was ridiculous since the other party was only a martial ancestor, it was this feeling that allowed him to survive from the age of gods. This intuition had allowed him to escape death many times. Even Dao Lord Watergord was scared away. The surrounding people were undoubtedly shocked and in disbelief. "It's him. The two people on the stairs." Someone recognized Lin Ling, and Lin Ling's blue and white robe was too eye-catching. "I think someone from the Dragon Clan taught young Master Rong a lesson yesterday. Could it be them?" "It must be them. I heard that one of them is called the Son of the Dragon God." Whispers could be heard everywhere. Those who could appear here were all people of high status. Even they had heard of Lin Ling. From this, one could see the impact Lin Ling's group had brought to the 10 orthodoxies. Interesting. When did such a berserk dragon appear in the dragon race? On the other side of the island, an old man with long and narrow eyebrows looked indifferently at Lin Ling. "Lord Orthodoxy, it's just the dragon race. What's so great about them? Only the dragon god is powerful. The rest are not worth mentioning." Someone at the side immediately said. No. The old man with long eyebrows kindly shook his head and said, "This person gives me a very familiar feeling. I'm sure I've seen her before, and it was around this time. It's just that I can't remember where I saw her." "Lord Orthodoxy, some time ago, you went to the sacred mountain of the Ox Cave to fight for the stone tablet of the will of the world. Could it be there?" The person at the side reminded him. The old man with long eyebrows' eyes lit up instantly. "Perhaps it's there. However, I've only seen the god at that time. This person seems to be a mere martial progenitor. However, let's not alert him first. Let's investigate slowly and find out his motive." Then the old man said again. "Yes, Lord Orthodoxy." The person at the side immediately nodded. While they were talking, Lin Ling also sensed a strange gaze looking at him. Therefore Lin Ling also noticed the old man with white eyebrows. He was shocked because the old man was the strongest person on the island. His strength was comparable to the 9 continents' 4 great gods. He reckoned that the old man was an orthodoxy. Moreover, Lin Ling felt that this orthodoxy was even stronger than the orthodoxy that borrowed one's life. Of course, Lin Ling was only slightly surprised. He did not take the old man seriously. If he was not looking for Sima Ruachin, he would not have to hide his identity at all. He was not afraid to wander around here. As time passed, more and more people walked in, and these people were not weak at all. Although there were no orthodoxies, there were still disciples of orthodoxies. The disciples of orthodoxies were only second to one person in the Crossland Divine Land. No one dared to disrespect them. In fact, young Master Rong could see that. Young Master Rong was the grandson of a disciple of an orthodoxy, but he could do whatever he wanted in this city. There were a total of 5 disciples of orthodoxies. They were Xing Luo, the immortal of Great Qian, the cloud-shocking god-destroying sword, the king of medicine, and Feng Xianyue. These people were very powerful. If they weren't gods, then they were half a step away from becoming gods. They had also made a name for themselves in the Crossland Divine Land. After they sat down slowly, the entire island became inexplicably quiet. People were curious as to why they were here. Were they here to see if there were any suitable treasures? However, it was obvious that if they were interested in a treasure, no one would dare to snatch it from them unless they were on their side. Even those who took out treasures to trade would not dare to bid too high a price. It's them. At this moment, the bright golden dragon beside Lin Ling whispered, "You know them?" Lin Ling immediately asked curiously. Then he saw the bright golden dragon nodding. "Back then, before I went to the Void of the Nine States, I often came to the Crossland Divine Land. Lord Dragon God in the Valley also asked me to spar with the disciples of the Crossland Divine Land. So I know them and have fought with them before. Of course, I mostly lost more than I won. It seems like they are quite powerful." Lin Ling immediately nodded. "Of course, with your strength you don't have to be afraid of them. After all, you are Lei Gong. Their status is not on the same level as yours. Only the orthodoxies behind them are qualified to talk to you. Anyway, in terms of status, strength, and age, they are all below you." The bright golden dragon continued. However, halfway through his words, his eyes suddenly narrowed. "In terms of status and strength, you are above them. However, in terms of age, I seem to be older than you." "Indeed." Lin Ling nodded again. The light golden dragon's face instantly turned gloomy. This Lin Ling is really sick. As the two of them were talking, someone flew down from the platform in the center of the island. It was a very enchanting beauty. She was wearing an immortal robe that was as thin as a silkworm's wing. Her snow-white skin was faintly discernible, especially her voluptuous upper body. As she lowered her head, the spring scenery was exposed. "Wow!" Around the island, exclamations of surprise could be heard. Those seemingly elegant immortals were secretly drooling. She did not look like an immortal at all. Chapter 45:10. This is the 3 stones of spiritual fennel that I found in the divine realm. It's millions of years old, and can increase a martial artist's divine power. It's especially helpful for the earth element. However, I don't have an earth element talent, so it's useless. Now, I want to exchange it for some water element treasures or cultivation treasures. Sure. The beauty said with a smile. Then, she took out a stone flower from her plump chest and waved it at the sky. Wow, even more uproars rang out. She took it out from there. TSK, ignoring the value of this treasure, just the fragrance alone was enough to make any male animal's blood boil. I have a water element treasure. I have a bottle of heavenly stem fairy dew. It's a treasure that only produces 1 drop every 10,000 years. I'll use this bottle to exchange for it. What do you think? A man in a dirty robe said with a smile. From the looks of it, he didn't seem to be after the treasure, but the fragrance. How dare trash like you embarrass yourself here? At this moment, a disdainful voice sounded. Then, a small azure bell floated to the center of the island and sprinkled countless drops of dew. This is the Dongluo dew bell. I'll exchange it for your 3 stones of spiritual fennel. You should know that this Dongluo dew bell can not only increase the talent of a water element divine fetus, but also increase one's cultivation speed by 10%. Can I exchange it? A man in a yellow robe said proudly. Everyone stared at the small bell and licked their lips. That small bell was an extremely rare treasure. Exchange, exchange, exchange. The beauty on the island was delighted. She quickly threw out the 3 stones of spiritual fennel, took the small bell, and left excitedly. As for the man, he was obviously at a disadvantage. However, he didn't seem to care. After taking the stone flower, he put it in front of his nose and sniffed it. Then, a look of enjoyment appeared on his face. And this person was obviously not here for the 3-stone spirit fennel, but for the maiden fragrance. This made everyone envious. They recognized the man's origin. He was Xing Luo, a disciple of Golden Pavilion. He had 10 orthodoxies behind him, so he naturally had the confidence to do so. With this good start, the island gradually became lively. One by one, experts took out their treasures to exchange for something suitable. Among these treasures, some were very popular, while others were like trash that no one cared about. Those who offered ordinary treasures naturally fled in defeat amidst the countless jeers and jeers. Moreover, everyone had one chance to present their treasures. No matter what kind of treasures they exchanged for, they couldn't appear on the stage again. It's all trash. Lin Ling and the radiant golden dragon sat there quietly. Lin Ling shook his head in disdain. He had a lot of treasures now. Naturally, he wouldn't be interested in those treasures. But what made him feel helpless was that there was still no news of Sima Ruochen. Lin Ling, why don't you take out a valuable treasure and exchange it with information? Who knew that Sima Ruochen would be able to get such a treasure? At the side, the radiant golden dragon suddenly spoke. That's possible. Lin Ling nodded. Next, he continued to wait. However, before it was his turn to present his treasures, at the center of the island, a skinny girl carrying a huge skeleton was struggling to walk up the stone platform. The girl was wearing a tattered immortal robe. Her face was as pale as paper, as if a gust of wind could blow her away. However, the skeleton on her back was extremely large. When it landed on the stone platform, it made a metallic sound. If one looked closely, the surface of the skeleton was covered with lightning snakes. Anyone who got close to the skeleton would be ravaged by the lightning snakes. Although they wouldn't be injured, it would definitely be a terrible feeling. However, the skinny girl seemed to ignore the lightning snakes. She gritted her teeth and carried the skeleton on her back. Obviously, she couldn't ignore the lightning. She just endured all the pain. Thousand ancient thunder beast. After putting down the skeleton, the girl panted heavily. She looked at the crowd and said, I found this in a relic in the shattered realm of the gods. It's very rare. I only hope to exchange it for a treasure that can heal the serious injuries of gods. Is that okay? Her voice was anxious and pleading. She looked at the crowd with her big watery eyes. Thousand ancient thunder beast? The crowd's expression changed slightly. They were all descendants of the era of the gods. Therefore, they were familiar with the era of the gods since they were young. They had also heard of the Thousand Ancient Thunder Beast. The Thousand Ancient Thunder Beast was an extremely difficult existence to deal with during the era of the gods. Not only was it fast, but it also had a tough skeleton. It was like an undying lightning. However, because of its tough skeleton, the Thousand Ancient Thunder Beast was useless. It was too difficult to refine. Little girl, that's the corpse of the Thousand Ancient Thunder Beast, not the Thousand Ancient Thunder Beast. If it was the Thousand Ancient Thunder Beast, I might be interested. As for this broken skeleton, hee, what use do we have for it? To make soup? It's a waste of our fire. An old man suddenly said disdainfully. Yeah, it can't be refined or used to forge treasures. What's the use of it? You want to exchange it for treasures? I feel like I'm losing out even if you exchange it for a strand of hair. Someone else said, his face full of mockery. They weren't stupid. They were dreaming if they wanted to exchange this useless skeleton for a treasure that could heal the injuries of gods. That was because the injuries of gods were the hardest to heal. Therefore, they would rather keep this treasure for themselves than exchange it for that broken skeleton. But I brought this skeleton back from the realm of the gods. Even if I don't have any credit, I still have to thank my hard work. I beg you, just one pill will do. The girl was anxious, and her eyes were wet. Her grandfather was seriously injured, and was about to die. If she couldn't find a treasure that could heal his injuries, her grandfather would definitely die. Idiot, get lost. Next. However, no one sympathized with her. Instead, they wanted her to get lost immediately. The girl finally cried. However, she still didn't give up and shouted, Thousand Ancient Thunder Beast, anyone wants it? Get lost. However, what she got in return was a lot of cold voices. Pa, 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 pa. The girl used her trembling hands to grab the skeleton of the Thousand Ancient Thunder Beast. Enduring the pain of the lightning, she wanted to leave the stone platform with the skeleton on her back. Although she knew that no one wanted this Thousand Ancient Thunder Beast, she had risked her life to carry it back from the realm of the gods. She was the only one who knew the bitterness and sweat she had put in. Although the realm of the gods wasn't far from the broken Holy Land, it was only a relative term. It was closer than the void of the 9 continents. This Thousand Ancient Thunder Beast, I want it. However, at this moment, a lazy voice rang out like a bolt from the blue. shocking the silence of the island. The girl raised her head abruptly, and her tears finally fell. Finally, someone wanted it? At this moment, everyone looked at the person who had spoken. They saw that it was a young man in a blue and white celestial robe. The girl stared at the young man as if she wanted to use her life's memory to remember his face. Chapter 45:11. Is that young man a fool? He could neither refine the ancient lightning beast, nor forge any treasures. What's the use of it? Could it be that the young man is a bone collector? Young master, are you really going to exchange your healing elixir for my ancient lightning beast? At this moment, the young woman asked. Of course. I have plenty of healing elixirs for deities. How about I give you a drop of jade cicada true liquid? The lazy voice was heard again. It was Lin Ling, ancient lightning beast. Although it was his first time seeing it, when the skeleton was brought out, he immediately felt a familiar energy being born in his body. It was as though the energy was calling out to him. This familiar energy came from the Luai's real body. The Luai's real body was a lightning element divine fetus. It needed a lightning element treasure to increase its level. All this while, Lin Ling had been unhappy because he had too many talents. In addition, lightning element treasures were hard to find. Therefore, he did not pay much attention to the Luai's real body. Now that he had finally found one, how could he let it go? Jade cicada true liquid? Oh my god, this is a divine liquid that can heal deities. Is that young man a fool? A drop of jade cicada true liquid is priceless. It can heal deities and heal injuries. You can exchange it for any treasure. How could he exchange it for a broken bone? Who is he? Does his parents know that he is a prodigal? The entire island was silent for a moment. Then it exploded. Originally, it was shocking enough that someone wanted to trade the ancient lightning beast. However, what was even more shocking was that the person was using the jade cicada true liquid to trade for it. It's hard to buy good things with money. I am a bone collector. Now, I have more than 1,000 bones in my backyard. The only thing missing is the ancient lightning beast. Lin Ling said with a smile. He did not care about the mockery of the crowd. This was because he was confident that if he refined the bone, his Luai's real body would become an intermediate deity. His strength would be greatly enhanced. At that time, he would be invincible among lower deities. Jade cicada true liquid? Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, young master. Thank you. The young girl was stunned for a moment before she excitedly saluted Lin Ling. She also knew how precious the jade cicada true fluid was. Although it couldn't immediately heal her grandfather's injuries, it could at least save his life. Hee, one good fortune skymending pill. However, a voice suddenly interrupted the conversation. A woman in a green immortal robe at the corner of the island spoke calmly. King of medicine. Everyone was shocked when they saw the woman. They thought it was another prodigal son, but who knew it was the medicine king? This was because he was a disciple of full moon orthodoxy. Although this good fortune skymending pill of mine is not as precious as the jade cicada true fluid, not only does it have the effect of healing, but it can also assist in cultivation. If the injury suffered by a deity is not life-threatening, then there is no need for the jade cicada true fluid. The woman said indifferently, I just remembered that I need an ancient lightning beast to refine some kind of divine medicine. Therefore, I must obtain this bone. Whoever tries to steal it from me will have to bear the consequences. Not only did she shout out a price, but her words were also full of threats. However, Lin Ling still looked lazy and said at the same time, 2 drops of jade cicada true fluid. Is this guy crazy? Everyone was shocked again and again by that voice. Their mouths were dry, and they couldn't believe it. That blue-robed young man was not only a prodigal son, but also a prodigal son with no foresight. That was because he dared to compete with a disciple of orthodoxy for a treasure. One should know that the medicine king had his eyes on the ancient lightning beast, so he must be using it to refine the divine medicine. That blue-robed young man was just a bone collector. To openly provoke a disciple of orthodoxy for his collection, he must be out of his mind. 3 good fortune skymending pills. Even a deity who has been burned to ashes can recover with the help of these pills, and his strength will be greatly improved. The woman's voice became cold. At the same time, she looked at Lin Ling. Not only was there a threat in her eyes, but there was also a murderous intent. The rule of the Divine Treasure Convention was that no one was allowed to threaten the person who offered the treasure. However, that didn't mean that they couldn't threaten the person who offered the treasure. After all, if one threatened the person who offered the treasure and used the cheapest price to snatch the treasure, then after a long time, the person who offered the treasure would not dare to take it out again. On the other hand, the person who threatened the bidder wouldn't. In short, the highest bidder would win. 4 drops of jade cicada true fluid. However, Lin Ling didn't even look at the woman and raised the price again. He didn't know the Medicine King at all. Even if he did, he wouldn't take him seriously. Moreover, even if the Medicine King had asked him nicely, Lin Ling wouldn't give up the ancient lightning beast. Not to mention that the other party dared to threaten him. Playing with treasures, right? Fine, I'll play with you and see who has more treasures. You. Lin Ling's words were undoubtedly a slap to the Medicine King's face. She had thought that Lin Ling was angry and had lost his mind. However, who knew that Lin Ling would go against her? A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. As a disciple of an orthodoxy, she naturally couldn't throw away her dignity. You what? If you have the guts to bid, then shut up. Lin Ling sneered. He was unscrupulous. I'll remember you. Although the Medicine King wanted to bid with Lin Ling again, it was a pity that she didn't bring enough treasures. Therefore, she admitted defeat. It's over. That prodigal is done for. Who is he? How can he be so arrogant? Does he know how to write the word death? I think he's from the Dragon Valley. His nickname is Divine Dragon Prince. Since when did the Dragon Valley become so arrogant? Although many people were surprised by Lin Ling's background, it didn't mean that he could do whatever he wanted just because he was from the Dragon Valley. Thank you, Prince. Thank you. The young woman had already arrived outside the stone platform with the gigantic skeleton on her back. Lin Ling also flew over and kept the skeleton. Then he handed over 4 drops of jade cicada true fluid. Thank you, thank you. After receiving the fluid, the young woman immediately bowed deeply to Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled and said, "That woman from before seems to be from the orthodoxy. Aren't you afraid of offending her by trading the skeleton with me?" "I'm afraid because I know that you are the one who will help me in my hour of need. She is just the icing on the cake. Therefore, from the bottom of my heart, I want to trade with you more." The young woman raised her head and said with determination in her eyes. Previously, she was isolated and helpless. Everyone was laughing at her. Lin Ling was the first to speak. If not for Lin Ling, the Medicine King might not have spoken. She was very clear about this. "What if my final price is lower than the Medicine King's?" Lin Ling asked again. "I will still trade with you." The young woman thought for a moment and said with gritted teeth. Chapter 45:12. This robe can help you block 3 late-stage low god attacks. Don't use it unless you are in a life-or-death situation. Remember that. Lin Ling turned and left after saying those words. He could tell that the young lady had gone through so much trouble to get the healing elixir not for herself, but for someone else. Lin Ling admired her for that. In addition, although the King of Medicine would not vent his anger on the young girl, it was important to be cautious. Hence, Lin Ling had given the young girl a life-saving treasure. "Thank you, young master. Thank you." The young lady felt a warm current flowing into her body. She cried and bowed to Lin Ling again. "If you can't survive in the cataclysm, go to the Dragon Valley and ask the Dragon God to send you to the Void of the 9 States. Then go to the Azure State and look for someone called the 3rd Princess. Tell her that you belong to me, Lin Ling. This person will ensure your safety for the rest of your life." Lin Ling's voice quietly entered the young girl's mind. The young girl nodded her head heavily and then left as well. "Hee Lin Ling, your name has spread across the entire island. They say that you are the young master of the Dragon God. TSK, you have greatly increased the prestige of the Dragon Valley." After Lin Ling left, the radiant golden dragon immediately laughed. It seemed that he was very excited. Although the Dragon Valley was not afraid of the cataclysm, the Dragon God had told them not to provoke the people of the cataclysm. Therefore, they did not dare to be too arrogant in the cataclysm. However, Lin Ling dared to do so. Even if the Dragon God knew about it, he would not say anything. Therefore, this made the radiant golden dragon very happy. It doesn't matter whether you are the young master of the dragon god or not. I am looking forward to seeing when it will be our turn to present our treasures. Lin Ling shook his head and sat back down. However, he could sense that many people were quietly looking at him. There was the orthodoxy hidden in the crowd, Tao Lord Watergourd, and a few other orthodoxy's disciples. The king of medicine in particular was glaring at Lin Ling with a murderous aura. It was as if she was saying, "You're dead meat after the Divine Treasure Convention." Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't care about these gazes at all. He was still unperturbed. Not long after he sat down, an old voice rang out. "The Holy Light Treasure Book is a divine technique that I found in the ruins of the Broken God realm. However, this treasure book is lost, and only the second part is left. The first and the remaining parts have all disappeared. I only want to exchange for treasures. As for offensive treasures, they must be able to kill mid-stage low gods. The more treasures, the better." On the stone platform, a one-armed old man stood there with an ancient book in his hand. However, one could see that the book had been torn in half by someone. It was very dilapidated and ancient. "Wow. You're asking for too much. You want to trade a tattered book for a treasure that can attack a demigod? You must be dreaming." The island was silent for a moment before a large number of disdainful voices rang out. A mid-stage low god was no weakling. He was just one step away from becoming a god. Therefore, who would be so stupid to trade such a treasure for a useless book? The old man was a little embarrassed, but he immediately said, "Although the Holy Light Treasure Book is very complicated, there is a page that states that it can be used to cultivate the steps of the gods." After he finished speaking, the old man used his divine energy to display the page. Ancient words floated on the stone platform. They were profound and mysterious. At this moment, everyone's breathing quickened. The steps of the gods was a power that was even more terrifying than the energy of God. This power was the power of the great Tao of the void. It had the power to defy the heavens and change one's fate. It could be said that when the energy of God went against the steps of the gods, unless the energy of God was extremely powerful, the energy of God would definitely lose. Moreover, although the number of steps of the gods that could be cultivated was limited, if it could be combined with one's innate talent, it could explode with unexpected results. Every god wanted to comprehend the steps of the gods that belonged to them. Although I can't guarantee that this broken book can cultivate the steps of the gods, at least there is hope. In fact, it also depends on the individual's comprehension ability. When the old man saw that the island was silent, he knew that everyone was tempted. Therefore he spoke again. "If this Holy Light Treasure Book is real, then it is indeed worth the price. Even if it can't cultivate the steps of the gods, it can still increase the foundation of a breakthrough. However, the treasure you want to trade is too precious. Where can an ordinary person take out such a treasure?" Someone said with a frown. It was obvious that he was tempted and was bargaining with the old man. However, the old man was very stubborn. He shook his head and said, "To tell you the truth, I have an enemy. I must kill him, but he is too strong. That's why I need this treasure. I'm sorry." Since the old man had said so, everyone could only secretly shake their heads. After all, this was a trade between both parties. If the treasure you took out was not satisfactory, then the other party had the right to reject the trade. Interesting. I didn't expect that there would be so many ancient treasures in the Divine Treasure Convention. It seems that the people of the Broken Holy Land often go in and out of the divine world to search for treasures. Lin Ling said with a smile as he looked at the scene calmly. If it were not for the fact that he did not have the talent of the light element, he would have bought it to take a look. Moreover, among the people he knew, no one had such talent. Only Yu was close to this talent. However, she was still not a pure light element talent. "I will take out a time shuttle. It can injure an ordinary mid-stage lower deity." At this time, a crisp voice sounded. On the other side of the island, a dark-skinned, ordinary-looking woman said, "It's her." However, Lin Ling's soul power was so powerful that he instantly recognized the woman. The main reason was that he was too familiar with the woman. He knew her aura, because that woman was Longnyang. Longnyang had also come to the Broken Holy Land, and had concealed her identity. This woman was really amazing. She had traveled far and wide, and could be found in all the forbidden lands. Lin Ling couldn't help but smile. He was even more impressed with Long Yang. This was because Long Yang was very similar to her in one aspect. She had always relied on herself to become stronger. Perhaps she would borrow the power of others, and sometimes she would be lucky. However, without a strong background, she had to solve everything by herself. In this aspect, she was much better than those cultivators who were born with a golden spoon in their mouths. Long Yang could be considered as someone who Lin Ling had watched grow and become stronger. However, Long Yang had taken a fancy to the Holy Light Treasure Tome. This meant that Long Yang had a light element divine fetus, and was close to comprehending the divine steps. Most importantly, Lin Ling guessed that the current dragon lady must have another kind of divine staircase. She wanted to be like him, to have 2 divine staircases. Chapter 45:13. Hold on, I'll offer 2 treasures. The Waterpool Sword, a 2nd-grade Chaos treasure, and the Dark Een Ring, a 1st-grade bastard treasure that can trap people. I'll trade it for your treasure tome. What do you think? At this moment, another voice was heard. It was a man in a red immortal robe. He was also a disciple of an orthodoxy, and his name was Feng Xianyue. Moreover, he seemed to be the strongest among the disciples of the orthodoxies. Therefore, after he spoke, the disciples of the other orthodoxies fell silent. Good. The old man was overjoyed. Looking at Long Yang in the distance, her dark face became even darker. However, the Sacred Light Treasure Tome was her key to becoming stronger. She had traveled a long way to get here, and she could not let it go. She came here from the bottom of the Kaiyuan River, passed by the dragon tribe, and encountered several life-threatening situations, all for the sake of the Sacred Light Treasure Tome. I'll also offer the 8 Gates Golden Mirror and Black Dragon's Grasp. These are 2nd-grade Chaos treasures. Together with the Time Shuttle, I'll trade all 3 treasures for you. Long Yang gritted her teeth and said. She had entered a secret realm under the sacred mountain, and obtained some treasures. Now, she was willing to throw them out. Her current strength was stronger than the young master of the Ox Demon clan, but she had not reached the strength of a deity. Therefore, she was reluctant to throw out these treasures. Is that true? The old man's heart thumped. Chaos treasures, as long as they reached this level, could affect mid-stage lower gods. Reckless woman, you insist on fighting with me. Do you really not know who I am, or are you pretending not to know? Let's see what you have to fight with me. Feng Xianyue was furious because after he took out the treasures, the disciples of the other orthodoxies did not dare to compete with him. On the contrary, the dark-skinned woman overestimated herself and was courting death. The 5 elements pool sword, 5 swords of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. It's a set of chaos treasures. Let's not talk about ordinary mid-stage lower gods. Even powerful mid-stage lower gods would have to avoid it. Let's trade it for your treasure tome. Feng Xianyue said immediately. This. The entire island was in an uproar. The 5 elements pool sword, Feng Xianyue is actually using the treasures rewarded by the orthodoxy to trade for the treasure tome. To be able to injure a powerful mid-stage low god, I'm afraid that the sword is invincible. Currently, the strongest mid-stage low god in the void is none other than Lin Ling, the Thunder Lord of the Void of the 9 Prefectures. But even Lin Ling, the Thunder Lord of the 9 Prefectures, will be filled with hatred after seeing this sword. She racked her brains and risked her life to come to the Kaiyuan River, but in the end, she did not obtain the Holy Light Grimoire. This made her very unwilling, but in the end, there was nothing she could do. Damn woman, say something. Why are you so quiet? You made me waste the 5 elements pool sword. You must be happy. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Feng Xianyue scolded when he saw that Long Yang was silent. He was very arrogant. He was unhappy when he saw that ugly woman. What 5 elements pool sword? How dare you be so arrogant in front of the dragon tribe? Suddenly, a lazy voice said, I will use 10 chaos treasures to trade for your treasure tome. After this lazy voice, it was followed by a heroic voice that shocked the entire audience. Everyone turned to look and realized that it was that ignorant prodigal again. What the hell? That guy offended the king of medicine. Now he even dared to offend Feng Xianyue? Furthermore, it was one thing to offend him, but he was actually so arrogant. Do you want to die? Feng Xianyue obviously didn't expect that the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. There was still someone who ruthlessly kicked him while he was being complacent. Don't you know that the dragon tribe likes to collect treasures? I am rich. You can boast about me. Lin Ling did not know that he was angry. He said, listen carefully. Mystical Een Beast Amassing Banner. Divine Gold Talisman, Luo Sheng Exterminating 3 Lives Blade, Zhong Yuan Life Shield. Lin Ling talked about the treasures one by one. There were 10 in total. Every time he said one, people's hearts jumped. The dragon tribe was really full of treasures. They did not know that these treasures were Lin Ling's own. Back then, under the sacred mountain, he killed people and stole their treasures. These treasures were as many as the hair on a cow. The treasures of the people he killed were found in the sacred mountain. But in the end, they were all taken by Lin Ling. Of course, these treasures were not of much help to Lin Ling. Middle lower gods were too weak for Lin Ling. There was no need to use these treasures. Do you want to exchange? After Lin Ling listed the 10 treasures in a domineering manner, he looked at the old man calmly. Exchange. The old man was stunned for a moment. Then he shouted as if he was afraid that Lin Ling would go back on his words. After Lin Ling threw out the 10 treasures, he immediately threw the grimoire to Lin Ling. Then he ran away secretly. He naturally knew that a man's wealth was his own ruin. With 10 treasures, it would be strange if others were not tempted. Of course, people did not have time to pay attention to him. They were all attracted by Lin Ling's domineering aura. Then people started to talk. This guy offended the disciples of all the orthodoxies at the same time. I really wonder how he can leave the broken Holy Land. Is the dragon tribe very strong? So arrogant? Does he think that our broken Holy Land does not exist? Don't worry. If he doesn't die, I will write my name in reverse. No one was optimistic about Lin Ling. Everyone was waiting to see a good show. What an arrogant prince dragon deity. Feng Xianyue and the King of Medicine squinted their eyes. They had already regarded Lin Ling as a dead man. They even looked at each other, and secretly came to an agreement to kill Lin Ling together, and take the treasures on Lin Ling's body. After coming to an agreement, they laughed because the treasures that they had set their eyes on were taken away without a single cent. However, Lin Ling did not care about the various gazes on the island. Disciples of orthodoxies? He had even killed orthodoxies, let alone disciples. At most, he would kill them and take their treasures. After killing them all, he would sneak back to the void of the 9 continents. Then Lin Ling looked at the other side of the island. He saw that Longyang had turned around and left in disappointment. Catch. Catch. Chapter 45:14. That person actually gave the precious book to her? He even offended the 10 orthodoxies for her? At this moment, she was a little dumbfounded. I don't want you to be beaten to the point where you can't even fight back when you fight with someone, so you'd better increase your strength as soon as possible. A disdainful voice quietly came from behind the grimoire. However, this voice was earth-shattering, causing Longyang to be stunned. Then she looked at Prince Dragon God in disbelief, because she finally knew who that person was. It was Lin Ling. She never thought that Lin Ling would fight for her for the grimoire. After all, they were mortal enemies. Could it be that Lin Ling didn't know that the reason she wanted the grimoire was to kill him? At this moment, Longyang's heart was a little absent-minded. Ever since she started in the spirit province, she had been taking advantage of her beauty and relying on various forces to become stronger. Although she hated herself for being like this, and hated the fake smile even more, she could endure it for the sake of her goal. Moreover, she was also very clear that those who helped her were only greedy for her beauty. However, in the end, they failed and were fooled by her. However, Lin Ling wasn't greedy for her beauty at all. He helped her from the bottom of his heart. Lin Ling. Yes. Longyang gritted her teeth and said. Then, she took the grimoire and suddenly turned to leave. At this moment, she didn't know whether to hate Lin Ling or thank Lin Ling. She only knew that in this world, how could there be such a foolish man? What a proud woman. Yes. Seeing Longyang leave, Lin Ling smiled faintly. He was too familiar with Longyang, So he knew that although Longyang looked like a fickle woman, she was actually a proud woman. Perhaps in her entire life, the only man who had touched her was him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have hated him for that night until now. At this moment, everyone on the island was dumbfounded. They saw Prince Dragon God give the grimoire to the black-faced woman with their own eyes. Crazy. The thoughts of a prodigal were indeed not something that ordinary people could understand. He spent 10 precious treasures just to buy a grimoire to make a beauty happy? That's not right. How is that tan woman a beauty? She's as black as a piece of charcoal. Just one look at her and I'll vomit last night's meal. Not only was this prodigal eccentric, even his taste in beauty was eccentric. At this moment, there was only one word in everyone's hearts: respect. When you have money, you can be willful. At this moment, Lin Ling seemed to be unaware of everyone's shock as he suddenly spoke slowly. I really want to beat him to death. Among the silent crowd, someone finally spoke up. Moreover, it was with gritted teeth. Looking at Feng Xianyu again, his face was so distorted that it was terrifying. He had never seen such an arrogant person. In order to please a black woman, he did not hesitate to offend himself. What the hell? Now, it's time for me to present my treasures. I'll take out 10 more primordial chaos treasures. If you want to trade with me, you don't have to take out any treasures. You just have to answer one of my questions. At this moment, Lin Ling stood up and spoke. His words caused the entire island to boil with excitement. Everyone had seen this prodigal young master squandering. Now they wanted to see how far he could squander. Young master, you seem to be in the martial ancestor realm. I'm afraid you want to ask me a difficult question about cultivation. Someone volunteered and spoke with a smile on his face. He was very moved by the 10 treasures. Are you an idiot? He can take out so many precious treasures, and is from the dragon tribe. If it's a problem about cultivation, the dragon tribe can't solve it? However, someone immediately scolded. 10 primordial chaos treasures. It's definitely not easy to get. What kind of problem does the dragon tribe not know? The dragon tribe has a long history and knows everything about astronomy and geography. That's right, that's right. In my opinion, this question must be very difficult. Try your best. Everyone was in high spirits. Because it was just a question and there was no need to trade treasures, they were naturally happy to participate. Actually, my question is very simple. I'm just asking a person. At this moment, Lin Ling spoke again. And this person should be in the broken Holy Land. Wow. Asking a person? Fuck. Asking a person with 10 treasures? You're really rich and capricious. I'm good at asking people. Asking for directions? Asking the heavens and earth? None of them are difficult for me. I'm determined to get these treasures. Ha ha ha. Wow. I've seen capricious people, but it's the first time I've seen someone as capricious as you. Hurry up and ask. Yes. The island was in an uproar again. Because asking this question was obviously much simpler than asking other questions. Simaruachin. If anyone knows him, these treasures will belong to him. Yes. At this moment, Lin Ling also revealed his purpose. Simaruachin. However, the people who were in high spirits instantly felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured over them. They looked at each other, but they had never heard of this name. Even some seniors who had been here for more than 100,000 years were dumbfounded. Simaruadung. I know him. Young Master Dragon God, is it him? Yes. I know Oyang Ruachin. They should be relatives. Yes. What Simaruachin? I've heard of him. Voices rang out one after another. Everyone was very depressed, because this question seemed simple, but in reality, it was quite difficult. I'm Simaruachin. Please give me the treasures. Even the impostor appeared. It was an old man with a broken leg. He stood up with a cane and raised his hand. Get lost. Lin Ling looked at him and knew that he was just making up the numbers. Huang Junkai, fellow Taoist Huang, don't pretend anymore. You want to be Simaruachin? Simaruachin is yours. The others didn't want the old man with a broken leg to be rewarded, so they immediately mocked him. Being seen through, the old man laughed dryly and sat back down. He didn't expect that if he was Simaruachin he would be unlucky. He wouldn't be able to enjoy the treasures even if he got them. No one knows. Lin Ling looked at the bustling island with an ugly expression. Many famous people from the divine land of the Break Realm had gathered here, but no one had heard of Sima Ruochen. Could it be that Sima Ruochen had changed his name? Young master. However, at this moment, a weak voice suddenly came. Lin Ling looked over and found that it was the girl who had traded the ancient thunder beast. The girl looked at Lin Ling timidly. She was hiding in one of the corners of the island. If it wasn't for Lin Ling's strong soul power, he wouldn't have noticed her in such a noisy scene. I've heard of this name. I heard it from my grandfather. The girl saw Lin Ling looking over and immediately said in a low voice. Are you sure? Chapter 45:15. All right, bring me to your grandfather immediately. Yes. Lin Ling was overjoyed. He finally found some information. Then he looked at the crowd and said, all right, since no one knows, I'll cancel the deal. Everyone, go back to your own homes. Yes. What? Yes. The originally lively crowd was now completely dumbfounded. You're messing with us, right? You purposely found someone who doesn't have it and made us guess you. Yes. Someone pointed at Lin Ling and scolded him. You're a piece of trash. How can you blame others? Even if I did it on purpose. Why don't you brag about me? Did the Divine Treasure Convention forbid this? Since I'm canceling the deal now, it's not like the Divine Treasure Convention forbids it. Lin Ling said disdainfully. That person was immediately rendered speechless. According to the rules, Lin Ling did not do anything wrong. He took out a treasure to trade, and if he did not find a suitable treasure, he could cancel the deal. There was nothing wrong with that. But you. Yes. However, the crowd's emotions had just been stirred up, and now that the deal was cancelled, they could not take it lying down. I'm rich, and I can do whatever I want. If you're not convinced, bring Sima Ruochen out now, and I'll still give you the treasure. If you can't find him, get lost. Yes. Lin Ling's arrogance offended everyone on the island with a single sentence. Everyone's eyes were burning. Rich and willful again. The dragon tribe was indeed arrogant. Ignoring the crowd's dissatisfaction, Lin Ling signaled to the light golden dragon with his eyes, and then strode away. The light golden dragon smiled excitedly. From Lin Ling's eyes, he knew that Lin Ling had found that person. However, when he left with Lin Ling, he immediately sensed many malicious gazes looking at him, including the King of Medicine and Feng Xianyue. They really don't know what's good for them. Now that Lin Ling is about to find Sima Ruochen, even if the 10 orthodoxies came, he would not be afraid. These disciples of orthodoxies actually dared to provoke Lin Ling. They must be tired of living. Yes. The light golden dragon sneered inwardly. The island was still trading treasures, but many people were quietly watching the departing figure. Their eyes were cold. In their eyes, young noble dragon god was already a dead man. Even if the medicine king and the others didn't make a move, with the treasures on young noble dragon god's body, others would probably want to kill him. In fact, as they watched Lin Ling leave, many people on the island had quietly left their seats. At this moment, Lin Ling and the radiant golden dragon were walking down the stairs. The two of them were talking cheerfully and wittily, as if they were very happy. And in front of them was the young girl. She was also very happy at this moment. Idiot. The news seemed to have spread to the bottom of the steps. There were some eyes staring at Lin Ling and Yi Qingyu as they walked down the steps. Those eyes were full of mockery. They all thought that Lin Ling and Yi Qingyu still didn't know that they had made a big mistake. They were laughing happily now, but they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to laugh later, and would only cry. Lin Ling. However, what they didn't know was that although the light golden dragon was talking cheerfully, it had also quietly said something. Just an idiot who gave away money. Lin Ling shrugged indifferently. The two of them were veterans who had wandered the world for many years. How could they not know that they were being followed? Young noble. What idiot who gave away money? On the other hand, the young girl in front of him didn't know what was going on. She looked at Lin Ling curiously. You'll know later. Lin Ling said. And, yes. The young girl nodded. Although this was the first time she met Lin Ling and Yi Qingyu, she didn't know why, but she felt that Lin Ling and Yi Qingyu weren't bad people. The three of them finally left the steps and came to the main street. Young noble, this way. The young girl led Lin Ling and Yi Qingyu forward. However, after passing through a few streets, both sides of the street suddenly became quiet. Looking carefully, there were much fewer pedestrians. Even if there were, they were all panicking and anxiously leaving. Even the young girl was aware of this change. Young noble, something seems wrong, the young girl said worriedly. Lin Ling and the radiant golden dragon glanced at each other and smiled. They had already sensed this scene a long time ago. Before they could say anything, the street in front of them had quietly changed. A colorful mist spread out and shrouded the entire street. Then, the scene of the street quietly changed and turned into a desert. A scorching sandstorm was rolling, and sand and stones were flying. This place was like purgatory on earth. Obviously, someone had used a powerful method to open a void passage and send the street to another place. And this place was one of the broken divine realms. Oh no, young noble, this is the forgotten fragment. It's over, it's over. This is one of the fragments of the divine realm. The reason why it's called the forgotten fragment is because people who come here will forget everything and be lost here forever. Next to him, the young girl panicked. It could be seen that she had been wandering the divine realm for many years, so she was familiar with the forgotten fragments. Young noble, be careful. Someone wants to harm us. Then, the young girl warned loudly. Haha, what young noble dragon god. Even a little girl is smarter than you, but you guys still haven't reacted. At this time, a sandstorm rolled in from the front. Then the sand scattered, and a group of figures finally appeared. Looking carefully, the number of people was not small. There were as many as 50 to 60 people. The two people in the lead were the Medicine King and Feng Xianyu. Other than them, there was also a disciple of the orthodoxy, who seemed to be Xing Luo. Young noble dragon god, our treasure is not so easy to take. No matter who is behind you, even if it's a dragon, in our broken divine land, you will have to obediently lie down. The Medicine King was the first to speak with a vicious expression. You dare to snatch my grimoire, and even use it to gain the favor of a woman. Motherfucker, if you were to gain the favor of a beautiful woman, I wouldn't have any objections, but you won't even let a black woman go. Are you mocking me? Tell me, how do you want to die? Feng Xianyu's face was also ferocious. Thinking that Lin Ling had given the sacred light treasure book to a black woman, he was in a bad mood. It was as if his handsome and carefree Feng Xian, you could not even compare to a black and ugly woman. It's not young noble's fault. It's me, it's me. If you guys have any grievances, just vent it on me. At this time, the young girl also spoke anxiously. She knew that the Medicine King wanted to settle the score with young noble mainly because of her. If young noble did not want the ancient lightning beast, young noble would not have offended these orthodoxy's disciples. What a useless piece of trash. You actually need a young girl to plead for you. The Medicine King snorted disdainfully. Don't worry, I will vent my anger on you. You must die, and so must they. Ah! The young girl's face instantly turned pale, as if she had lost all hope of living. Chapter 45:16. At this time, Feng Xianyue said to the people behind him, as if he had everything under control. He then looked at Lin Ling with a smile. Now do you have anything to say? Yes. Lin Ling and the radiant golden dragon crossed their arms and watched them act. Lin Ling smiled and said to the girl, Didn't I tell you that you're a rich fool? Now you know what I mean. Yes. Ah. Yes. The girl opened her mouth wide. What did that mean? In fact, even Feng Xianyue and the others were dumbfounded. What did that mean? It's simple. Yes. Lin Ling saw that everyone was in a daze. He smiled faintly and said, Do you have any treasures on you? Yes. Of course, I'm a disciple of an orthodoxy. How can I be poor? Yes. Feng Xianyue subconsciously shouted angrily, feeling that Lin Ling was looking down on him. Feng Xianyue, don't be fooled. He asked if you have any treasures and said that you're a fool. Could it be that you're the fool he's talking about? Yes. Suddenly, the King of Medicine reacted and said with a frown, He means that he wants to steal your treasures and treats you as a fool. Yes. Bastard. Yes. Feng Xianyue was stunned and immediately shouted angrily. He was here to kill and steal, but in the eyes of the foolish young Master Dragon God, he was the fool who gave away money? These two guys were too unappreciative. You're half right. Yes. At this time, the radiant golden dragon also said with a smile. In fact, you're not the only fool who gave away money. I'm sorry, I'm talking about everyone here, ha ha ha. Yes. At the end, the radiant golden dragon laughed. That smile was as despicable as it could be. Thank you for bringing us here. No one will know if we kill and steal. Yes. The radiant golden dragon's laughter kept floating out of his mouth. Feng Xianyue and the others were so angry that their faces were distorted. They didn't know why, but when they saw that despicable smile, they felt suffocated and wanted to tear the radiant golden dragon's mouth apart. Looking at the young girl again, she was a little dazed. What time was it now? Young master still had the mood to joke around. Although she understood Lin Ling's intention, Lin Ling seemed to want to rob these people of their treasures. There should be a limit to his joke. With the strength of the three of them, how could they be a match for the King of Medicine's group? In terms of cultivation realm, the King of Medicine and the others were disciples of orthodoxies. In terms of numbers, the other party had dozens of gods. Even if his grandfather was here, he wouldn't be a match for them. Kill them. Cripple that bullshit young master first. After the Medicine King and the others were enraged, they finally decided to take action. They originally wanted to see Lin Ling and the others and beg for mercy, but who knew that they would be humiliated instead of seeing them? They couldn't swallow this humiliation. Young Master Dragon God, a snake is more like it. Hearing the King of Medicine's voice, all the deities rushed over. Radiant Golden Dragon, there are 52 people there. How many do you want to kill? Since the other party had already made a move, Lin Ling did not want to waste any more time. At least 30. The radiant golden dragon licked his lips and said in high spirits. Hee hee, I'm afraid that's very difficult. How about this? I'll let you attack first. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, I'll attack. In this way, you still have a chance to kill more than me. Lin Ling nodded. Damn it. When these words fell into the ears of Feng Xianyue and the others, they exploded with anger again, because Lin Ling actually treated them as spoils of war. Tear them into pieces. An old man was the most furious. He rushed at the radiant golden dragon with the fastest speed. Rumble. The radiant golden dragon's body exploded. Golden light shone resplendently, and he turned into a magnificent divine dragon. He stirred up the wind and sand, swallowed the clouds, and rode on the fog. The dragon's mouth spewed out all kinds of powerful energy and shot out light pillars. Bang! Bang! Billowing sandstorm rose into the sky. In the blink of an eye, the divine dragon was in the sky, holding a corpse in its mouth. It was the old man from before. The old man was a mid-stage lower deity, but he couldn't even withstand a single blow from the radiant golden dragon. So strong. The girl couldn't believe it. It was too powerful. Moreover, this was the first time she had seen a dragon, a real dragon. Obviously, she didn't expect the radiant golden dragon to be so strong. Divine dragon tail whip. Bang! The golden dragon god in the sky swung his tail and viciously slammed it down on the next expert. He had actually smashed an early-stage low god into a pile of minced meat. Idiot who gave me money. Bang! After slapping the deity to death, the radiant golden dragon let out a disdainful voice. You're even stronger than Grandpa. Bang! Such a domineering action shocked the girl again. However, in front of her eyes, there were already experts rushing over. This made her anxious and shouted, Young master, I'll protect you. Bang! Although she wasn't strong, she could sense that Lin Ling was even weaker. He was a martial ancestor, not even a martial god. However, just as she took a step forward, a palm pressed on her shoulder. You watch carefully. I'll take care of them. Bang! A gust of wind blew past and Lin Ling disappeared. Bang! In front of him, blood gushed out. Lin Ling punched out and destroyed the opponent's powerful divine energy. His fist penetrated the opponent's chest, and with a boom, the deity's body exploded. He couldn't be more dead. Radiant Golden Dragon, you're too slow. Now that the time for an incense stick to burn has passed, Don't blame me for not leaving any prey for you. Bang. After killing the deity, Lin Ling turned into a gust of wind and swept the remaining deities away. Bang. With another punch, a mid-stage lower deity's head exploded and he died. Bang. His leg swept out like a whip, breaking a deity's divine sword and splitting him into two. His blood dyed the desert red. With Lin Ling's current strength, there was no need for him to use his divine energy. He could crush everything with just his physical strength. This is even more abnormal. The girl was dumbfounded. She thought that the radiant golden dragon was already very powerful. Who knew that the radiant golden dragon was even more powerful? He was like a giant beast in human form. In fact, even the king of medicine and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. This was also the first time they had seen such a ferocious martial ancestor. It's his physical strength. Heavens, he has a powerful physical strength. Alas! Someone shouted in panic, guessing the reason why Lin Ling was so powerful. However, what kind of physical strength could ignore the opponent's powerful divine energy and destroy the opponent's divine energy? They couldn't understand, and they didn't dare to imagine. Bang! Blood gushed out and various kinds of energy surged in all directions. The whole desert seemed to be collapsing, and yellow sand was rolling in the sky. Two figures were faintly discernible in the yellow sand. One of them was a golden dragon with a dazzling golden radiance. He looked very majestic, but the other figure was a nightmare. That was because he looked like an ordinary person, but his combat strength was so terrifying that it was impossible to see through his depth. King of Medicine and King of Medicine. Why are they so powerful? Chapter 45:17. I've underestimated him. But it's strange. He seems to be a martial ancestor, but his attack and defense are so strong. His talent must be extraordinary. His cultivation is weak, but his physical strength is strong. I guess it's because of his talent. The King of Medicine and Feng Xianhua looked at each other and sneered. Although Prince Dragon Deity was more powerful than they had imagined, they were not afraid as long as he was not a deity. I'll fight Prince Dragon Deity, and you go deal with the Golden Dragon. How about it? Feng Xianhua's body was surrounded by a green wind. This wind was very demonic, like a demon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. It's not a big problem. Looking at the King of Medicine, a plant vine appeared in her hand and wrapped around her body. Then, a ferocious Venus flytrap opened on her shoulder. Its two leaves were open, and the leaves were full of sharp teeth. Droplets of saliva dripped down. I hope you can kill the Golden Dragon before I kill Prince Dragon Deity, because you don't have much time left. Feng Xianhua looked at the King of Medicine and said, his voice full of confidence. Haha, that's not necessarily true. Maybe I'll be the one watching the two of you slowly fight. Remember, I'll end the battle in 3 hours. The King of Medicine did not want to be outdone and replied calmly. She had heard of the Golden Dragon of Light. It was very strong, but it was still weaker than the disciples of the orthodoxy. 3 hours? Feng Xianhua licked his lips and immediately attacked Lin Ling. A pair of green gloves appeared in his hands. His fingers were clenched tightly, and his palms were like swords. He placed them diagonally behind his back, and wherever he passed, the void seemed to be cut open. Ditches appeared out of nowhere in the desert on the ground. Crescent slash. Feng Xianhua arrived in front of Lin Ling in an instant. Then he chopped down with his palm like a huge sword. His divine power had reached 40,000, which was comparable to the strength of the sacred ancestor. Prince Dragon Deity won't die just like that, right? Sensing Feng Xianhua's terrifying attack, the King of Medicine shook his head and smiled. Rumble. However, Lin Ling raised his hand and blocked it. With a loud boom, Feng Xianhua's hand sword was blocked by Lin Ling's arm. Moreover, scales had appeared on Lin Ling's arm. Those were dragon claws, and they were the innate talents of the heavenly dragon. Now Lin Ling's sky dragon bone talent had reached the level of a rank 2 intermediate god. On top of that, he had the realm-swallowing beast, which was immortal and indestructible. His physical defense had reached a terrifying level. Ah! Feng Xianhua's jaw dropped. He was extremely shocked. A single hand was enough to block his 40,000 units of divinity. Could it be that young noble dragon god hadn't used his full strength before? You're just a money-giving idiot. That's all you've got? At this time, Lin Ling raised his head and smiled. Don't be too arrogant. Feng Xianyue let out an angry roar as the wind around his body continued to swirl, emitting a buzzing sound. Lin Ling instantly sensed that when the wind blew past his body, a strange feeling was born. It was like an itch, but also like a warm feeling. Then he noticed that his spirit energy and blood essence were continuously disappearing. When his soul power swept past, Lin Ling realized that the green wind around him was actually a mysterious insect. The insect was very small, but it had sharp teeth. When it flew past, it could bite off a martial artist's spirit energy. However, these insects only bit a small amount, so he didn't feel any pain. He just felt itchy. However, if this continued, the martial artist would definitely regret exhausting all his spirit energy. Hahaha, did you notice? It's too late to notice now. Feng Xianyue saw that Lin Ling was silent, so he said contemptuously, "This is my divine fetus talent. It's the talent of a rank 1 intermediate god." Feng Xianyue could become one of the most powerful people in the orthodoxy. His strength was indeed not weak. Unfortunately, he met Lin Ling. Want to suck Lin Ling's spirit energy? With his 7 dantians and surging spirit energy, his body was incomparably powerful. Without a year's time, he could forget about sucking Lin Ling dry. Pung. Too lazy to explain, Lin Ling took the initiative to attack. Not bad talent. To show my respect, I'll take care of you. With a punch, a fierce physical strength erupted, forcing Feng Xianyue back. His face was ugly. At least 5 million worlds worth of physical strength. Is that so? Lin Ling sneered. The first stage of talent fusion, another punch. Rumble. Feng Xianyue retreated again. He felt a sweet taste in his throat and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. However, he held it back and exclaimed, "At least 6 million worlds worth of physical strength." His heart was like thunder. How could young Master Dragon God's strength still increase? Is that so? Lin Ling used the second stage of talent fusion, 7 million worlds worth of physical strength. Pooh. This time, Feng Xianyue spat out blood. When his fists collided with Lin Ling's, any divine power was shattered, and the bones in his arm also cracked. It could still increase? His heart was no longer roaring, but completely exploding. Looking at the king of medicine in the distance, he was also shocked. He thought that 3 incense sticks of time would be enough to deal with young Master Dragon God, but now, it seemed that Feng Xianyue was completely suppressed. You're arrogant, you're crazy enough. Let's see how long you can last. Suddenly Feng Xianyue roared. The hope in his heart was on those green bugs. Young Master Dragon God would definitely be sucked to death by him. Life return. He chanted silently in his heart, and the green wind swirled around him, feeding the essence, chi, and spirit back into his body. Come, let's hurt each other. Let's see who can last longer. After the energy returned, Feng Xianyue had recovered somewhat, and smiled confidently. Seeing this, the corner of Lin Ling's mouth curled up. He had to admit that Feng Xianyue's talent was indeed impressive. He kept absorbing his opponent's energy and fed it back to himself. In this way, he became stronger and stronger while his opponent became weaker and weaker. However, Lin Ling did not say much. He raised his fist and smashed. Bang bang bang. At first, Feng Xianyue was still very confident, but gradually he felt that something was wrong, because the speed of his injuries was faster than his recovery. On the other hand, young Master Dragon God's energy was being absorbed, but the more he fought, the more energetic he became. Unknowingly, 3 incense sticks of time had passed. In the eyes of the king of medicine, Feng Xianyue's body was full of injuries, and he was in a sorry state. On the other hand, young Master Dragon God was full of energy, and there was no sign of fatigue at all. Bang. Then, under Lin Ling's punch, Feng Xianyue finally could not take it anymore and was smashed to the ground, causing a sandstorm to rise into the sky. How can this be? Feng Xianyue kept vomiting blood and shaking his head. He could not understand at all. Because I have 7 dantians, 7 great talents. It's that simple. Lin Ling walked step by step towards Feng Xianyue, looking down at him as he spoke. How can there be such a monster? Hearing Lin Ling's words, Feng Xianyue looked as if he had seen a monster. 7 dantians? 7 great talents? What kind of remarkable ability was that? Could it be that this was the true divine talent of young Master Dragon God? Chapter 45:18. Wait. Feng Xianyue was thoroughly regretting his actions. He finally realized that the idiotic prodigal was referring to himself. Bang! Lin Ling shook his head and stomped his foot on Feng Xianyue's chest, crushing his energy center. A mouthful of blood spurted out from Feng Xianyue's mouth, reaching more than 5 meters high. Who are you? I've never seen such a powerful martial progenitor. Feng Xianyue died with his eyes wide open. If every martial progenitor was as powerful as Lin Ling, there was no need for them to cultivate. Legong Lin Ling. Lin Ling exerted some force with his foot. With a loud boom, Feng Xianyue was crushed into powder. However, before he died, he could finally die in peace because of the name, Legong Lin Ling. He knew that his death was justified. Legong Lin Ling. On the other side, the King of Medicine's expression changed drastically. Legong Lin Ling was one of the 4 great deities of the 9 prefectures. His strength was comparable to that of the 10 orthodoxies. He was not someone that the disciples of the orthodoxies could afford to offend. Ironically, the orthodoxies did not go to the 9 prefectures to find trouble with Legong Lin Ling. Instead, the disciples of the orthodoxies took the initiative to offend Legong. Run! The King of Medicine wanted to retreat and quickly ran away. Master Legong, spare my life, spare my life. I was blind to not recognize you. I hope that you can be magnanimous and spare my life. Her voice was filled with panic. There was no longer any arrogance in her voice. It was as if she had met her own master. Swoosh. However, Lin Ling's speed exploded. He arrived in front of the King of Medicine in an instant and reached out his hand. Squeak squeak. The Venus flytrap on the King of Medicine's shoulder immediately protected its master. It turned into a giant mouth in the air and was about to swallow Lin Ling. You overestimate yourself. Lin Ling did not slow down and snorted coldly. On his shoulder, little Kuan-Luan rushed out and turned into countless vines that tightly bound the huge mouth. Lin Ling's arm passed through and grabbed the Medicine King's neck. Lord Legong, spare my life, spare my life. The Medicine King did not dare to resist and could only beg for mercy. In fact, after knowing Lin Ling's name, she had already lost the will to resist. Bang! Unfortunately, how could Lin Ling spare her? If she leaked the news, Lin Ling could forget about finding Sima Ruochen. Run! Once she died, the remaining people panicked. Without a leader, they fled in all directions. Of course, the radiant golden dragon wouldn't let them escape. Its dragon body swam as it slaughtered them. Lin Ling watched calmly as the radiant golden dragon made its move. He would only personally deal with the few fish that escaped the net. Blood was spilling, sand was drifting. Unknowingly, this desert had quietly turned into a purgatory. More than 50 deities and a few orthodoxies' disciples had come to kill Lin Ling and the Medicine King. Now, all of them were annihilated. The radiant golden dragon had also collected the treasures on the ground and walked over with a smile. Apparently, the harvest was good. Master and the others are so strong. The young girl had been quietly watching the scene. Seeing the dragon god flying in the sky and Lin Ling walking slowly on the ground, she would never forget this scene for the rest of her life. This was the strong person she had been pursuing all her life. In the future, she wanted to become so strong that if anyone dared to bully her or kill her, she would retaliate. All right, let's go. Lin Ling, who was walking back, smiled at the young girl. Good, good, good. The young girl's eyes were filled with admiration. Then she followed Lin Ling through the void and left the fragment of the realm of the gods. After passing through the void, the 3 of them appeared on the street again. The street was still empty. Apparently, the people nearby knew that the orthodoxy's disciples had sealed off the street, and no one was allowed to enter. Therefore, in the restaurants and inns outside the street, many people were drinking and waiting for a good show. Dragon Valley? Hee, they must have been wiped out. Someone held a wine glass, took a sip, and smiled. Of course, they sent out 3 orthodoxy's disciples and more than 50 deities. It would be strange if the 2 idiots from the dragon tribe survived. Someone laughed. Their eyes were fixed on the entrance of the street. However, at this moment, a vague figure appeared. Everyone stopped eating and drinking, and looked over with smiles on their faces. Ah! However, everyone was stunned when they saw who it was. Because it was Prince Dragon God and the others who had walked out. Bang! The person who was drinking was so shocked that he broke the wine glass in his hand. The wine spilled all over his body, but he did not feel it at all. Could it be that the orthodoxy's disciples let them go? Seeing Lin Ling and the others walking further and further away, someone finally spoke in a panic. That should be it. More people agreed with this idea. Therefore, they also waited there quietly. However, after waiting for a long time, the street was still quiet. Not to mention the orthodoxy's disciples, even the 50 deities were nowhere to be seen. As a result, a strange atmosphere suddenly spread in the restaurants and lingered in the hearts of the people. Could it be that those who went to kill Prince Dragon God were all dead? Could it be that those two were ferocious dragons crossing the river? At this thought, the people's faces turned even paler. At this moment, Lin Ling had finally arrived at the other side of the city under the guidance of the young girl. There were many cavern dwellings there. They looked very simple and crude. A martial artist lived in each of the cavern dwellings. They were cultivating there. However, compared to the city, the cultivation environment here was obviously much worse. Other than being safer, there was nothing good about it. At some point, it was even worse than the void of the 9 continents. Grandpa, we're back. The young girl led Lin Ling and the others to one of the cavern dwellings. Then she shouted worriedly, "Cough, cough." An old man walked out from the cave abode. He was senile and his face was pitch black, as if he had been poisoned. But after he walked out, he looked at Lin Ling and Qin Wentian in surprise, his face full of vigilance. "Grandpa, they are good people." The young girl told the story of how she met Lin Ling. She even told the story of how Lin Ling and the others killed the orthodoxy's disciples. Lin Ling allowed the young girl to speak. This was because he knew that the old man was not as innocent as the young girl. He was guarded against people. Therefore, if he did not tell the story clearly, the old man might not help him. What? The orthodoxy's disciples were also killed? As the old man listened, his body trembled even more violently. This was because he knew how strong the orthodoxy's disciples were. They could be said to be invincible among the middle-stage lower deities. Moreover, he heard from his granddaughter that this person defeated the orthodoxy's disciples as easily as drinking water. This made him even more certain of the strength of this person. Yes, they all died tragically. They wanted to kill us, but in the end they all died. Haha, it's so satisfying, especially that king of medicine. Before he died he panicked and kept saying, "Spare me, Lord Lei Gong. Spare me, Lord Lei Gong." When the young girl recalled the scene, she was extremely excited and emotional. "Lei Gong? You mean Lei Gong?" The old man's body trembled. He obviously knew more. Then he looked at Lin Ling in shock. One of the 4 great deities of the 9 continents, Lei Gong. Chapter 45:19. Plop! The old man immediately knelt down and almost kowtowed. Although it was his first time meeting Lin Ling, he had heard of Lei Gong's name in the godly land of the Broken Realm. He was a god, the god of Jiuzhou, one of the few who could reach the top of the pyramid among the billions of warriors in the void. The girl next to him was a little confused. Why did her grandfather have such a big reaction? "Kneel down. Kneel down." The old man did not wait for the girl to react, and pulled her to kneel down. "Get up." Lin Ling smiled and helped the old man and the girl up. The old man was shocked. He thought that Lei Gong would be difficult to talk to and would be extremely majestic. He did not expect him to be so approachable. "Let's talk inside." Lin Ling looked at the cave and said. Then the old man led Lin Ling and the girl into the cave. The cave was very simple. A medicinal fragrance wafted out. There were a lot of elixir bottles, and an elixir furnace in the corner. The old man was also a god. After many years of cultivation, he naturally knew some alchemy skills. However, the injuries of a god could not be cured by ordinary elixirs. So the elixirs he refined could only temporarily suppress the injury. "Grandfather, the young master gave me 4 drops of jade cicada's essence. They can definitely cure your injury." The girl took out a jade bottle and smiled excitedly. "Jade cicada's essence. The old man trembled. He had heard of this treasure. It was said that it only existed in the divine realm. In the current era, it was difficult to find even a drop of it. Little Yi, why don't you thank the young master? You have met a benefactor. The old man said to the girl. Then he looked at Lin Ling gratefully. In the end, he did not know what to say. He knew very well that a big shot like Lei Gong would not care about the life and death of an insignificant person like him. His granddaughter was lucky to have met such a big shot. The young girl stared at her grandfather, who was obviously different from usual. She couldn't believe it. She suddenly asked, "Grandpa, the young master wants to know about Sima Ruochen. I heard you mention this name before." I know. Back then, I once passed through a dense forest and saw two strong cultivators fighting. One of them was called Sima Ruochen, and this name was called out by the other person. He seemed to be Sima Ruochen's junior brother, but there seemed to be some conflict between them. My junior brother was also killed by Sima Ruochen. If I hadn't escaped quickly, I would have been killed as well. However, I was still injured by Sima Ruochen, and I haven't recovered from that injury yet. The old man said immediately. This also made Lin Ling realize that the old man's current injuries were most likely left behind in the past. They had been suppressed by the old man for a long time, and only now had they completely erupted. Do you know where I can find him? Lin Ling quickly asked. As long as he killed Sima Ruochen, he would be able to obtain the key to the 8th floor of the 8 Gods' heavenly palace. He believed that no one would miss out on such news. He's in the Purging Villa, and he's the Villa Master. His name is Purging Lin, and he's also the 3rd disciple of the Desolate Yuan Orthodoxy. This Purging Villa is quite famous in the east of the city. Because Sima Ruochen is a disciple of the Orthodoxy, many people came to learn martial arts from him. The old man said, "Purging Villa." Lin Ling remembered this name, and then took out many treasures to give to the old man. At first, the old man was embarrassed to accept them, but when Lin Ling mentioned the young girl, he finally accepted those treasures in order to protect his granddaughter. Lord Lei Gong, I eavesdropped on the conversation between Sima Ruochen and his junior brother. I know that Sima Ruochen is very powerful, and his strength is stronger than what he appears to be. His goal is to become an orthodoxy, and he seems to be from the era of the gods. If you want to find him, you must be careful. The old man saw that Lin Ling was about to leave. It's open, he hurriedly reminded. Thank you. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. He didn't really care. As long as he saw Sima Ruochen, he would definitely explode with the power of thunder and kill him. We killed a disciple of the orthodoxy. Although this matter has nothing to do with you, the orthodoxies will inevitably find trouble with you. So it's better for you to leave the broken divine land. Go to the dragon tribe and look for the old dragon god. Let him arrange for you to go to the void of the 9 states. That's my territory. In the state of the spirit, there will be people who will take care of you. If you encounter any trouble in the void of the 9 states, just say my name. Lin Ling looked at the old man and the young girl and said, "Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord." The old man's eyes were moist, and he even knelt down to Lin Ling. He knew very well that if he could obtain the protection of Lord Lei Gong in the void of the 9 states, then no one would dare to provoke him in the void of the 9 states. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. The young girl's eyes were also moist. In this lifetime, she would never forget Lei Gong's great kindness. Lin Ling had already left with the golden dragon of light. According to the old man's directions, they were heading towards the purging manor. As long as we kill Sima Ruochen, then we have nothing to fear anymore. Even if all 10 orthodoxies come, I am confident that I can escape unscathed. Golden dragon of light, I have a feeling that things will be a little troublesome from now on, so you should return to the Dragon Valley first. While moving forward, Lin Ling also said to the golden dragon of light, "No, I promise Lord Dragon God to help you. Before you leave, I will not leave." Hearing this, the golden dragon of light stubbornly shook its head and said with a smile, "I know you are afraid that once the battle starts, you won't be able to take care of me. Don't worry, before I came out with you, Lord Dragon God had already given me a purple scale. If things get out of hand, I only need to crush the purple scale. This will ensure my safety." "If that's the case, then all right." Lin Ling could only nod his head. Although he did not know what the purple scale was, Lord Dragon God was no fool. If he could give it to the golden dragon of light so solemnly, then it must be a very good life-saving treasure. While they were heading towards the purging manor, the 10 orthodoxies were also in chaos. Lord Dragon God actually killed our disciple. Does he have a death wish? Moreover, Lord Dragon God even crippled our wronger. Lord Orthodoxy, you must stand up for us. Otherwise, the dragon tribe will ride on our heads. The news of Feng Xianyue and the others' disappearance had spread to the orthodoxies. This undoubtedly caused an uproar among the 10 orthodoxies. The orthodoxies' faces were also cold because this matter was a slap to their faces. If they did not do anything, others would think that the 10 orthodoxies were afraid of the dragon tribe. Find them and seal the shattered divine land. Ask the immortal spirit hegemony nation for help. We must make those two stay. A dignified voice was heard. The 10 orthodoxies were furious. They wanted to turn the entire shattered divine land upside down to find Lord Dragon God and his disciple. They wanted to see if their courage was greater than the heavens. Chapter 45:20. We're here. At this time, the light golden dragon beside him smiled and spoke. Below the mountains, a magnificent villa was built along the mountain. This villa was obviously old, ancient and fragrant. Wisps of mist spread out from the mountain. It was very beautiful. At the entrance of the villa, people were entering one after another. Most of them were youths. They seemed to have come because of the villa's reputation, wanting to enter the villa to learn martial arts. However, these youths were not weak either. They were all martial progenitors, and even had divine fetuses. From this point, it was clear that the godly land of Broken Domain was several times stronger than the 9 states void. Of course, this was normal. After all, the godly land of Broken Domain was the descendant of the gods during the Age of Gods. It seems that it's time for the disciple selection. Floating in the distant sky, the light golden dragon suddenly frowned and said. Lin Ling looked at the magnificent villa indifferently. He quietly activated his soul power and wraith jellyfish, enveloping the villa, wanting to find Sima Ruachin within. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The wraith jellyfish flew around the mountain and hid in the dark, eavesdropping on the conversations of passers-by. This time, Villa Lord Shi is recruiting disciples again. TSK, if we can enter the villa, then we will have a chance to meet the Lord of the Orthodoxy. Yes. However, Villa Lord Shi is very strict in recruiting disciples. They don't look at strength or cultivation, only talent. I heard that if one has mid-god talent, then they can meet Villa Lord Shi directly. TSK, this old man is a disciple of the Orthodoxy. Yes. After searching for a while, Lin Ling did not see Villa Lord Shi. He simply recalled his wraith jellyfish, and chose to use his soul power to investigate. In the magnificent villa, there were many powerful people. There were several mid-low god and 3 late-low god. Therefore, Lin Ling's soul power locked onto these 3 people. These 3 people were 2 old men and a middle-aged man. It seemed that the middle-aged man was most likely Sima Ruachin. However, the Xianyuan treasure book had left Lin Ling with all the information about Sima Ruachin. However, Lin Ling could not detect anything related to Sima Ruachin from the middle-aged man. On the contrary, the 2 old men were very respectful to the middle-aged man and called him Villa Lord. Could it be that I got the wrong person? Or, Sima Ruachin has cultivated a powerful concealment technique and blocked my detection. But that's not right. Xianyuan Bao told me that Sima Ruachin has a mysterious aura. It's hard for concealment techniques to hide, unless Sima Ruachin is beyond the Xianyuan treasure book's control. Or he have a concealment technique. Lin's. He didn't expect Sima Ruachin to be so cunning and hide it so well. After that, Lin Ling entered the square prison and asked the Xianyuan treasure book. The Xianyuan treasure book was silent for a moment before telling Lin Ling that the middle-aged man was Sima Ruachin's puppet. This was a type of puppet technique which was a secret technique of the Xianyuan clan. Lin Ling nodded after getting the affirmation from the Xianyuan treasure book. He knew that he had to find a way to lure Sima Ruachin out. Lord Prison Lord, this cunning Sima Ruachin obtained the Xianyuan treasure ruler. This ruler can graft divine fetuses and improve one's cultivation. His purpose of accepting disciples was not to teach them martial arts, but to refine those juniors with powerful divine fetuses. You said that the middle-aged man was a low-level divine fetuses. The cultivation of late-stage low god? I was already surprised because Sima Ruochan had been crippled back then. His doppelganger and puppet couldn't possibly have reached the strength of a late-stage low god in such a short time. After all, it takes 100,000 years for a god to make a breakthrough. The Xianyuan treasure book said again. In that case, I have a way to lure him out. Hearing this, Lin Ling had an idea. Since Sima Ruochan liked to refine other people's divine fetuses, he just needed to show his powerful divine fetuses to lure the latter out. Bright golden dragon, let's go down. After retreating from the square prison, Lin Ling smiled at the bright golden dragon. The latter was still staring at the square prison stone tablet in shock. However, he did not dare to ask and followed Lin Ling down to the ground. Lin Ling also told him his purpose. So that's how it is. The bright golden dragon nodded. Looking at talent? Lin Ling had 2 mid-god divine fetuses. Who could compare to him in this area? Moreover, he reckoned that Lin Ling had more than 2 mid-god divine fetuses. The two walked side by side. They were getting closer and closer to the purging dust manor. Up ahead, they could hear the noise of bustling noise. I have a 5th grade lower god divine fetus. I can definitely enter the purging dust manor. You dare to be proud of this little talent? I have an 8th grade lower god divine fetus now. He Zilong, when did your talent increase? You must know that increasing the divine fetus is much harder than increasing one's cultivation. Before they even reached the main gate, the young elites were already fighting fiercely. The one who shouted that he had an 8th grade lower god divine fetus had undoubtedly attracted countless gazes. An 8th grade divine fetus was already an incomparably rare talent. Entering the purging dust manor was something that was set in stone. Out of the way. An 8th grade divine fetus dares to be arrogant? Without a 10th grade lower god fetus, all of them are clay chickens and pottery dogs. But at this moment, the sound of galloping horse hooves could be heard. Then, a cloud of dust could be seen behind them as a large group of experts wearing armor galloped over. Everywhere they passed, they were incomparably domineering. The leader of the group was an old man with a flaming whip in his hand. When he swung it, the people in the middle of the road were swept away, smashing into the ground and spitting out blood. It's Lei Yuzhou of the Immortal Spirit Hegemony country. His father is one of the 7 divine generals of the Immortal Spirit Hegemony country. He's here. 3 years ago, Lei Yuzhou said that he wanted to enter the purging dust manor. He must have come for the lightning heaven-breaking technique. Seeing the group of tyrannical cavalry, the faces of the youths lining up in front of the manor changed, and they quietly made way for them. The Immortal Spirit Hegemony Nation was a friendly nation of the 10 sections. Because of the close relationship between the primogenitor and the 10 sects, the 10 sects gave them face and allowed them to come and go as they pleased. Haha, this time, I want to see the manor lord and take him as my teacher. Among the cavalry, a handsome youth laughed loudly. He wore a white suit of armor and looked wise and mighty. He was a dragon amongst men. However, he was relatively young, so his current strength was only at the martial god realm. Of course, compared to others of the same age, his cultivation level was clearly higher by a large margin. The old man who was opening the way for him constantly swung his flaming whip. Even though there was no one blocking the way, in order to display the might of a young master, he continued to swing his whip. The crackling sounds came from all around, as if he was setting off firecrackers. Chapter 45:21. What kind of trash are you? You actually dared to whip me. Looking at the person who made the move, he was incomparably powerful, and his voice was filled with disdain. Who are you? Do you want to die? Men, kill him. Lei Yuzhou had come here with pride, but now that he had lost face, how could he swallow this anger? With a wave of his hand, the cavalry behind him charged towards that person. Get out of here. However, that person roared angrily and released his dragon breath. All the divine horses were so frightened that they raised their front hooves, and the experts on the horses also fell to the ground. Dragon Clan. This scene caused many people to be extremely shocked. Lei Yuzhou's face also changed. Why did he run into the Dragon Clan? However, although the Dragon Clan was powerful, they had never dared to provoke the immortal spirit nation. Dragon race? How dare you? Did the dragon god of your dragon race eat shit? Or did he die? He didn't keep an eye on you dogs and let you dogs bite people everywhere. Lei Yuzhou pointed at the man and cursed. You can scold me, but scold our Lord Dragon God? That person's face instantly turned ugly, and he wanted to attack again. I'll do it. However, someone suddenly walked out from behind him. It was Lin Ling. Then he pounced towards Lei Yuzhou. Lei Yuzhou looked at him with disdain and said to his mount, "Kick him to death." His mount was a divine flood dragon called the Fengtian Divine Chariot. It was the offspring of a flood dragon and a divine horse, and its power was terrifying. Lululu. The mystical horse looked thin and weak, but its muscles and bones were like iron. When it heard its master's words, it suddenly raised its legs and stared fiercely at Lin Ling, its eyes as red as blood. This divine steed was different from the other divine steeds. It was a carnivore, as if it wanted to eat the person who came. The ferocious aura seemed to cover the sky and the earth. It immediately caused the people in the distance to tremble and panic in their hearts. However, whether it was a divine chariot or a godly dragon, they were nothing in front of Lin Ling. Lin Ling leaped high into the air and struck down with his palm. Bang! The sturdy divine chariot's bones trembled as it was smashed into meat paste. Wow! Such a bloody scene made some of the youths who had just started practicing martial arts vomit in fright. Lei Yuzhou, who was sitting on the divine chariot, fell to the ground. His expression changed drastically. His divine chariot was not even afraid of deities. How could it be killed with a single blow? He rolled and crawled, trying to stand up, but a foot quickly landed on his body, stomping him into the ground. Apologize and you won't die. A cold voice drifted into his ears at the same time, causing him to turn around and find that it was the young man in the blue and white robe. My father is the divine commander of the immortal spirit nation. You dare to ask me to apologize? Aren't you afraid you won't be able to leave this godly soil? Although Lei Yuzhou was afraid of Lin Ling's strength, his background was not small, so his bones were very tough. How could the descendant of a divine general beg for mercy so easily? The divine marshal of the immortal spirit empire? Lin Ling laughed. If he remembered correctly, Lin Ling, had killed millions of soldiers from the immortal spirit nation in the Xiaorax cave. How dare a mere descendant of a divine commander act so arrogantly in front of him? What? Are you afraid? Lei Yuzhou sneered when he saw that Lin Ling was only smiling without speaking. Afraid? Lin Ling shook his head. He humiliated the dragon god, and now he only asked Lei Yuzhou to apologize, yet he was still so arrogant? I'm not afraid of anyone here. At least, in this void, no one can make me afraid. Lin Ling said indifferently. How arrogant. Everyone in the distance sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard this. What kind of courage did he have to say such words? After all, not to mention the entire void, even the experts of the purging dust manor, were enough to make this arrogant young man suffer. Haha, what a joke, what a joke. You're indeed a frog at the bottom of a well. Lei Yuzhou laughed mockingly. Frog at the bottom of a well? Lin Ling did not bother to say more, because he was already in the sky. What was the point of looking at the sky? He stomped his foot, and with a crack, the armor on Lei Yuzhou's arm shattered, followed by the bones in his arm. His entire arm went limp like a pile of mud. Laugh. Can you still laugh now? Ah. Ah. Lei Yuzhou let out a painful cry, and the soldiers around him also roared. However, their young master was already under someone's foot, so they did not dare to act rashly. I'm not interested in explaining anything to an ant like you. Now apologize? Lin Ling said coldly, and raised his foot again. Apologize, I apologize. Ah. Lei Yuzhou could only swallow the humiliation and said with gritted teeth. I was wrong, I shouldn't have humiliated the dragon god. Compared to the dragon god, I'm just a fart. Ah. Louder. Ah. Lin Ling shouted again. Damn it. Lei Yuzhou did not expect that he would end up like this. He shouted. I was wrong, I shouldn't have humiliated the dragon god. Compared to the dragon god, I'm just a fart. Ah. His voice was like thunder, spreading everywhere. People did not expect the blue-robed young man to be so arrogant. If he was not convinced, he would beat him until he was convinced. It's him. Ah. Among the crowd, a few people's pupils constricted. The one leading them was young Master Rong, who was crippled by Lin Ling not long ago. Because he heard that the manor lord had the ability to restore people's dantian, he came here out of admiration. Who knew that he would meet young Master Dragon God again? The orthodoxies are all looking for young Master Dragon God. Who knew that they would come here? Hurry, hurry and inform the master. Hurry. The people around young Master Rong were secretly delighted, but young Master Rong's eyes were red. This time, that arrogant young Master Dragon God is dead for sure. Of course, in front of the future strength of the strong, he did not dare to be arrogant, because he also saw how young Master Dragon God crippled people without a word. He was very arrogant. Enough. Do you think the Washing Dust Manor is your Dragon Valley? Doing whatever you want here, you have no respect for your elders. Hurry. At this time, several strong people walked out of the manor. The one leading them was a tall woman, very strong, with the strength of a god. Her appearance was delicate and pretty, but she had a dignified aura, which made it difficult for people to approach her. She was one of the teachers of the Washing Dust Manor, called Teacher Xiao. Previously, she saw that there was a lot of noise outside the manor, so she brought the teachers out. And then she saw the scene. Of course, the blue-robed young man's arrogance was one thing, but he also said that in this void, there was no one who could make him afraid. He was simply a frog at the bottom of a well, short-sighted. Those who learned martial arts hated this kind of arrogant people the most. What? I can't fight and kill outside the manor. Lin Ling looked up and said indifferently to the woman, "You still dare to talk back." Teacher Xiao was stunned. She did not think that Lin Ling would dare to be so arrogant to her. He humiliated our Dragon Valley, so this is our Dragon Valley's matter. Could it be that your manor also wants to interfere with Dragon Valley's matters?